Welcome to Noxus 1v1, where we have your favorite LEC players go up against each other, where first skill, first turret, or first 100 CS wins. Today, we have MVKE Supa and G2 Hansama going up against each other, playing only 1 out of 18 Noxus champs, which they get to choose by spinning the wheel. So let's find out who wins.
So let's see what we get. I hope we get a funny champion, not Rel, not Vladimir or something like that. Oh, we got Ambessa.
Ambessa?
I think it's
okay.
fine. I think it's fine. It's almost Vladimir, was so close. What?
Wait, I missed this.
I lose my Q as well.
What? Oh yeah, actually if you miss here, you miss.
Yeah, I didn't know.
Oh shit. I forgot. Oh my god, I missed it.
Okay. Oh. Oh.
Guys.
I don't know what I'm doing, no joke. But this champion looks so fun.
No!
But what is the damage?
Actually, I don't know. Like,
Yeah.
this champion is weird.
I played into Ambessa in lane swap and sometimes he can 1v2, it's crazy.
Yeah, she can.
Welcome to war. Do not test me. You are for me now. I yield to no one. What's this? Such senseless chaos, Jinx. I hardly felt a thing. Nothing I couldn't handle. Oh, it is so on. It's about to get messy. Let's dance. Blood for Noxus. The wrath of Madonna.
Proving yourself in Noxus is no easy feat, and Mel will use every tool she can to do it, including her enemies' powers. In-game, Mel aims to catch out enemies, poke them down, and deal huge bursts of damage at exactly the right time. Mage players and Arcane fans, it's your time to shine. Welcome to the Mel Champion Spotlight.
Any worthwhile venture involves risk.
Before anything else, let's cover Mel's signature ability, her W, Rebuttal. Rebuttal gives her a small burst of move speed. It also grants a barrier that negates damage from anything except towers, and reflects enemy projectiles back at their casters. Auto attacks, waves, missiles, anything that would be blocked by Yasuo's Wind Wall gets reflected by Rebuttal. Reflected projectiles are converted into magic damage, but function as they normally would otherwise. Like this, and that, and this one, and that one. You get it. Now for Mel's passive, Searing Brilliance. Damaging an enemy with an attack or ability applies a stack of Overwhelm. You can stack Overwhelm infinitely, charging up potential damage. When this damage amount exceeds a target's current health and shields, Overwhelm detonates to execute them.
Nothing I couldn't handle.
Searing Brilliance also empowers Mel's next basic attack to fire 3 additional missiles after casting an ability. She can cast up to 3 abilities in a row to gain a max of 9 extra missiles on her next attack. Mel's Q is Radiant Volley. She unleashes a barrage of explosions in a target area. Each one deals a small amount of damage and stacks her passive. Her E is Solar Snare. Mel sends out an orb of unstable energy that files wildly as it travels. Enemies hit by the energy take damage over time and are slowed for the duration. Those who touch the orb itself are rooted. Lastly, Mel's ult is Golden Eclipse. Passively, it increases her damage from Overwhelm stacks. On cast, she unleashes her power on every target marked with Overwhelm, dealing tons of damage based on how many stacks they have. Golden Eclipse does not consume these stacks, so targets are still vulnerable to her passive if she brings them low enough for an execute.
Feel my light.
While this ability can hit monsters, it's only castable if an enemy champion is affected by Overwhelm. So plan your Baron steals accordingly. Mel's damage potential makes her a serious threat in extended fights, but if an opponent can burst her quickly or disengage to wait out the stacks from Searing Brilliance, they'll extinguish a lot of her power. And even though her passive is an execute, it respects magic resist. So bulk up if you don't want to get overwhelmed. The reflect on her W is pretty powerful, but only if an ability is worth reflecting. For example, champions with sticky engage tools like Amumu and Nautilus won't mind rebuttal one bit. As a backline mage, Mel will really shine for players who like to poke from safety, so give her a try if you play Xerath, Lux, Hwei, or any other artillery champions. Let's skip the rest of the pleasantries, shall we? Get ready to rise with Mel, the soul's reflection.
The arcane is at my fingertips.
关于 LCP 的话，因为聚集了原本赛区很强的队伍嘛，然后接下来的竞争肯定会更加激烈。
我觉得跟更强的队伍、跟更强的人对线的时候是会更进步的，而且对我来说是更有趣的一件事情。
就我个人来看的话，越南进攻性特别强，然后还有大洋洲可能套路比较多。
日本的话就是相对比较保守一点吧。
因为新的赛制是全局 BP 嘛，就是选过的英雄不能再选，那这一方面会需要蛮多的思考，比起过往的话。
现在的游戏版本跟整个游戏节奏都是要5个人团队合作，然后就大家都得做好自己的事情，所以我反而觉得这种局面下，就是个人实力会比这些默契什么的更重要很多。就是有了实力，然后磨合什么就会很简单。
我们队伍是塔隆，基本上我们是无敌的存在，因为我们过往基本上都是冠军嘛。那当然，我们最后还是会依照我们的对手去调整我们的风格，因为我们算是比较全能一点的队伍。对，
就是我们选出什么样的阵容，就应该打出什么样子。就是该凶的时候就该凶，该稳的时候我们前面就稳。
中路 Fofo 的话，我觉得他是一个稳健的人。
他对线方面的话，就是基本上不会有什么问题，然后就是操作特别好的一个选手。
那下路的话，我觉得就是他们打得很好，然后只要训练上有任何问题，他们也会直接说，我们也能够很直观的去面对问题，然后解决。
不管是每一路，就是只要他看到觉得哪里觉得不好的地方，他就会跟我们讲。
我觉得我们现在队里比较搞笑担当应该是我们上路吧，阿志，对他会有蛮多让我们觉得他蛮有趣的地方，对。
他很喜欢玩那些上路射手嘛，然后去选一些特别的英雄把人家打爆。
卡萨的话就是人挺好的吧，然后常常为队友着想，不管在游戏上啊，一直想着怎么帮助队友。
我们的辅助是无敌， 其实辅助位在今年这个赛制下面的话，我觉得辅助会冒出很多不一样的英雄。那刚好乌迪会的蛮多的，那我觉得他可能会玩得更好一点。对。
我觉得今年塔隆会拿很多的冠军。
塔隆肯定是会参加所有的国际赛事，然后希望可以在国际赛事拿到好成绩。
然后不管任何的比赛，我们都是要突破，比以往成绩更好的。
我就希望是一步一步来，然后我们把每个基础都打好，然后我们就可以走到更高的地方。
今年的话，大家加油！
Với cái giải LCP thì thật sự rất là mới với mình, tại trước giờ mình thi đấu ở PCS thôi.
Dạ, theo em nghĩ thì việc kết hợp giữa cả ba khu vực thì sẽ làm cho giải đấu thêm phần kịch tính cũng như là hấp dẫn.
Nên tụi mình sẽ cố gắng để tích lũy thêm kinh nghiệm cũng như là trải nghiệm để trước khi ra đấu trường quốc tế.
Hiện tại đội tuyển Viking Esports là có 9 thành viên và nổi trội nhất đó là vị trí của KT, đội trưởng của đội tuyển Viking Esports.
Anh KT trong game rất là hot.
Đội trưởng team em là một người trong game thì luôn là điểm dựa cho mọi người.
Mình xin tự giới thiệu về team của mình. Team mình thì có một top, Kratos thì mình thấy khả năng đi lên rất là tốt. Team mình có hai vị trí rừng. San thì là tài năng trẻ thì cần phải học hỏi nhiều thêm. Kuri thì mình cảm thấy rất là có kinh nghiệm trong game và khả năng macro.
Trong game cảm giác Côn rất là nhiệt huyết. Ngoài đời thì khá là nhây.
Còn Chika đi mid thì mình cảm thấy bạn ấy là tài năng trẻ thì điều đó để tiếp cho sự động lực của mình thì càng phải cố gắng nhiều hơn.
Về cảm nhận đầu tiên của em khi mới vào team thì mọi người đều rất là thân thiện cũng như là tập luyện rất là chăm chỉ. Em rất là bất ngờ về điều đó nên là em cảm thấy bản thân em cũng cần phải cố gắng rất nhiều để có thể bắt kịp đồng đội.
Với team của mình thì có hai vị trí AD, Shogun thì mình cảm thấy nếu mà Shogun chăm chỉ luyện tập thì còn phải tiến bộ hơn nữa.
Để nói về vai trò của em thì trong team thì em là người cũng có khá nhiều kinh nghiệm đi quốc tế và cũng như là đánh khá là nhiều mùa giải, thì em nghĩ là em có kinh nghiệm, em có thể truyền đạt cho support của em và cũng như team của em.
Cuộc style thì mình cảm thấy với những cái thứ mà ở trong game thì mình thấy rất là ok, còn chỉ có những cái tính thì mình nghĩ style suy nghĩ về điều đó thì còn phải tiến bộ hơn nữa. Còn hai support thì siêu long thì mình thấy khả năng chơi game thì mình thấy kỹ năng cao, còn hiểu biết về game thì mình thấy anh Di sẽ chỉ cho siêu long những cái vấn đề đó thì càng tỏa sáng hơn nữa. Còn siêu quốc ạc hả?
Thì với kỳ vọng của mình thì khi mà được đánh cùng với siêu ạc thì em nghĩ là một người có khá nhiều kinh nghiệm và cũng như là từng đi quốc tế nhiều và từng áo quân chung kết thế giới, và em nghĩ là em rất là mong được siêu ạc chỉ dạy. Em cảm thấy rất là vinh dự khi mà team em được đại diện cho khu vực VCS tham dự LCP.
Tại mình biết khi đi qua Đài Bắc thì tụi mình phải cần tập luyện rất là nhiều, vì ở đây là không phải khu vực VCS mà tụi mình đại diện cho khu vực VCS và fan của VCS luôn.
Em nghĩ là trách nhiệm của các đội VCS ở LCP rất là lớn.
Đội của em đã tập luyện rất là chăm chỉ cũng như là toàn bộ các thành viên đều hướng đến chức vô địch của LCP, nên em nghĩ đó là điều quan trọng nhất giúp cho đội của em chắc chắn sẽ giữ được cái slot này.
Thì em muốn gửi lời cảm ơn đến tất cả các bạn fan của Viking là hãy tin một mình nhé, một mình sẽ làm được.
Ladies and gentlemen, our lower bracket finals now on the cards tonight for our second to last game here of our qualifying series for First Strike. And of course, what an absolute banger. It's the third time we're going to get to see these teams go against each other. It's going to be TLN going up against Vikings. I will be your host once again, Vestian, and alongside me it will once again be Blue Panda.
I mean, look, there's nothing quite like a penultimate play though, right? That's where the big upsets tend to happen. All of a sudden, the grand finals, the stakes entirely change, and maybe, just maybe, there is a team that was unexpected to make it into their first international event. Maybe it's them, maybe it's not. Who knows? There's a lot to figure out, and today's where it starts.
Yep, absolutely. Of course, yesterday we saw TLN taking the win over GARM, sending them back, unfortunately, home to Vietnam. And tonight it's going to be Vikings going up against TLN, trying to get, honestly, I guess, avenge their fallen brothers in GARM and see if they can make it to a rematch up against CFO, because, of course, the best of 5, the first one we've had here in the LCP, did go over to the side of CFO.
Yeah, look, there was some interesting drafts coming into play, and I think teams still trying to figure out how the game functions when you've got so many champions just no longer available in the pool. Definitely felt like a couple of times Vikings backed themselves into a bit of a corner. TLN, unfortunately, have also done the same, even in just the best of 3s. So I think this match is going to be a case of who's done the homework coming into this, lower bracket final, who has polished the best going into this as to who walks away with the victory and ultimately that rematch against CFO, because both teams are going to be hungry for it.
Yeah, absolutely. They are going to be. And again, whoever loses here, of course, is eliminated. They're the last 3 teams that are standing. CFO, of course, not playing today, but will be playing tomorrow in our grand final. But still, I think when I look towards these 2 teams going up against each other, I have to favor TLN. Yes, they did lose the last best of 3. They won the one before that. But I just, backs against the wall, it's very difficult for me to bet against them. I mean, you look at them historically, they've won the last 4 splits of the PCS consecutively, looked extremely dominant, and while some things have changed throughout those 2 years prior, and obviously now losing Ginger for Casa, I still have to look at them with absolute confidence, because they are ultimately a team that can prevail. They came in looking the hottest, and yes, recently falling a little bit to the wayside, but I do believe they'll find sort of that extra oomph, I suppose, that they've got in their back pocket.
I mean, in saying that, CFO have looked like the most consistent team in the competition. TLN have made some pretty rough mistakes.
I'm talking about Vikings versus...
Yeah. So I think there's definitely room for a Vikings upset coming into TLN, which does mean that their likely focus might be towards CFO, because they've proved to be the biggest opponent in this competition so far, unless you're the Team Secret Wales, in which case you're out of the tournament anyway, so it doesn't matter, as being the only team that's taken CFO down. So yeah, look, I definitely think there's a lot that both teams could look to exploit. The big problem I'm seeing, especially out of yesterday, we both saw some of those drafts out of Vikings. There are a couple of times, especially that 3rd game, they really backed themselves into a pretty rough corner. In the draft, they had a game plan. Oh, there's a Skarner. Jin's all right. He does well standing back. And then they just double down with another tank, and Jin was never conceivably going to get through that. So yeah, look, definitely yesterday was a bit rough for Vikings. Hopefully today they've recouped. The mental's back. They're looking good. I'm here for it. I want to see the VCS-PCS war continue. Ultimately, I'd love to see a VCS-PCS grand final too.
Yeah, fair enough. But I mean, it's going to be a tall task. And not for any other reason other than Betty recently has been absolutely on one. Because it cannot be understated just how much that Game 3 performance was from him. It ultimately was a 1v9. Performance essentially coming out of him on the Israel, and he had his opportunity in the last series going up against Vikings. Unfortunately, he did fall short, but gets the second chance, a second breath of life there in the series against GARM, and boy oh boy did he take that and just sprint away with it, because that was just the most phenomenal performance we've seen so far here in the LCP, and it's most likely going to be the best performance we see until at least the following splits.
He set a new kill record for the split. It was 12, which I believe was shared between Artemis and Fofo coming out of the round robin. Betty picked up 13 kills that game, so he currently holds the kill record going into what could potentially be the end of the split. And yeah, look, it's very, very rare in this game where you see one champion who just completely makes a game for a team. Usually it is a pretty much a combined effort, but him on that Israel, just the space that he created, the fights he was winning, the comeback that he generated, just being in the right place at the right time, playing around his team, he was just invaluable. And yeah, look, it wasn't purely him, but mechanically, he made that game. There are other Israels in this competition who would have been caught out, died multiple times, been shut down, wouldn't have accelerated the way they did. But because Betty is just such an insane mechanical player, he was able to walk away with the victory for the team and ultimately the series.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what Shogun has to go up against. And I think, you know what? For Vikings, Shogun has been a very consistently good player. He has not had quite the performance that Betty had in that particular game. And they also found themselves in a position, as I said, you know, in their series that they went up against each other before in game number 3, where Betty was in that position. And it seems like at this, you know, the tail end of the competition, Betty has just been leveling up. And I think right now I could pretty comfortably say he is my front runner for the MVP of the split. I mean, Junja alongside him. But this guy is just, he seems inevitable. Ultimately, I don't know what other word to use. He just seems inevitable. He was inevitable against Vikings. They did overcome him. He was inevitable against Garm that time. Absolutely not. And now we're coming into what could be the last time we see a VCS representative. Are they going to be able to take down not only Talon, but especially Betty?
Yeah, he was just impossible to pin down, and that's a problem, especially given the comp that was being run into the Israel. There was a lot of lockdown, a lot of tools to deal with him, but they just could not stick to him. He was consistently just jumping, darting around those team fights, and ultimately, yeah, that mobility is what sealed the deal.
It sure was. It sealed the deal in the last series. We're going to throw to some highlights from that series, but after we're back, it's time for our lower bracket final. We'll see you very shortly.
Like a dream, a dose of dopamine, more than ecstasy between you and me. Like a movie, like a dream, a dose of dopamine, more than ecstasy between you and me. Take me there like nobody else. It's so unfair, I get you all to myself. But I like it like that, yeah, yeah, yeah. You always hit me uninvited. Just hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. But you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have thought for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. Take back your heart. Cause it's selfish love, just to have enough. And mama, this ain't a phase. Just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Don't bother wasting breath. Begging for one more chance. Yeah, you got carried away. You made me say, you made me so great. You got space, stay in your place. I was looking to play, then you got in the way. All the love we made, got me stuck in the rain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have thought for me. Take back your heart. Why did you take it back? You never had no chance. I'm gonna take back your heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. Here's another boy I forgot to keep. Here's another life that I forgot to live. 'Cause in my head, that's where I've been. How was I supposed to know? This was a party of a century. That there was somebody I was supposed to meet. And when you're describing it, it sounds like make-believe. I should have been the first to know. But wait, no one really invited me. Well, I wasn't really feeling too well. Anyway, I've got a bad case of got a bad case of don't you tell me what I don't know. 'Cause I don't wanna hear what I've missed. I bet Diddy had champagne pop. I bet Bieber had all the girls flocking. I bet Khaled had every key unlocked. I bet Hova had beat blowing up the rock. I bet Oprah was handing out cards. I bet Bruno was headed to Mars. Bet my night wasn't better than yours. 'Cause I ended up spending it alone. But how was I supposed to know? This was a party of a century. That there was somebody that was supposed to meet. When you're describing it, sounds like make-believe. I should have been the first to know. But wait, no one really invited me. Oh, I wasn't really feeling too well. Anyway, I've got a bad case of
so dirty, jumper wet, so I keep it clean. Hand down, man down when I come through dripping. Back turn on the oop, I'ma catch him slipping. Yeah, no look, don't look. Nades in the sky, boy, no hook. Serving up a big plate, what I just cooked. Yeah, that line got 8, pride got took. Yeah. And now you on a poster. They can't even court you. I did it for the.
You've managed to make it happen. 13-1, and Betty Rain supreme.
每一场比赛，每一个瞬间，都把我们带到了这里。现在，我们要为历史而战。
Ultimately seals the fate of the VCS hopefuls. It will be a rematch. Vikings versus Talon in the lower bracket final. Do or die.
Talon là một đội rất mạnh, nhưng tụi mình đã hiểu được về họ sau trận đấu trước.
Mình đã học được cách để đối đầu với đối thủ. Tướng Tanh hay Kerry mình đều sẽ chơi hết vì chiến thắng cuối cùng của team.
上次我们输，是因为对手真的很强。
Oh no, we can't beat Talon. That's a lie. That is 100% a lie.
但这次我们复仇的时候到了。
ベティはフリーディールできるぞ。世界の狭間を展開しながらフロントから溶かしていかなければならないのはタロン。さあそしてイリを倒したアルテミスが一瞬見えてベティ前フラッシュ。ベティが仕掛ける。そのまま2人を倒し切った。
Chiến thắng không chỉ nằm ở việc nắm bắt đối thủ, mà còn là về màn trình diễn của bản thân.
无敌一点办法都没有啊！还在被烧，又有觉醒。那这边选的是钢筋铁骨觉醒，下一个双前方一巴掌拍死Betty， 而阿志则是在结界里面再跳了一下，再踢了一脚，但他踢的。
当你统治了这么久，你就知道该怎么一直站在巅峰。而我没打算让出这个位置。
SG for the 4th time in a row will be your champion.
生存不是靠认知，而是靠证明。而我每一次踏上舞台，都在证明自己。
Mình sẽ chiến đấu hết mình vì danh dự cho khu vực.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're on the horizons of a great, great day and a great, great place. Now, Vikings up against Talon. Losers bracket final. Winner goes on to face CFO to try and claim the very first position in an international tournament from the LCP. Talon there with Corgi leading the charge, looking to take down the team they very most recently lost to.
Yeah, look, coming into this matchup, both teams haven't looked the strongest, but they've also had moments where it looks like they could take the whole darn tournament. So it's sort of been a competition of min-maxing between the two. And going into it, Vikings going to opt into red side for this first game in the best of 5.
Yeah, interesting decision. So, I mean, it is what they've typically liked more so than any other team. They've quite often gone towards that red side. Almost every single red side game they've played has resulted in a mid lane swap, so we'll see what Talon do to navigate it, because ultimately what we saw from CFO yesterday was very successful. So if Talon have been able to pick up on some of the tips maybe laid down by CFO, if they've come to their own conclusions on how to navigate it, it can look very good for them. But at least in the last series, where Vikings did go up against Talon, it really did get the best of them for the most part, and unfortunately they weren't really able to come back from it.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see, obviously, how they bounce back after yesterday. It was a pretty rough matchup on the whole. I mean, Cardi, the Vikings love their lane swaps, and unfortunately, for going into split 2, it may not be something they get to enjoy as much anymore, but for now, it's likely still going to look to incorporate it into the way they play. Hopefully, though, Cardi doesn't get forced into a solo lane, 1v1ing against a Scion and solo dying, which is a rough swap to be in.
Yeah, absolutely. So Nocturne, Zyra, Kasante banned away. It's going to be the Skana, Rumble, Callista from Vikings, so all very strong bans. Let's see what Talon want to opt into. I mean, there is quite a lot open still, really. It is only game 1. The Aurora strikes me as something that Talon have really liked to pick up when open. The Varus has been an absolute staple of the draft, especially in game number 1, so they're going to get their hands on that. Meanwhile, Kratos, he's going to be very happy with themselves that he does pick up this Ambessa. It's also going to be the Aurora alongside it there for Cardi.
Yeah, two very, very strong picks. And I mean, look, Aurora has struggled a little bit in the competition, just really finding spacing. But when it has found those openings, it's done a lot. There's great damage threat as well. And a pretty standard handshake, and the Azir also being available to Fofo. At the moment in this competition, Cardi hasn't really played the Azir. It was never really going to be that much of a threat in terms of the draft. The Aurora was always going to be something that I think he favors a little bit more. But already the team fight comp coming out of both teams is looking pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely. So Azir, Fofo is, I mean, that's a scary concept. He's been very good at this champion, and probably, I mean, one of the best players on it. You'd put him up alongside the likes of Arya.
I would argue that he's probably the best. Arya's not far behind, in all honesty. So, yeah, I definitely think that is a pretty safe argument. Honkyu, definitely, I think, sort of all three of them really have been outstanding. So coming into what is likely going to be a pretty standard matchup between that mid lane, and it's more than likely it's going to be a bit of handshake. Yeah, there's going to be some damage traded, but nothing overt. Going into the remainder of this first phase, Poppy picked up. That has the ability to pivot top, jungle and support if need be. More than likely it will go into the hands of Woody, but the answer, a misfortune. Renata's going to be banned out, so they're not expecting this to be a Poppy support. They're obviously expecting more of a something on the lines of a Renata, which paired with the Varus, pretty stock standard.
Yeah, okay, so the Renata taken away from the Varus, as you said, it's just a scary bot lane duo to try and go up against, so removing it makes a whole lot of sense. The Nautilus going to be the choice, at least for now, for Talon. They do pick up the Poppy, so it's very good into the Rel, but I have a feeling you might just want to get rid of it anyway because of how well it does set up for them as Fortune, particularly when it is supported by this Aurora and what the Between Worlds does offer.
Yeah, I'm intrigued to see. Obviously, best of 5 yesterday did go only to the 4th game, so we didn't get to see the full extent of the Fearless Draft coming into effect, but we did start to see some of those peaks leaking through that we weren't necessarily expecting. So it's going to be very, at least interesting to me in terms of how these teams are going to adapt as the game's going. The Jin Zhao banned out, which, to be fair, no surprise between these two teams, would likely be the most contested jungler, I think, from the two of them. Yes, there could be arguments made for Nocturne and Skarner, but realistically, for both of them, Jin Zhao is just such a solid pick.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Kasa, he could ultimately be on this Poppy. I'm going to be honest, I'm going to be completely upfront and say it how I do believe it. I hope he doesn't pick Pantheon. And if Guri picks it up, he can't. So it is going to be the Pantheon here for Guri. In theory, could also go towards Shulong, but more than likely to go into that jungle position. And so now it's going to be a top lane as well as a jungler to be picked up here by Kasa. So, I'm liking the start here with the Sejuani. When I think of other top laners that are available, the Jax typically does reasonable into the Ambassador. It also has a fairly good time against most of what is showing by the Vikings, maybe except for the Aurora. But more importantly, it pairs exceptionally well with the Sejuani.
Yeah, look, as much as I want to be right there with you, it is a 1-for-1 playing between Guri and Shulong on the Pantheon, so I think there are still possibilities to pivot here. I think they see the Sejuani, gives them the options. So do we want to pick something else into a Sejuani jungle, or do we just want to stick with the Pantheon? So it gives them a little bit of flexibility. And yeah, Renekton coming into the Ambassador. Both have a lot of scary potential going into this matchup. Shulong, yeah, look, he's got the Annie, he's got the Elise. There are definitely some very scary options.
Yeah. LeBlanc, Annie now hovered, did lose his game yesterday. Maokai, this could go jungle or support. So we'll see where they swap these around. It looks like for now it's going to be the support. No, there we go. Okay, so it is going to be support on the Pantheon and jungle for Guri here on the Maokai. Maokai versus Sejuani, a timeless classic in terms of those tank junglers.
Yeah, look, I wouldn't have thought Maokai was the worst pick into a Poppy support. Obviously, he doesn't get stopped by Poppy because obviously it's not a leap or a flash or a blink or anything. He just turns ethereal and dashes onto you and locks you down. So look, it wouldn't have been the worst pick, but a Pantheon as well, fairly strong at the moment. So we have seen a lot of the Maokai coming out of the other regions as well in the jungle. So I'm not surprised that we're seeing it. I'm just surprised we're seeing it so early.
Yeah. Absolutely. Ultimately, when would you want to pick it? You probably don't want to pick it against a bunch of those brawly early game junglers. And you see Kasa opting into a Sejuani, makes perfect sense to pick it then, because ultimately Sejuani is a tank that does reasonably okay into the brawlers, being that you do have the support of the Renekton in particular. But more importantly, the Maokai won't suffer, getting his jungle camps taken away that much by a Sejuani. So he is going to be able to just fill the same role, essentially, as Kasa here is. We have our team comps all locked in.
Yeah, I think both junglers ultimately going to achieve the same thing for the most part. You've got a bit of lockdown, you've got a bit of heft, you've got that long-range engage between a Glacial Prison and the Stranglethorns as well. So, Maokai, I think, probably sustains a little bit better, whereas Sejuani tanks a little bit better.
Absolutely. As we now head onto the Rift, it's game number 1. Talon, the PCS representatives, going up against the last remaining hope from the VCS. It's Vikings. Red site selecting for them with the site selection. They got themselves a draft they got to like. Can they get it across the line? Can they meet the rematch in the grand finals up against CFO?
I mean, both teams have arguments to be made for them to claim that grand final spot. Both teams have suffered at the hands of CFO, but I think Talon probably
and each other.
Yeah, I was going to say Talon definitely having suffered more recently at the hands of Vikings would probably want to take down both of them if given the chance.
Absolutely. A little bit of a trade there early game, but doesn't result in anything all that much. As should just be pretty standard game. I don't see really that much of a reason for either side to desperately need to lane swap, but it is Vikings. So you see where Seolong is, you see where Shogun is, and what a surprise, we're going to have a lane swap. Cardi, though, he gets located by Casa, and he might be under some trouble. Slice and Dice is going to be picked up first for RG as he finds a massive trade.
Unfortunately, there was no real damage kill threat once that Slice and Dice was picked up. It's not, you know, go to execute tool. But yeah, lane swap into the mid lane. Shulong, Shogun are going to be there, but Woody immediately rotates up to assist Fofo, which much the same read that we saw out of CFO, which was just make sure that it's not a 2v1 lane. At least that way the kill threat is drastically reduced onto your mid laner.
Yeah, absolutely, and so he's going to be okay here as the Azir. Being that the Poppy's here to assist him, won't suffer as much as he had in the last series against Vikings, but still, I think the niche lane swap that Vikings have consistently done is slowly wearing out. Ultimately, if you do the same thing every game, it no longer becomes unpredictable. You don't get that sort of surprise factor.
Well, I mean, it's a similar argument. If every champion is OP, then none of them really are. If you do it every game, it's no longer a surprise. It's just the way you're expected to play. So it is a bit of a problem, I think, for Vikings that they do rely on this so heavily. It is a bit of a crutch because teams now very much know it is part of their kit. It's the way that they're going to play, and teams have, you know, stopped suffering as a result of this lane swap. I mean, you look at it even in the top side. Arja is having a great time into an Aurora, which realistically, it should be going a lot worse for him.
Oh, Cardi's going to flash away! And Arja finds the solo kill. This is the second series in a row that Carti has 1v1 to top laner and lost and been solo killed.
I mean, he was down CS even before that, which you got to question, at what point are you just hamstringing your mid laner and forcing yourself into a bad spot? Cardi, what are you doing? Like, at that point, that is a lack of forethought.
Yeah, I mean, RJ admittedly did play very intelligently around the vision, manages to just narrowly get in there without being seen, but still, you got to wonder why you're walking up into that bush. Was he trying to deny a recall, thinking RJ's in the second bush? Well, surprise, you get gobbled up, and now all of a sudden, this Renekton is just 500 gold above his counterpart. And will, I mean, already going to be the strongest champion in the game, just accelerated even further for the time being. As, I mean, okay. Look, there's not a whole lot to say about that. That was just outrageous.
Yeah. I had concerns coming today. They're getting worse by the moment. And yeah, the strategy now called into question. You can already see Talent have looked to match this lane. You've already got a Renekton in a winning position. I mean, there was conceivably no backup. He spots both of them. I mean, realistically, what are you achieving in this situation? Like, he's even targeting Woody. It's not like he's targeting Betty. I'm very confused.
He ignites Betty and
very confused.
Well, I mean, a pretty disastrous start. It's hard to find more adequate words. That truly was just about as poor of a start as you could ever imagine for Vikings. And ultimately it was off the back of their poor decision making. Talon capitalizing very well, of course, but it's made pretty easy for you when you do just walk in 2v1.
Yeah, I don't know whether this is a case of Vikings have backed themselves into a corner with this strategy where it's all they really have, and Cardi is not going to have the tools to get away.
Arja though in the match, and Cardi, he doesn't have his flash because of before, and this is going to be another kill going over to Talon. Casa will not allow Arja to have that one, will take it for himself.
Yeah, I mean, things going from bad to drastic at this point in the game. I mean, we're not even 6 minutes in, and that is a 1,700 gold lead with 3 kills in the back pocket. Vikings now going to look to try and match, but the ward goes down. Woody and Betty not going to be in any real threat. So Vikings hamstring themselves and then start running around the map. Look, it will give them priority over these grubs, but at this stage, to be fair, it's not the worst way back in, and realistically, they don't have the priority.
Yeah, and Arja's also coming here. Casa just going to be able to take control over the river. I mean, if Arja makes it to this fight, if Vikings overstep whatsoever, it is not even close. Renekton already the strongest champion in the game at level 6. Just going to be that much stronger, being that he has picked up those 2 kills. He's sitting on a phase where no one else is even close to his relative level of power, and so does secure themselves the Void Grubs and immediately will teleport down, so still finding some activity on the bottom side. At least Cardi did get some free time alone here. Catches himself back up in minions just a little bit.
The problem being that Minaj still has primary kill threat. He's going to jump straight on, stuns out. That's half of Cardi's HP. Cardi is going to have to use across woods, I think, to get out. Oh, no, maybe, yeah, okay. Sapling will bail him out there, but even still, he was dead to rights if not for the fact that Guri was down here going for that dragon.
Yeah, so there's going to be a dragon for Vikings, so all is not completely lost, but they do find themselves at a 2k gold deficit only 7 minutes in, which, you know, we talk about a 2k gold lead when we're, 15, 20 minutes in. It's not that insurmountable. At this stage of the game, it should just allow Talon to continue to accelerate forward pretty much any which way they'd want to, particularly if Arja's involved. And here comes the Glacial Tomb as Sealong will be able to deny a bit of damage and able to dodge out of that piercing arrow as well, but now Kratos and Sealong very low under their tower. It's going to be another minion wave coming. They've got to do their best to try and thwart off this dive. Will they be able to do it? I mean, minion wave is going to crash. Betty coming around to the other side as well, and that is going to be a good public execution, but Woody's tanking up the tower, and so Casa ultimately is going to get away scot-free, and it's going to be more than likely a double kill. Kratos trying to dip and dive. Any follow-up from Betty? Yeah, here we go. And Woody takes it. Will go down, though.
Yeah, look, again, Kratos in the situation that's desperately needed. He's down CS. He's got a kill. Yeah, it's a rough spot to be in, for sure, unfortunately, for Vikings, and it doesn't really get much better. Shilong, I think, yeah, the best you could do is sort of clear ward, create space, look for 6, because ultimately you going in is just going to be Emperor's divided back out.
I mean, take a look at the replay.
This is about as good as it gets for Kratos, unfortunately. They identify that there is just an easy free target there. Woody gets on. There's no jumping around. Chain of Corruptions land. I mean, Shilong survives for far longer than he realistically had any right to. But, I mean, ultimately, you were dead anyway. There was just, nothing that you could do. At least it does allow Kratos to survive a little bit longer. And then off the back of it, will get a kill courtesy of Woody just standing around. Actually, no, so yeah, that's right. They jump back in. Woody then tanks up the tower, which, I mean, look, it's a support going down. It's not the end of the world, but
yeah,
it's bleak. It is very bleak for Talon for Vikings right now.
That is a support with the most kills in the game, however.
He's up 800 gold on his lane opponent.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty dire start to the series, but I mean, you got to think about it as well. Vikings started this way against Talon last time the two teams met, and obviously they brought that one back and eventually took it.
They seem to, it seems to be the way they go. Either they start strong and then finish poorly, or they start poorly and finish strong. So at no point can you call Vikings out of a match, I think, but definitely probably one of the roughest starts they've had to a match, let alone a series.
Sure.
I definitely think they are unfortunately red now. They just cannot be committing to lane swaps anymore because teams know. They just know the answer.
Yeah, I mean, when they first started doing it, they were just completely controlling the map. Now when they do it, it's matched by just a 2v2 lane, except instead of AD carry mid in the middle lane, it's the mid laner and the support. So ultimately, I mean, Talon as well as CFO seemingly have worked out how to navigate these lane swaps. I think undeniably have.
Oh, they just know. They've read it so brilliantly, time and time again. The PCS teams in particular have just locked it down. So they've really just sort of created the recipe to deal with this very aggressive VCS style of play, but a lot of priority around these grubs once again. Ults are up and available if Vikings did want to try and force something.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it doesn't seem particularly contestable. Here comes the Nature's Grasp, but Keeper's Verdict does go wide. Fofo still doing a lot of damage here, and the turn is going to be available. Woody with a great amount of lockdown, but the bullet time's fantastic. RJ, however, arrives to the fight. He slices, he dices, he culls. It's going to be 3 going down very quickly on the side of Vikings as RJ and Casa may not just be done. Seemingly no more play to be found onto Kratos, and so it is just going to be the Void Grubs, but again, Talon able to get everything. The Void Grubs go to them. They take more down in the fight. They get the minions off the back, and boy, oh boy, are they running away with game 1.
Absolutely. Yeah, the Nature's Grasp just is too slow in these situations. It kind of needs to come from the Fog of War so that at least it has that chance to speed up a little bit and catch them off guard, but they then catch a massive Glacial Prison onto Guri. Shogun has just lost so much HP in the ensuing engagement. The one kill they do get is off of an Ignite from Shulong, and Cardi's just in the middle dead, unfortunately, for the 3rd time this game.
Yep, he sure is. Bit of a rough start for Shulong. Maybe now wishing the Pantheon was in the jungle. Cardi again, just 1 HP. I mean, he's been suffering all game. Not to anyone's fault outside of his own, really. Just face-checking a bush with a Renekton in it. Casa, I mean, he is just so tanky. He doesn't really have to care. The Emperor's Divide. It does get stopped by some pretty intelligent timing there coming out of Guri, as now Vikings, they're 5 men strong down the bot side. Betty, no flash. He's trying to make way out of here, and the Steadfast Presence will secure his safety. Woody, fantastic once again. Although Shulong coming in the back, the hero's entrance, the flash, the shutdown. That's the 2nd kill on the board for him now, as it will be the Nature's Grasp coming through, but ultimately isn't going to connect onto anyone, just a little bit too far away. And so once again, it's a 1-for-1. They take down Betty, but RJ all the while being completely left alone is going to be able to crack open this tower if he so chose. I mean, for now, he's just being content with letting it burn away. Guri might even pick up the 2nd dragon of the game for Vikings.
The teleport's coming in. Shogun's dead. I just don't see a world in which he gets out of this scot-free. He's got no summoners. Guri's too low to help. Yeah, Casa's got the slow off. Arj's going to come in, and Glacial Prison as well, just on top for good measure. Shogun, look, he was there. He found some room.
Dragon is going to be picked up, however, so they do get something off it. It's not the worst. They are now at 2 dragons, but I mean, from this position, shouldn't be really getting more for a long time. It does ultimately buy them a lot more time in this game, though, when it comes to that dragon win condition, because ultimately it would take 20 more minutes for Talon to get there for.
I think this might be the first game we've seen on Split where a mid laner is running from an AD carry. Like, Cardi just has no real threat in this game at all. He's just died so many times. Shulong, strangely enough for the Vikings, is the one with almost all the kills. And he's thrown his life away every single time. Yeah, public execution, just narrowly missing Betty there. And then any sort of follow-up is just completely denied by Woody. Look, the Grand Skyfall nets Shulong a kill, but it is also his 4th death.
Yeah. Woody gets another one. Both supports having a field day. As the Between Worlds does come out. Oh, it's a disaster. I mean, there is no realistic way he gets out of this. Renekton just waiting. We'll have his slice and dice back up, and we'll just be able to gobble.
He's going to die to minions. Yeah.
I mean, that's also... Cardi probably wanted to die earlier, if I were him, because it's going to buy a lot of time when he's off the map. I think it's pretty well done by RJ. While it does seem like we're having fun, I'm sure... Hold up, as the Emperor Divide comes in, and that's an immediate shutdown. Guri taken out. Shogun will follow, and Shulong Kratos just sat there watching. Unfortunately, this tower up top, very, very low. Public execution available, so Betty does have to be a little bit careful. He doesn't have flash. And there's really no peel for him. But
5 kills on Woody now, by the way.
Oh, yeah. I've seen a game like this out of him before. I told you. He started a game 7-1 as Leona once, but 5-2, he's making his way to a similar scoreline. The Don, however, sits as the support this time around.
No, the Don's, he's sitting on his throne in the mid lane. He's not the one who takes out targets. He's the one who assigns people to take out targets.
I see.
All those assists, it was just contracts. Yeah. But I mean, look, 23-37. That's the number we need to think about this game. Our fastest game this split. And it was not even remotely this accelerated. Cardi.
Wait, we might actually have a Ruinous, by the way, as RJ going to find Cardi. This has, if this is not a Ruinous, it literally does not exist. There's no way that Dragon exists if this game isn't a Ruinous. It is disabled in pro play. Tournament realm does not have Ruinous.
Well, look, we'll find out.
I think the Ruinous is the purple one.
Yeah, it is.
Minimap.
So the crazy thing is, I'm pretty sure we've seen a game where by 14 minutes we still had 12 kills. So I'm not 100% sold on the fact that we've met that threshold. I think it was still before the change was made.
And the icon is orange, so it's probably not. So it just, like, if this game doesn't net us a Ruinous, nothing will, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's not quite a Flame Horizon, but 13 and 3 at 16 minutes gets about as near as you possibly can into a team Flame Horizon.
Yeah, yeah.
8k gold before the 20-minute mark.
It's, yeah, this is the biggest destruction, I guess, that we've seen out of a top team versus a top team thus far. And, you know, it's a best of 5, so it's not like this series is immediately over. It's the first time we've seen the Maokai jungle in the LCP. Guri, of course, the first time he's playing it. But
I have to respect the fact that Shilong is kind of just resigned himself to the fact that he is just going to have to commit fully to the damage build. He's gone Sun to Skies first. Usually he builds a bit more supporty with his lethality, you know, looking to clear out vision as much as he can. But in this situation, there's not much you can do.
Yeah, Nature's Grass does come through, but it's going to only connect onto Caster, as everyone else going to use him as that absolute meat shield Sejuani often is. Cardi sitting on the wings there is not going to be able to connect with anything, and forward now will go Caster and the rest of Talon. It's a lockdown, and it's an immediate kill. Guri now taken out of the picture. That's your Maokai. That is your beef that is now removed. The Dragon respawning in 30 more seconds, but it's going to be Talon now heading towards this bottom lane.
Not going to lie, I am all but convinced that Talon can crack the inhibitor at this stage in the game. There is just not enough damage, not enough sustain coming out of Vikings that they can conceivably hold off in the face of an Emperor's Divide and a dominance in the hands of Arja. Woody, overstaying, doesn't have a shutdown despite having more kills than his top lane and jungle combined.
Yeah, Arja just sitting in that bush waiting. Kratos using a bunch of abilities is just going to get locked down. The public execution is really just going to be used for fun. Arja is going to also be able to take down Sealong eventually if he gets the time to, but he's actually now in a little bit of trouble trying to run away. Gets the stun off. We'll be able to get some healing done as well, as Woody now going to possibly commit his life for the good of Arja. The bullet time going down, and this is a kill. You know, it's a shutdown onto Woody, who is now 6 kills on the Poppy support.
Cringe top laner stealing support's kills. Arja just not a real team player. Oh, Cardi.
Didn't Woody get that one?
No. It was Arja's. He's got his 4th now, which means the Sterex is finished at 19 minutes on top of what is already a fairly accelerated Crocodile. And yeah, there's the second time that Arja has stood in a bush and someone has walked into him and ultimately died.
Died is an understatement. He got
Kratos dies to Dominus damage.
Yeah.
Purely because in the middle of public execution, he can't run anywhere.
Now, if I was Arja, I would risk dying to auto-attack the plant that he walks past, but he didn't. Instead, choosing to not potentially lose a 500 gold shutdown.
No, only 500.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Woody lost his, but his was only about 200.
Yeah, there's some there's some rough talks ahead.
Woody going to get jumped on again, and this could be a potential angle where they do find a pick, but you see Talon now trying to get in there. Fofo not going to commit in 1v3, would just get locked down and potentially taken out, so keeping his abilities up and not risking too much.
Much like the cake, the Ruinous Artican is alive. It is Voracious once again, despite the best efforts of our lower bracket finalists. It's just insane to me. There is essentially a 10k gold lead right now, and Talon still are just avoiding team fighting.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just because Woody got chunked out so much, and they don't need to. They don't need to force anything. They don't have vision. Ultimately, they were in a numbers disadvantage, being Woody wasn't there and RJ was still walking there, so not going for the fight unnecessarily. Fofo as well, if he goes in first and gets taken out, that's a lot of their damage missing. Well, yes, he doesn't have any kills. He is essentially the entirety of the AP damage, but Nature's Gas coming through, and back to Sender will go that Maokai, but the bullet time's great. Betty unfortunately does be able to flash away, and Shogun now in a peculiar position. Fofo gets stunned up, isn't going to be able to find that full-on shifting Sans Shrima shuffle as Sealong flashes over the wall and probably will be able to create enough distance to get on out of there. So it is just the two going down, but the Voracious Arakan will also be picked up by Talon.
Yeah. And let me look, you respect it, you back off. Unfortunately, Talon maybe giving a bit too much respect in this situation because they are just so far ahead.
Yeah, I mean, Fofo had literally no mana, so I think they have to back.
But I mean, they should. The big problem is there's not a heck of a lot to get off the back of this Arakan, and while it was about as good as it could have got, Betty nearly gets taken out. He's then just able to cleanse Flash out the very last tick of that damage, avoids going down. Shulong tanks up a lot, to his credit, and ultimately survive as well, but yeah, there's still 3 minutes off Baron.
Yeah, I mean, they'll just be able to march down the lane. You see them now preparing for that top lane siege, bringing the minions alongside them. They can look for the dive. Even if someone does go down, it's just a withdrawal, so every single shutdown that is being welded by all but Woody will not surface, and this top inner will be taken out. Betty trying to lifesteal off these minions as well, as he did get chunked out a reasonable amount. And there will be the tower going down. See if they look for anything else here. Probably do need to try and get someone on the other waves.
Then Kratos is down in this bot lane, trying to alleviate whatever pressure that he possibly can. I mean, you look at it, Vikings have not found anything other than those first two Drakes. And then from there, they've been starved out of every position on the map. And Arji coming in from the side.
Yeah, between worlds, and Nature's Grasp is going to come out. It's a lot of damage from this bullet time, but Kasa able to just survive. And he will be withdrawing, as will another member of Talon. But down will go Sealong. Arji, he's 1v2 in the back line. It's another withdrawal coming through. And so they don't really get anything off the back of this. There's a lot of deaths, but Betty, he's also going to be withdrawn. Fofo most likely to follow as well. So all 5 withdrawals will be gone, although Fofo finds a lot of damage off the back end, not ultimately going to be able to find a kill off it. It's 3 kills for 5 withdrawals and no towers, so Vikings do wither the storm of the Voracious Arakan. Dragon now on the map, however, will be picked up by Talon. That'll be their second of the game.
Yeah, and with a minute 20 to Baron, that is ultimately going to be the game. I mean, even here, Talon just dominated this fight. You get such little damage. I mean, we ultimately does survive there. It's just the last little bit of damage from Cardi that finishes him. Shulong in the backside isn't going to achieve anything, unfortunately. Yes, he's going more damage-oriented. The fact that RG is cut off from the rest of the team is completely irrelevant, given that he's got the withdraw as well. Same on to Betty and Fofo. They're quite happy to play this out. They've gotten largely what they've needed. They've taken every bit of resources outside of the Vikings base off the map so far. I mean, yeah, it should be set up for Baron, take Baron, Talon in game.
The Dawn 8 contracts have been delivered upon. Unfortunately, that's only 8 out of 20 of the kills that Talon have found this game. Long, I mean, he's in a bit of a rough spot here. No real way out. He'll be able to deny a lot of damage. Will they give this over to Woody? No. Fofo will pick up his first.
Sometimes, as the boss, you've got to get your hands dirty.
Curry, there's his flash gone. Traded for Glacial Prison.
Oh, Cardi, not again.
Oh, that's Flash as well. I mean, he's going to have Between Worlds. He'll be able to get out of this, but...
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's the second time.
Oh, he mistimes it. He's dead. Kratos is here. I mean, this could be a double kill for Archer.
Yeah.
I think.
It's going to be. It is going to be. Kratos has to run. Yeah, stunned, caught, dead.
Well... That is a massive croc, unfortunately. Yeah. And really, I mean, there's more coming for him, but he has the Baron Empowered Recall, so he is going to be able to get out. That, yeah.
Archie the Iceman. No, I mean, it's just insanity that Talon have found themselves in this position. Vikings, yes, they're a min-max team, to be sure, but they have... I mean, the fact that Arj is coming in, he's at 2/3 HP. Cardi, this is the second time he's whiffed the Across Worlds and just ultimately jumped back to his own death.
Yeah, I mean, he could have just chosen to leave, was the funny thing. I mean, they obviously called for the collapse. Unfortunately, just they don't have anywhere near enough damage to... I mean, look at that. Just completely gobbled up. And Kratos admittedly gets pretty close.
No, he doesn't. Not really by the end of it. Like, there was no doubt that Arju was going to walk away with it, and this is it. It's too long. Yeah, they're going to jump onto him, but even if they find another target, it's going to be the same result.
Yeah, now 1 minion wave. It's only the single lane pushing forward. Kratos trying to find whatever damage he can there, but it's onto Arja, who ultimately will just laugh at it. Nature's Grass coming through. Is going to be blocked up by Caster. That's a bullet time, but unfortunately for the side of Vikings, but he's able to walk on out. Eventually he does get taken out though, and now it's a 4v5. Arja, he is more than one man though. He is so menacing in that back line. Gets his Sterix taken away from him. It's Fofo still here to deliver the damage. Teleport available for Arja if he chooses to come and rejoin his team. You see how much damage these Sand Soldiers are doing. Fofo menacing on the Azir now. Health bars are going to be able to be topped up, however, as Vikings are in their base. The fountain is right there, and Fofo running very low on mana supply. Guri marching forward, as is Kati. There's no between worlds. They find some damage on the Fofo. In goes Guri. It's a nice bramble smash, and the public execution comes through as well. But not much can be found as the Sarima shuffle does net Fofo a solo kill. It does mean more is found. He narrowly escapes the spear of Sealong, and now still with 4 members up. Talon look to end the game. The flash forward. Shogun, yes, he cleanses away, but Arj is now on him. That's another one going down. Woody, unfortunately, will fall to the tower once more, but it is going to be an ace for Talon, and in just 27 minutes, in a very, very decisive fashion, as Talon taking game number 1.
Yeah, top, jungle, and mid collectively pick up 19 kills, not dying a single time. That... It's tough to feel much of anything about that. I mean, that is ultimately how Talon play the game. Slow pace, methodical. Vikings just caught up by their own hubris.
Well, that wasn't even slow and methodical, really. That was just a lot of mistakes that Talon capitalized on. And
it was slow and methodical, but then Vikings said, it's too slow, let's ramp it up.
Yeah, but that happened at the 2-minute mark.
Yeah.
When Cardi randomly face checks a bush that... I mean, you can see what he's trying to do. He thought Arja was recalling in that second bush, so he's going in to try and stop the recall. Unfortunately, Arja was in the first bush, so as he walks in, he cops half his HP and damage, flashes away, and just gets jumped on and taken out. And it happened again. Caster took the kill in the bot lane. Also, I mean, it was just Fofo. He was free farming in the mid lane. He wasn't pressured at all by your lane swap. And Betty as well was picking up kills. I mean, honestly, just the entire map fell apart. And it didn't need to. I think Vikings really now that they are, they still have another lifeline. It's not like the next game, if they lose it, they're out. But you have to start reevaluating these mid lane swaps, because as this playoff series, as this qualification series does progress, they are finding less and less and less game by game.
Yeah, I think if they try and force it again going into the next game, to me that just signifies Talon are going to be going up against CFO in the grand finals. I'm sorry, teams know how to play into this lane swap. It is no longer a gimmick. It is just it is a strategy that has fallen completely flat into opponents who have adapted to it. And I mean, 2 days in a row of Cardi solo dying to a top laner in situations where realistically he shouldn't be in a position to be threatened that heavily. Yeah. Yes, look, to be fair, it was a Renekton. Pretty scary even at the worst of times, but even still, like, that was just greed. Look, what are you achieving by delaying that back by a couple of seconds? And ultimately it cost him. You could see on that graph, there was a point about the 2.5 minute mark where Vikings were up 193 gold, and then they lost the lead and did not get it back again for 27 odd minutes.
Yeah, it was sort of just on the back, and here it is. I mean, you could see the reason he's going there is to try and stop a recall. He didn't see RJ walk into that bush, and so was just taken out. And this was very peculiar. I mean, Kratos is nowhere near. He's got a massive minion wave at his tower that he wants to take. And so Woody just completely counterplay coming through, able to mechanically max it. And again, I mean, yes, they got 1 kill here onto Kratos. It was a shutdown 2, admittedly, but still it was 2 for Talon. A bunch of minions also taken out. it was just rough. It was an unfortunate thing. I mean, Kratos ultimately didn't do anything particularly wrong this game. He had a pretty decent game for himself. I think Shogun also played very well, but unfortunately the rest of the map really did fall flat. And so you kind of just get to this point where it has to feel. And honestly, the coaching staff of Vikings probably have to realize that these two teams, Talon and CFO, have worked out how to play against this lane swap. And as you said, it's just no longer giving you the advantages it used to. And while I commend them for finding that lane swap and being able to get as far as they did with it, when it's been worked out, it's possibly just time to play more standard. You still have very talented players. It's not like you put, you know, RJ against Kratos or Fofo against Cardi and they are just going to get absolutely smashed. And they're so out-mechanical or outplayed as players or whatever you want to say, outlaned.
Well, that was the thing. That's what happened. They put themselves in this lane swap. The ultimate goal is to put the top laner of your other team behind and put your AD carry ahead against a solo mid laner. Every single lane came out worse off for that lane swap in the end. Not even because of the fact that Cardi walks into a bush and dies. And it then just sort of steamrolls into what is ultimately a very mentally draining and taxing game. You got to remember, these guys have to then play at least another best of 5 just in the last couple of days before they can even consider going to first strike. They've got how many more games to play out here before they can even think about the grand final. So this has to be insanely taxing on Vikings at this point.
Yeah, I mean, both teams ultimately should feel pretty taxed. The difference being, of course, that Talon come in here off the back of a win. Yeah. While Vikings, unfortunately, you know, going from the upper bracket now down to the lower bracket, come off the back of a loss. So, you know, maybe the win's not quite in the sails of the Vikings lineup, and that's fair enough. But still, I think we're at a point now where something's not going right with this lane swap. We do it every single game. It's time to play a bit more standard. And at this stage, that might even catch them off guard. But whatever happens in the next game, it's going to be very important, because if Talon do lead the series 2-0, it's going to be much easier for them to close it out. First, we are going to go to a break. We'll see how game number 2 unfolds right after it.
关于 LCP 的话，因为聚集了原本赛区很强的队伍嘛，然后接下来的竞争肯定会更加激烈。
我觉得跟更强的队伍、跟更强的人对线的时候是会更进步的，而且对我来说是更有趣的一件事情。
就我个人来看的话，越南进攻性特别强，然后还有大洋洲可能套路比较多。
日本的话就是相对比较保守一点吧。
因为新的赛制是全局 BP 嘛，就是选过的英雄不能再选，那这一方面会需要蛮多的思考，比起过往的话。
现在的游戏版本跟整个游戏节奏都是要5个人团队合作，然后就大家都得做好自己的事情，所以我反而觉得这种局面下，就是个人实力会比这些默契什么的更重要很多。就是有了实力，然后磨合什么就会很简单。
我们队伍是塔隆，基本上我们是无敌的存在，因为我们过往基本上都是冠军嘛。那当然，我们最后还是会依照我们的对手去调整我们的风格，因为我们算是比较全能一点的队伍。对，
就是我们选出什么样的阵容，就应该打出什么样子。就是该凶的时候就该凶，该稳的时候我们前面就稳。
中路 Fofo 的话，我觉得他是一个稳健的人。
他对线方面的话，就是基本上不会有什么问题，然后就是操作特别好的一个选手。
那下路的话，我觉得就是他们打得很好，然后只要训练上有任何问题，他们也会直接说，我们也能够很直观的去面对问题，然后解决。
不管是每一路，就是只要他看到觉得哪里觉得不好的地方，他就会跟我们讲。
我觉得我们现在队里比较搞笑担当应该是我们上路吧，阿志，对，他会有蛮多让我们觉得他蛮有趣的地方，对。
他很喜欢玩那些上路射手嘛，然后去选一些特别的英雄把人家打爆。
卡萨的话就是人挺好的吧，然后常常为队友着想，不管在游戏上啊，一直想着怎么帮助队友。
我们的辅助是无敌，其实辅助位在今年这个赛制下面的话，我觉得辅助会冒出很多不一样的英雄，那刚好无敌会的蛮多的。那我觉得他可能会玩得更好一点，对。
我
我觉得今年塔隆会拿很多的冠军。
塔隆肯定是会参加所有的国际赛事，然后希望可以在国际赛事拿到好成绩。
然后不管任何的比赛，我们都是要突破，比以往成绩更好的。
我就希望是一步一步来，然后我们把每个基础都打好，然后我们就可以走到更高的地方。
今年的话，大家加油！
Với cái giải LCP thì thật sự rất là mới với mình, tại trước giờ mình thi đấu ở VCS thôi.
Dạ, theo em nghĩ thì việc kết hợp giữa cả ba khu vực thì sẽ làm cho giải đấu thêm phần kịch tính cũng như là hấp dẫn.
Nên tụi mình sẽ cố gắng để tích lũy thêm kinh nghiệm cũng như là trải nghiệm để trước khi ra đấu trường quốc tế.
Hiện tại đội tuyển Viking Esports là có 9 thành viên và nổi trội nhất đó là vị trí của KT, đội trưởng của đội tuyển Viking Esports.
Anh KT trong game rất là hot. Đội trưởng team em là một người trong game thì luôn là điểm dựa cho mọi người.
Mình xin tự giới thiệu về team của mình. Team mình thì có một top, Kratos thì mình thấy khả năng đi lên rất là tốt. Team mình có hai vị trí rừng. Xanh thì là tài năng trẻ thì cần phải học hỏi nhiều thêm. Kuri thì mình cảm thấy rất là có kinh nghiệm trong game và khả năng bắt rô.
Trong game cảm giác Côn rất là nhiệt huyết. Ngoài đời thì khá là nhây.
Còn Chika đi trong mid thì mình cảm thấy bạn ấy là tài năng trẻ thì điều đó để tiếp cho sự động lực của mình thì càng phải cố gắng nhiều hơn.
Dạ, cảm nhận đầu tiên của em khi mới vào team thì mọi người đều rất là thân thiện cũng như là tập luyện rất là chăm chỉ. Em rất là bất ngờ về điều đó nên là em cảm thấy bản thân em cũng cần phải cố gắng rất nhiều để có thể bắt kịp đồng đội.
Với team của mình thì có hai vị trí ED, Shogun thì mình cảm thấy nếu mà Shogun chăm chỉ luyện tập thì còn phải tiến bộ hơn nữa.
Để nói về vai trò của em thì trong team thì em là người cũng có khá nhiều kinh nghiệm đi quốc tế và cũng như là đánh khá là nhiều mùa giải, thì em nghĩ là em có kinh nghiệm, em có thể truyền đạt cho support của em và cũng như team của em.
Cuộc style thì mình cảm thấy với những cái thứ mà ở trong game thì mình thấy rất là ok, còn chỉ có những cái tính thì mình nghĩ style suy nghĩ về điều đó thì còn phải tiến bộ hơn nữa. Còn hai support thì siêu long thì mình thấy khả năng chơi game thì mình thấy kỹ năng cao, còn hiểu biết về game thì mình thấy anh Di sẽ chỉ cho siêu long những vấn đề đó thì càng tỏa sáng hơn nữa. Còn Sword Art hả?
Thì với kỳ vọng của mình thì khi mà được đánh cùng với Sword Art thì em nghĩ là một người có khá nhiều kinh nghiệm và cũng như là từng đi quốc tế nhiều và từng áo quân chung kết thế giới, và em nghĩ là em rất là mong được Sword Art chỉ dạy. Em cảm thấy rất là vinh dự khi mà team em được đại diện cho khu vực VCS tham dự LCP.
Tại mình biết khi đi qua Đài Bắc thì tụi mình phải cần tập luyện rất là nhiều, vì đây là không phải khu vực VCS mà tụi mình đại diện cho khu vực VCS và fan của VCS luôn.
Em nghĩ là trách nhiệm của các đội VCS ở LCP rất là lớn.
Đội của em đã tập luyện rất là chăm chỉ cũng như là toàn bộ các thành viên đều hướng đến chức vô địch của LCP, nên em nghĩ đó là điều quan trọng nhất giúp cho đội của em chắc chắn sẽ giữ được cái slot này.
Thì em muốn gửi lời cảm ơn đến tất cả các bạn fan của Viking là hãy tin một mình nhé, một mình sẽ làm được.
Game number 2 on the horizon. And we don't really need to talk too much about game 1 because ultimately it was an absolute shellacking. TLN from start to finish just completely dominating. Unfortunately, some very key mistakes coming through from Vikings very early on meant that they never really had a chance in that one. So, I mean, you have to think that for them, they probably looked at the state of the game and started thinking about game 2 because there really was no avenue back in that one for them.
And I think, unfortunately, Talon's play style makes that game all the worse for Vikings mentally, because Talon are never a team that are going to go, realistically, there is a chance if we 50-50 this, we just end the game. They're always going to go for the safe option, was just you know, get that chokehold locked in, just squeeze, squeeze, squeeze until the other team blacks out and there's nothing they can do. And that just forces Vikings into a situation where they've got to sit longer and longer than they would have liked to sit there and experience it as we jump into Game 2 draft. Oh, look, maybe it is a case of the Vikings have a charity commitment that they must undertake every tournament, which is donate a game and then it's tax deductible.
Yeah, who knows? Anyway, heading here, they do choose the blue side this time round. So Callista, Rumble, and the Skarner banned away. Nocturne, Zyra, and To Be Decided here for Talon, of course.
I hear To Be Decided is a very overpowered champion.
Yep.
I mean, look, realistically, we are going to start to see some of those targets coming through, and I think if it comes down to what is considered strong, I wouldn't be surprised if we see something along the lines of an Udyr, given the Ambassador is out, the Renekton's out, Pyke. Okay, so it is just going to be a case of they respect Xulong's Pyke that much that it is likely going to be targeted up probably until we sort of hit Game 4, Game 5 if we do take it that far. But Kratos left with the Cassante. It was banned out in Game 1, it's been let through. I think realistically, for Vikings coming into this game, it needs to be a draft that they can play. It's simple, gives them a lot of confidence because they need that momentum shift to go into Game 3 off the back of a win here. Otherwise, this could be a very, very quick best of 5.
Yeah, absolutely. Corki looking like it's going to be the pickup, and it will be. I mean, could go to Fofo or Betty, realistically. Betty playing it more than Fofo, so you'd expect it to be more likely to go into his hands, but I mean, if the mid pool does get pinched a little bit, it could ultimately go over to Fofo. Now, Jace looking to be the response to the Cassante.
Yeah, I've liked Aj's Jace. I know I have been a little critical, just a tad. I've had some comments to make about Jace and the pass throughout the LCP, but Aj probably of the top laners has looked the cleanest on it in its current state, and what the Talon definitely have an understanding of what Jace should look like going ahead. But Guri picks up the Vi, Hardy picks up the Hui. I do rate this Hui pick. There is a little bit more security on the whole. Just because he can play a little bit further back, can still contribute to team fights from a bit of distance and has a huge amount of burst threat. The big problem that we did see in terms of counters was the Mel, but going into the second ban phase, there is a chance the Vikings just remove that threat entirely.
Yeah, no, it's not going to be. If this Kai'Sa gets locked in, ultimately it will be the Corki mid, and there it is locked in. So Betty's going to be on the Kai'Sa, Fofo on the Corki, and the Jace for Argis. So we have our solo laners and AD carries locked in. The jungle and support to come still for Talon. On the other side of things, though, it's the top side all locked in. The top, the Cassante top, rather, the Vi and the Hui. So bot lane still to be picked up, meaning that you can target some of these AD carries. You've already removed 2 of them. What's left? The Ashe strikes me as something you might just want to get rid of, because after that, the pool becomes a whole lot weaker. So Ashe immediately removed. Zeri, Jinx also been played, as well as Smolder has been played by Shogun to great effect.
Yeah.
Israel.
Look, unfortunately, I think Zeri, at least for me, I have found in the similar vein to Jace immediately after that change, it has been a little underwhelming. It hasn't really found success. Not for the lack of the fact it's a good champion, but purely because of what's available that it then has to play into. There's just a lot to shut it down. Nidalee being taken out of the jungle. I mean, Kai'Sa has picked it up a couple of times this tournament and is a very oppressive jungler if given that room to work with. Plus, paired with a Corki and a Kai'Sa and a Jace is just an insane amount of poke.
Yeah. So Israel removed now. Bit of safety on that champion, of course, as well as can respond to a lot of the poke himself. It also means that there's no way it can be removed by a Fearless Draft, so Betty can get his chance to have played as well.
Yeah, Elise for Woody hasn't been like a staple. I would have expected it more out of Xulong, who's been a little bit more aggressive, but on the whole, it's not really going to hinder Woody all that much, I think. Yeah, the Nautilus, very, very much more in character for what we've been seeing out of him all tournament long. For Vikings, they need a bot lane duo that is going to give them that security going to the late to mid to late game. Jinx wouldn't be the worst. I don't think it would be the best. And
this is the worst Xayah pick of all time.
Yeah. Look, Zyra Khan, it's
the worst Xayah pick of all time. You have picked Xayah against 3 champions that you never, ever, ever get to interact with. Sure, if Kai'Sa's auto-attack battling you, you're the same range, so you can, but ultimately she's going to be able to poke with the Void Seeker. Jace is going to be hitting from afar. The Corki as well, with the rocket barrages, is going to be hitting well outside of your range.
Okay.
The Xin Zhao, is, Zaya's okay into Xin Zhao and Nautilus, but this Zaya pick is very concerning.
Of the junglers that you definitely do not want Kai'Sa to get, I think Xin Zhao at the moment rates highest on the list.
It might actually be Sejuani for me, but Xin Zhao, being that Sejuani's gone, is probably, I think it is his second best jungler for sure. But admittedly, I think the Xin Zhao plays into what the Zaya wants, so Talon have somewhat rescued the Zaya pick unnecessarily.
I suppose, look, it does answer two, I think, big threats out in the Xin Zhao and the Nautilus, because obviously if you time it correctly, that depth charge is going to be pretty nullified, the dredge line as well. But the fact that that is so situational does not bode overly well when this is very, very clearly a poke comp. I mean, Jace, Corki, and Kai'Sa are going to be effectively just dunking on you from downrange, as Zaya is not the... not a sniper. It's definitely not what I would describe her as.
She's really good to engage. I mean, if you swap the 280 carry champs around, the team comps look a lot better. Well, the team comp looks a lot better for the side of Vikings. You've got the Vi, so Zaya wants to play against that. But that's your team that have it. Zaya is not a champion that likes playing running forward. She's a champion that likes to play running backwards. But when you have a poke comp, you don't have to do either of those things. You just sit there outside of Zaya's range and punish her. So I think, if Shogun makes this game work, he might just be the greatest AD carry in the world, because this looks like one of the hardest Zaya games I've ever seen.
Not gonna lie, I think I would have preferred something on the lines for Caitlyn Brom, even though Brom, it's not the perfect synergy, but it definitely answers a lot of what is coming out of this Talon draft.
Somewhat, but Caitlyn as well suffers when she's outranged and ultimately would be here. Fofo has left the game, so I'm assuming maybe a ping issue, just try and restart the client, get back in, and should be all good. But
I mean, the Caitlyn, because obviously you're going to have a Vi and a Cassante going in. Caitlyn can then ace in the hole on top of that. So anyone that does get caught out is likely just going to be demolished. Plus, she doesn't suffer as greatly coming in on the backside of a fight because she does have that range. Look, it's not ideal. There is no real ideal answer, I think, into this comp. And for some reason, Vikings then opted into what is arguably the worst of those options.
Agree. I think, it's a puzzling Zaya pick. You get the pairing of the Zaya Rakan, so there's some innate strength there for sure. But, I would argue similar in strength are the Kai'Sa Nautilus. It's Kai'Sa's best lane pairing as well, so both, AD carries got their best lane pairing, but the game is just a lot easier for a Kai'Sa to play. Generally, okay, the Kai'Sa is short range outside of the Void Seeker. It can get punished by Vi in a team fight, but you also have the option to pick up as Seeker's Arm Guard and then eventually as Onya's, so nullifying that Vi as well, whereas the Zaya doesn't really have any options. If you do use your Featherstorm to not get hit by the depth charge, ultimately that is also still good for Talon, because now you're a Zaya without that safety net and you
suddenly
can reliably...
collapsing on you then. So
exactly. So it's just...
It's a matter of staggering those abilities for Talon, which they've proven they can do.
They are very good, of course. And Vikings, much the same, are extremely good. But I think they've dug themselves a bit of a hole in this bottom lane. And it's going to be very hard, I think, for Shogun to really find a massive amount of effectiveness on the Zaya.
Yeah, both teams seem to struggle with the same issue when it comes to the draft, which is almost a gacha approach with we gamble hard and hope that it pays off, when statistically it just has not.
Yeah. This wasn't even a gamble. They saw everything except for the Xin Zhao and picked the Zaya. And, Talon as well, they picked the Xin Zhao, which is kind of what, Shogun can breathe a sigh of relief because there's suddenly someone that she can reliably auto-attack. But
I think it's more a gamble in that my bet would be that this is just a very comfortable pairing for Shogun and Shulong. In saying that I don't think justifies the pick into this comp. It is, look, there is a chance that it runs away with the game, but it has to have a very, very clean lane phase. It has to get a lot of kills very, very early, and from there, it just has to be a case of they have the damage to just consistently fight Talon non-stop.
Yeah, you're kind of hoping this game devolves into solo queue, where automatically there's a lane swap coming through, so it won't. And I also, to Vikings' credit, they're doing the lane swap the more traditional way, where their bot lane is up top, so I think this is going to be a lot better for them. It's going to mean that Cardi actually gets to play his lane this time instead of going up against these bruisers, which, a tank yesterday, but either way, the top laners that he has ultimately suffered against, and there's no really way to make that a more kind way of saying it, so...
Yeah, my big problem is there's 2, potentially 3 champions, depending on how Shilong plays this Rakan, that are going to be looking to dive heavy in onto Talon. Now, the process of getting that deep and onto the targets they're looking for, because there is a lot of clearance between Betty and Fofo who can just either run or jump back, is going to ultimately mean they take a lot of damage, and then Shogun is going to very much struggle to find any great effect unless it's on the back, the deep back end of a team fight.
For sure. Now, dive coming through. Kratos is under a lot of pressure. We'll see what ability he started. He started with the shield, flashing away, but he's going to get knocked up. Woody's just tanking that tower. Perfect execution coming through from Talon. Not the Akali ult, but the actual act. And no response up on the top side. Arja is completely safe up here. It's, you know, honestly, the champions that Vikings have certainly can look to dive. Arja did lose flash, so they clearly looked for something. And Sealong, you know, he's lacking a lot of health. So I imagine they looked for the dive, and Arja did flash away from it. But now, you know, he's a little bit low, no flash. He could be under pressure. Ultimately, now that Woody is coming up here, he's going to feel completely fine. And in fact, is doing a pretty good job of harassing Guri here at these Krugs.
Yeah. It's definitely, again, an interesting spot that Vikings have put themselves in, not just off the back of the draft, but in the way that they're playing. Consistently, we've seen, not necessarily Cast, I think Junji's probably been the worst. It's not culprit, because he's the one who's always doing it successfully, is looking to exploit those summoners being missing. He's going to consistently look to exploit the fact that Kratos isn't going to have that survivability on the tower. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if he gets a couple of camps and then heads straight back down there off the back of this scuttle, more than likely. They're going to go for a reattempt, but to be fair to Vikings' credit, they realise that that is a proper threat, and they are just going to back him off, give that lane over to the bot lane duo, and send him to the top side. Unfortunately, I think that then puts Shogun in a pretty rough spot.
Yeah, I mean, the lane should be fine for him ultimately. I think this ultimately is going to affect Kratos the most, because it's another minion wave that is just going to get claimed by the tower. Arja's going to get a free recall off, and so now at a deficit in his 1v1. Of course, he did die, so you'd expect that. But in order to, you know, give Shogun the most resources, it does come at the expense of Kratos on this Cassante, which admittedly makes sense. Your Cassante is going to be able to do a lot more with a lot less when compared to the Xayah. Fofo finding a lot of damage there. Unfortunately for him, he does take a tower shot, as Sealong is also going to use his Grand Entrance to create some gap between himself and Kasa here on the Zinzao.
Yeah, look, I could have conceived of a world where Kasa maybe looked to make something happen on Ducati. I think it probably would have been foolish. I don't think Vikings would have died. Yeah, I don't think Cardi would have died, but it definitely could have cost him his flash in that situation. And if it was a slightly more aggressive team, it probably would have had been something coming out of the jungle to threaten. But Shilong and Shogun spotted out Woody. Unfortunately, with the Scuttle Crab having been taken by Talon not that long ago, he will have that easy out.
Yep. Much quieter game, which is good for Vikings, considering what happened in game number 1. Guri going to be starting up this dragon. They got the first 2 in last game and looked to secure themselves the first one here in this one. It should mean that in 15 seconds when these Void Grubs do spawn, that priority should be afforded to Talon. We'll see if Vikings make their way up there to try and deny one of them, but Kasa certainly will get at least 1, if not 2, if he's lucky 3.
Yeah, off the back of a mismatch in terms of teleports, Kratos is going to have to just run it back to lane. So Kasa should walk in for free. I mean, there's potential where Cardi maybe snipes something away, but his focus should ultimately be on farming at this stage in the game. He needs to be remaining relevant going into the mid to late game, because obviously there is a potential fall-off period with Kratos Guri being the ones primarily going so deep. You need that damage from range, and if Cardi isn't in position, he's going to miss out on a lot of those opportunities. We've seen how impactful Away can be when he gets that damage off.
Yeah, so Void Grubs were the trade. Talon going to pick their first 3 of the game. Guri, though, not wasting any time. He did the dragon. He's not going to contest those Void Grubs, so immediately making plays in the jungle of Kasa. Picks himself up some CS and gets himself to level 6 now, so that cease and desist is online for Guri. You know, back in the day when Xayah and Kai'Sa were just the best AD carries, that was my favorite AD carry meta. These 2 champs have so much potential to play make, Unfortunately, the game continues to evolve and champions get stronger, and unfortunately, Desire, the champs that are strong, she does not do very well.
That is a rough spot for Kratos to be in. He is down a good 30 CS at this stage in the game. He's trying to get everything he can. Guri is on a ward right now. And Vision, having played such an impactful part of this split so far, that ward is going to be just invaluable. And the fact that he's not even going to spot it out means that is just perpetual vision that is going to remain in that bot side jungle brush between the towers. And yeah, unfortunately, Aja just has a massive lead at the moment. He's just going to be able to bully and abuse Kratos in this matchup. I mean, a 2-level lead on your lane opponent at this stage in the game can transition into a fairly scary proposition going late game.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I mean, this is the price they pay for making sure Shogun's able to continue to get farm for himself. You see Shogun's ahead in his matchup, but it is going to come to a massive cost where RJ, without getting any kills or any kill participation to speak of, he's up 700 gold. He's up essentially 2 entire levels. And once again, it's going to be Shogun here coming to claim this minion wave as Kratos will go to what is the remainder of bottom lane.
Well, unfortunately, he's going to be met there by Betty down on this bot side. So realistically, he's not going to have a much better time than he would have against Aja. In fact, I'd argue he probably has a worst matchup here. The one benefit being that he's a Cassante, has a decent amount of damage naturally built into his kit, and Kai'Sa isn't the tankiest of characters in this game. Guri here, Aja is going to be there, but going over a ward, well preempted. It does give a bit of space, but on top of the fact that it's a Xayah, there is that potential for a bailout with a Featherstorm. Problem being, RG clears waves pretty good with this slightly more bruisery, AD-focused build.
Yeah, absolutely. Boy. I mean, they're still looking up top side for a dive, but it's going to be difficult. I actually wonder how they'll execute on it. They still are looking, but it's going to be Kratos down the bot lane, Shulong here, so a 3v2 at best, but they find their way onto Shulong, they knock him up, and they completely annihilate that Rakan, and now 2v3 it is not. It's going to be a 1v3 if Kratos wants to survive this one. There's no Nautilus ult. They come forward, they knock him up. He actually gets the flash away, the Pathmaker as well, and the all-out too. As Betty does commit that killer instinct, but it is Kai'Sa who takes the kill. It is going to be Betty reaping the benefits as this tower all but certain to go down. RG survives up on the top side, doesn't even use as much of a flash, and I mean, Talon, once again, very similar to game number 1, are just sprinting away with not only the game now, but it has to be said, the series.
Noxian Blessing secured 9 minutes, 54 seconds. I don't think that's still quite the fastest one. I think we had an 8-minute, sub 9 minutes at least, for sure. And yeah, unfortunately, Shulong, all he does here is just feed over another kill as they immediately turn and burn. Great hook, the knock up, everything just dumped on his head. Unfortunately, Rakan not beefy enough at this stage to survive much of anything. And Kratos, to his credit, does about as much as he possibly can here. I think he's going to be a little bit frustrated. I mean, he does just knock Kai'Sa a little bit further. I think if it had been a little bit shallow on the tower, which he was never going to be, it would result in the kill. But that's not how the game works, unfortunately.
Yeah, Vikings, they get themselves the singular Void Grub, but Talon now in position to take the rest of them. We'll see what build Betty goes for. I mean, the fact that he has the Static Shiv means I think he's going for that Static Shiv, Essence Reaver, possibly Shadow Flame. I mean, I think Zhonya's, now that you're in a competitive environment and they have a Vi, but still, the AP, focus on the Void Seekers, and it makes sense because their team is entirely built around what is a poke comp. Vi yet to hit a champion. And this is, again, if you remember yesterday, I said it is insane that Junja on Vi has done the most damage in the game, because what we're seeing from Guri here is actually not out of normality. Obviously, usually they've done some damage, but generally it's very minimal. Just not having an angle to find an ult yet this game means he hasn't actually hit anyone.
Yeah, and I mean, the fact that Kai'Sa has also picked up 2 kills and an assist for his effort means that any sort of farm advantage is completely nullified. In fact, overturned entirely. I mean, you look at the top side as well. That is a 43 CS lead, plus Kratos has died 2 times. There are very few matches where a top laner is more behind his lane opponent.
I think this might be the worst we've seen.
The saving grace is Kratos has always been good at finding farm, so I think realistically, given another 4 or 5 minutes, he's going to find himself a couple of items. He's going to be feeling a little bit more comfortable. He's still not in a great spot comparatively, but it's better than nothing.
I agree, but there's a possibility he doesn't just because he's on Cassante. You know, generally, you know, you're this far behind as Cassante, you're never going to find your way back into this game outside of just capitalizing on misplays. And so it's probably just, you're in a better position now to just commit all the eggs into Shogun, or I think ultimately Kati, again, Xayah is just kind of fake into what is a poke Kai'Sa. Yes, the poke damage isn't there yet, but will be. Archer as well, I mean, he's going to be hitting like a truck. He's so far ahead.
Yeah, he's just been given so much room to work with and has ultimately not been punished. And while I think, yes, it is good that Guri is not suffering outright as this Vi, the problem is that he's been 6 for a good long while. In fact, he's just started up level 9. And that cease and desist could have opened up so many opportunities around the map. Unfortunately for them, Talon just have not been presenting them whatsoever. I mean, we've seen some very clever warding to try and anticipate his movements around the rift at the moment. But they might look to find Ajit. They just can't.
Yeah, I mean, Archer is playing very well. I mean, it has to be said, honestly, this team, you know, in the playoffs so far, even in the latter half of the regular season, I feel personally like Kai'Sa and Archer were not playing how you'd imagine them to typically do. But here, against this Vikings lineup, I think both of them really stepping up. Yes, Archer's 0-0-0, but ultimately, multiple times now he's been looked at to be dove, but he's managed to navigate it perfectly. He's kept himself alive, he's kept himself farming up and securing himself gold. It just now leads to Talon being so far ahead. I mean, 3k gold. It's not as much as last game.
Kratos is, yeah, look, he was in a much worse spot. He's closed that gap to about 20 CS now, so it could definitely have been a far worse predicament for him to be in. But you see the top side, they're looking to make something happen on the Benny.
And comes the cease and desist and everything used on him, and they will be able to take him down. So kill does go over to Shogun. And signs of life now coming out of this VCS representative roster as Shogun will pick himself up some much needed gold and a kill onto Betty.
So we have 9 kills less than last game at this point. So we're definitely not hitting the Ruinous Artican.
Gonna be voracious. It happens.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be interesting to see the true limits of a Ruinous Artican if it happens at all in 2025. But Iceborne Gauntlet is going to be finished up by Kratos, which means he's just that little bit harder to kill. Means that he can also set up, you know, some potential damage from follow-up. If he goes in on these team fights, means he's hitting a little bit harder. Not ideal. I think you'd be wanting to be well on your way towards the second item at this stage in the game if you were Kratos, but the fact that he's brought it back to this point is still very impressive given the amount of pressure that has just been laid on in this game.
Absolutely. I mean, still, it's... You get the kill. It's not the shutdown, which is unfortunate for Shogun. But ultimately, again, it's going to take a long time for the Xayah to really find much. And honestly, as the game progresses, it gets harder and harder for her. Just, you know, these rocket barrage firing off in her face, well outside her range. The Void Seeker as well is nowhere near doing the damage it will eventually. And Archer is still yet to pick up an item as he is stopped off for the plated steel caps, and he has the tier. We'll be getting very close now to what I imagine will be, I mean, no, it just certainly is going to be that Black Cleaver.
Yeah, which means that a team that is already not building a huge amount of armor is going to have even less to work with. Cardi still up on this top side. Rift Herald is going to be started, I think, for the most part, for free. I just don't see a world where this is ultimately contestable. I mean, they do have a lot of lockdown. Cease and desist is coming back up now, not to mention the fact that the quickness and grand entrance are up and available for Xulong. So there is a world where they do just line all that CC up onto the right targets, and Shogun can come in and just do a heck of a lot of damage on the backside. But yeah, no, Rift Herald, it's not going to be worth contesting right now. They do just duck out of the engagement. Xulong, he's still toying with it, he's still dancing around, but ultimately, they just cannot take this fight.
Yeah, I mean, if they were to, that might actually be the closest fight they could find, simply because Arja is so much of that gold lead, and he was just down 1v1ing the Kratos at the time, as Betty.
Jump scare.
I mean, I don't know who that is. I guess that technically would be better for Betty because his ult's a little bit less impactful than the Rakan ult. Now, Arja getting looked at again is going to get locked down. The cease and desist is there, and the Pathmaker doing so much damage. But he might just get one back, and he will. He will get one back. Arja, once again on the Jays, he gets dove, but he's able to answer. It was a close call, but you know, Arja, he stands tall. He gets himself that kill. He's now got the Black Cleaver, and ultimately Vikings are now once again going to be going wanting.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, look, I think that does probably a little bit for the confidence of Kratos at the very least, because of the situation he's found himself in all game. At least he's now found a kill. He's contributed to the team other than just outright dying. Yes, look, he still dies at the end anyway, but it's, I think, in terms of morale, it's going to definitely help him out a little bit at least. At least I'd hope.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he is now with that Iceborne Gauntlet, so has a bit more sticking power, and honestly, at this stage of the game, it's going to be hard for him to take down Arja outside of Arja committing to a fight that he probably shouldn't, but he will have a little bit, you know, more power to be able to stick in those team fights and a little bit more tankiness. Still, Rift Shield placed down. It will be this tower going over to Talon as they will claim their third of the game in that mid lane now. Casa trying to search out for this red buff, but won't be able to find it there.
I mean, not unwilling to fight. You can definitely see that from them, as they are grouping around this flat side of the jungle. Shogun getting a little bit close for comfort, I think. Shulong's probably panicking a little bit there, saying, hold on, back off, buddy. We've got things to be doing, and it's not dying at this stage in the game. Minute 30 to Artikan. Cardi is just being zoned out by Fofo. He is going to struggle without frontline to help him contribute to these fights. To be fair, to his credit, at least he's doing what he can to keep it on farm, but they found Arja, and this might be the perfect punching bag.
Yeah, now there is going to be the access to the Killer Instinct if somehow it can be found. Shogun is going to use those Feather Blades to secure himself a second kill of the game, and ultimately Arja will be misstepping and giving over some more much-needed gold to the Xayah, as the gold lead is remaining the same as it has for the most part, so stemming the bleeding have Vikings for the past wee while, and Casa blindly stole the big Krug.
Yeah. Look, I think there is very much a world in where Shogun ironically pulls a Betty and pulls a massive game out of the hat on the Xayah and could potentially do what is needed for Vikings to pull out a victory here in Game 2. I think it's a very, very tall task. Israel obviously a little bit more equipped to avoid a lot of that engage, a lot of that damage, and even somewhat of that poke, whereas Xayah very much has to be up in the thick of it if he wants to do damage and risks getting caught out and punished quite heavily. Cardi as well. Yeah, it's an interesting response to what is very, very much a poke comp out of Talon, in that they have a lot of engage that can be punished and a little bit of damage from range, but then their primary damage source is going to have to get up close in person.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh no, Voracious Artikan.
Who'd have thunk?
I mean, since that 14-minute time, we've almost doubled the kills in the game.
Yeah. We have, unfortunately for Talon, it's majoritively been onto them. But the Vikings can be pretty happy with that. Still, they are definitely behind, and I'm sure they realize it. Although Shogun ahead of Betty, he has now got his 2 items online. That Infinity Edge is a massive spike, so if he is able to find a way to, you know, pilot the Xayah in the team fights, he will have massive impact. Again, it's going to be a very uphill battle for him. He's going to really rely on Guri as well as Seolong to enable that. And even then, for a Xayah, the Vi and the Rakan aren't the greatest enablers. Would he? Walking in, Casa, I mean, he's getting locked down. He gets the ultimate off, though, so Shogun now not doing any damage. They will eventually be able to get into that pit, but Casa makes it out. He's on 1 HP, but he will be surviving the flash away. Kratos now in the thick of it, but so is Woody, and that's a kill found. It's a third now on the board for Shogun, as Casa, unfortunately, getting locked down by Guri, is just going to be taken out. Still nothing to come on the back of it for now. Recalls for both sides of the Rift, and Woody losing his life as the Nautilus isn't the worst of things. It does mean more pressure over to Viking. Oh no, Seolong.
He's going to have to flash.
Yeah, there's no one there. But Arja doesn't realize no one's there.
Oh no, okay.
He gets it back up. I think Arja, I mean, smart of him not to go in, because he had no idea if there was any reinforcements, but if he had have gone in, could very have possibly found himself a Rakan kill. Now, Kasi gets jumped on here. He gets the ult off just in time, but Shogun's able to get into that pit. Woody saves his jungler, ultimately, and he will unfortunately pay the price for that. Artikan now being started up as what's been used. There's no depth charge just yet, as well as Caster doesn't have access to his ult either. Guri now looking at this Jace for the time being. And Cardi doing some good damage.
Shulon's taking a lot of punishment though, and Woody is looking for the turnaround, doesn't has the depth charge. Kratos on the top side, could look for a commit. They can jump.
Woody will land with that hook, line, and sinker, but oh my god, the damage is coming through! And there goes Betty, the shutdown, and Shogun, unfortunately, will not be able to escape his fate. Betty might be meeting the same one, however, as he gets hit by that swirling despair. Archer doing his best to save his AD carry, and Betty will be able to dodge out of the rain, and oh my god, the barrier's there, so he does survive once more. Low health bars, blinking health bars, in fact, across the rift, as Kratos now rejoins the fray. It's Carson and Fofo, and oh my god, Cardi snipes away Betty. Cardi gets himself another, that one being a shutdown, and Kratos sticking to Fofo like glue. Should all but confirm another kill, and it's gonna be an ace in favor of Vikings, and VCS, they strike back, and they strike back hard.
The birds of prey quickly defeathered, crumbed and deep fried. That was greed at its finest. They saw the opportunity. Betty dives in, gets the kill onto Shogun. They think this is just an easy mop up from this point. They well overcommit, trying to bail Betty out of an unfortunate situation, and it injects some much needed gold into that mid lane, into the hands of Cardi. Kratos as well goes from 1-3 to 3-3, and this lead transitions back in favor of Vikings. They get themselves an Artican, and they will be able to take more off the back of it.
Yeah, absolutely. It should be the Dragon picked up by Talon as they do head back onto the Rift. Ultimately, Casa still not there as of yet, but they will be able to pick up their second Dragon of the game. I mean, take a look at this. Betty ultimately making a massive mistake on the back end. He manages to go in, he finds Shogun, yes, but instead of walking down to rejoin his team, he walks towards the Nexus of the Vikings. The collapse comes, everyone on Talon will pay the ultimate price.
Yeah, I mean, look, to their credit, Vikings collapse on this brilliantly, and Talon, whether it was a bit of a miscommunication as to whether or not they should commit back and try and bail him out, but yeah, Betty gets in, gets the shutdown, and from there it ultimately costs him the rest of his team, and Cardi just playing out of his mind here on the way, gets jumped on. Guri comes in to support Betty, just duck in and dive, and Aja falls down. Kratos and Shulong on the backside take out Woody, and that is the first of many kills for Kratos there. And it's right here, Betty thinks he's away and free, and Betty walks right back into it, clipped by the Arcane Comet as well. So yet more gold into the hands of Cardi, who picks up a second shutdown off the back of it, and then Kratos will walk in for ultimately his third kill. Another shutdown, massive gold swing in an Artican.
Absolutely. So what can Vikings get done with this buff? It's their time now. They are in the driver's position. They are looking to take at least the mid lane inner. Or outer, rather.
Shulong, and he's got the tools.
It is hard to dive.
Yeah. There's just a lot of wave clear coming out from this Talon roster. I think realistically they could look to bait something around the Baron. It's not the fastest of Barons, but they do have the tools in kit to really punish. Woody is looking for Guri.
Yeah. I mean, the poke now online here for Betty. If he does keep connecting on the Void Seekers, he will get that refreshed cooldown. He will be able to output damage, but still the Voracious Artican to deal with. Kratos is going to at least crack open this bot lane outer. So there's more gold into the pockets of this Cassante, who is in fact now ahead of Aja, being that he did pick up 3 kills. He also got the shut down the tower as well. Means 1k almost ahead. An interesting decision ultimately as they're going forward. Casa, he gets to get the ult out, but he is going to be eliminated completely. Guri in the thick of things, as well as Seulong. They are going to be able to get this tower. The Swirling Despair connects onto Betty, finds a lot of damage, and now Betty trying to return fire from afar. If he keeps connecting with these Void Seekers, maybe he can find an angle in, but ultimately, Vikings, they now lose that Artican buff. They do head back to their fountain. They'll be able to look for the recalls, and cast it off the map means there's no potential of a Baron.
I mean, that's almost a 6,000 gold swing now, off the back of a poorly taken Artican fight. And yeah, just Vikings feeling very much in the driver's seat. Caster feels like there's nothing but he can do but go in, and all that time, unfortunately, Shogun's just standing right where he needs to be pumping out that damage. They get the tower off the back of it, and they're able to completely zone out Talon. So Vikings, it is now, out of nowhere, suddenly their game to lose.
Absolutely. 3 items, though, in the back pocket for Shogun. So very, very strong on the Zyre. If he's able to find way his path through these team fights. Ultimately, again, the Xin Zhao pick has made it a lot easier for him to do. Here's the poke coming through from Betty, though. Certainly is hitting pretty hard.
I don't think Betty wins that 1v1, though. 3 items Zaya with ultimate available. I think the turnaround is just Betty immediately pops.
Yeah, but this is some really nice damage being found by him. I think Fimbulwinter was a little bit criminal. The tank Jace here, I think just full commit to the...
Yeah.
To the play. Castle's going to have to flash away if he wants to make it out, and he will be able to do so. Still under the tower now. Siege happening, and Cardi finding enough room and doing enough damage here to Betty to be able to get him off this tower. It's going to be going down. Arja now will rejoin the team, so 5 members of each team being here in the mid lane. Pathmaker used from Kratos to deny any CC coming through from Woody.
This is quickly potentially turning into a bit of an overstay. So Vikings will just fade away, clear that wave, back themselves off, and I think realistically there was a situation where that turn comes pretty scarily so, but they're just hiding in that bush. They're looking for an opening, an opportunity. Shogun is going to be revealed. But yeah, Phosphorus Bomb will also force them out of the brush. So nothing found. Oh, Woody, he's a bit deep, but I don't think they've got it.
Yeah, they're looking for him. Woody's going to be able to turn around and drop everything, and down will go Guri. It's a shutdown picked up by Fofo. Betty and Fofo still untouched. It's a 1-for-1 as Woody will be taken out. Caster going to fall as well. But Kratos menacing in the front line, still not able to find his way onto this back line that is Talon. The poke, the range is certainly there, and so they do get a 2-for-1 in favor of themselves, but not really anything to find off the back of it.
Yeah, it's a bit criminal. Guri does die, but the fact that they find both Woody and Caster off the back of it, and that gold is well going into the pocket of Shogun, who now finds himself up 2.6k gold. And it just seems to be that Vikings could care less our opinions and the opinions of the greater world when it comes to this bot lane matchup, or any matchup of theirs for the most part, because they're just going to try and force it to work anyway, and when it does, it works so very, very well. Guri, yeah, kind of explodes, unfortunately, but the fact that Shulong and Shogun have that, you know, the synergy to be able to bail out a little bit, and then Shulong comes in to make sure that it's a pretty free kill off the back of Kasa overextending a little. So Vikings, again, just extend that lead out just a little bit more between that bot lane duo.
Fofo now, though, has that rapid fire cannon. Betty once again getting hit. Cardi so deadly accurate. This is the second time we've seen his way. Up against Talon. And once again, it's looking menacing. I mean, just finding everything he could ever want and more. Much the same as his performance against CFO yesterday. Now, he is denying access to this river. Castle will be able to now make his way in, but not before this dragon goes down. So he is going to just pack his bags, head back to the mid lane. Fofo doing substantial damage, however, and Shogun as well. Cops a Void Seeker. I mean, he needs to build a Bloodthirster, and I believe I did see a Vamp Scepter.
Yeah, he did have a Vamp Scepter.
Yeah, so he will be working towards it, so that'll make things a little more playable for him, as, you know, yeah, he gets poked. Next
Poor Woody.
Be fine.
Poor Woody. He's not the most mobile of champions on Nautilus, and he's a pretty big hitbox as well. But the big problem to me is we've seen a couple of attempts at poke comps in the LCP so far this split. Talon, to me, at least right here, have been the ones to successfully play it the best. They've just been keeping distance. They've just been sending Void Seekers, rockets, and obviously the Shock Blast at Azure as well, downrange to great effect. And I mean, they are finding a good quarter, third HP chunks onto certain champions.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately for them, though, those chunks will no longer matter against Shogun, as he does pick himself up that Bloodthirster. So now, any health lost, as long as he gets access to a minion wave, will be able to heal it back up. That does mean, however, he won't be able to do such against the neutral objectives. If he is hitting them, I guess he gets to, but it's a little hard generally as Zaya to reliably hit those objectives. So anyway, all members of Talon here in the bush, and Shogun gets hit. Shogun gets hit well, and he's knocked up. They're not going to be able to find the angle, though, and he's now going to be free hitting. Betty trying to find any way to do damage. Unfortunately, the Void Seeker goes backwards, but Fofo finds the first kill. Kratos now joining the fray, and everyone on Talon still alive, but very, very low. Kratos, full HP. Shogun back up to full HP, much the same. He has no longer got his ultimate as Woody just finds the random hook there onto Shogun, and they are able to claim Guri's life on the back of it. Still, Shogun managing to survive. He also manages to keep his flash up and available to himself. You saw Betty, he tries to pull the trigger, unfortunately gets caught out, and he loses his.
Oh, yeah, poor Cardi. forces Shogun into that, gets hit with everything. But I think it's the fact that Cast is sitting there negating so much damage that they conceivably just cannot finish off anyone in that fight. So a bit of a problem there for Vikings, and the most evident answer to me is that Kratos somehow zones Caster out of the fight. But he's going to be struggling, I think, to find those opportunities. And Kratos losing a lot of HP in the build-up to this Baron fight.
He certainly has, down to half HP. Shogun doing what he can against Fofo, but the superior range there for the Corki. He will be able to stay reasonably high on HP. The unstoppable for Kratos. He's finding the angle. Sulong finds the way in, and that's the all-out onto Caster. But he makes the way back into the pit. He finds the smite. Can they win the fight though? Low health bars. Kratos should be able to take down Caster in the pit, but Caster turns it around. Woody flashes forward. Betty managing to dodge out of their grand entrance, but Betty very, very low. Fofo still trying to find damage, and Kratos providing the space. It's once again Vikings. Betty, he will get knocked up and taken down. Caster, you may have saved the day, but the fight was a disaster.
My God, how many times will Viking been given these opportunities? Usually they're on the one receiving, and usually it's TLN that are just absolutely handing it to them. And I thought for sure that misplay where they allowed Caster back into the Baron pit to steal it away was going to be the end of Vikings in this match. But they've just got the team fight. Shogun playing out of his damn mind, dancing around everyone, sustaining through all of that punishment, all of that damage. And just look at how much HP had been lost right there. Kratos is half HP in the pit as he tries to take Caster out. And unfortunately, Guri just too focused over on the left-hand side of this fight here. But Shogun, he's just pumping out damage, shot after shot after shot. Caster's zoned out. He can't dive in and try and deal with this Menace Zyre. By the time he does, he's dead. Great Zonya's out of Cardi there to avoid the depth charge as well. And all that effort, everything wasted here. And of course, cease and desist. Guri well and truly redeeming himself. And the piece de resistance, Kratos with the fadeaway knock up onto Betty.
And that is only one Baron now left on the side of Talon. It's Arja welding it. And the inhib was picked up by Vikings. They weren't able to get the end. Death time is not quite long enough. And now it's the Dragon. This could be a soul here for the side of Vikings. You see them, they really want it. Guri, he fails his Vault Breaker. Or maybe he didn't want to go over that wall, to be fair.
And they are splitting this fight. Arja is zoned out. He wants to be able to sit there downrange to pump out that damage. And it's just teetering on a knife's edge. Both teams looking for it, but Guri found by two.
Yeah, Guri getting locked down by Caster and Arja. There's going to be some peel for him as Shogun's up there on the top side as well. It's going to be Kratos targeted down. It's going to be Arja on the other side of things. Both tanked, but it's going to be one much tankier than the other. The Jay certainly not got the resistances that this Cassante does. And it's going to be now the Baron lost for Talon. That was the last surviving member with that Baron buff. Kratos forward. Fofo is going to have to flash away from that Natofu. Third strike. And Fofo trying to deal with this Cassante isn't going to do all that well as the rest of Vikings looking to end the game. Shogun, he's full HP. He has the ultimate. Guri going forward. Betty, he's locked up, but he does make some way out of it. And Caster trying to deal with Shogun. Guri gets taken out. The knockup could be there, but no, it's not going to be found. The Void Seeker sent right past the studio window. And Vikings, it was a tough start to the game, but Shogun proves that he's a world-class AD carry and will at least make this go 4.
I had concerns. We had great concerns coming into that draft for the Vikings, but Shogun proves that, well, an advantage in lane is not the be-all and end-all. It comes down to who has the better hands in game day on each and every individual map. And he plays out of his damn mind on the Zyre. We questioned it. The Zyra Khan, it's an unfavorable matchup into the Kai'Sa Nautilus. And they still make it work. They funnel the gold where it's needed into Shogun's hands. They give him that space. They lock down the priority targets. And they pull, again, a massive win out of a situation where realistically on paper they had no right to.
Absolutely. I think possibly you could look at a lot of things in that game. Talon so far ahead, one fight around the Arakan, which has been the crux of many, many teams. They go for the Arakan, they fail the fight, and the game just flips on its head. We saw it again here. I am also perplexed by the fact Arja was so far ahead and he opted into the full tank chase. I think just commit. You have the Corki, you have the Kai'Sa, go the poke chase, deal with Shogun just that much better because the tank Jace does not operate the same as the Pope Jace. He wants to go forward, he wants to jump into the mix of things, and that's exactly what Shogun wants. You had the pieces of the puzzle against what is honestly one of the weakest AD carries on Summoner's Rift these days, and unfortunately that red side 5th pick for your jungler was a Xin Zhao, perfect champ for the Xayah to play against. You've gone the tank Jace, completely fine for the Xayah to play against. I think Talon, once again, they find themselves in a dominant position and just completely fumble the bag on multiple instances in multiple ways. So going ahead, much the same as Vikings had to do after game number 1, Talon have a lot to look at and a lot to change.
I wouldn't even necessarily say it was more about Talon's shortcomings than it was about Vikings just brute forcing it to success. They funneled the kills onto Shogun. We saw multiple times where they had the chance to get a kill a lot quicker. They just held off, made sure that Shogun was there to pick up the last hit, get that gold. And we're going to see it through the highlights. They played so heavily around Shogun here, even when they were caught. He dies off the back of this Artican fight. It is then Cardi that steps up and I think honestly redeems himself for a lot of his shortcomings over the last couple of play days. And you look at it, Shogun, he just jumped in on by Betty, who well overcommits despite picking up a shutdown. And you see Kratos and Shulong are actually going to pivot back to try and deny that Artican from being taken. It's just phenomenal footwork around the map. They isolate and identify target priority there. Casa now realizes, yeah, we've gone too far. I need to kind of play my life to try and keep the rest of the team out, but Betty walks straight back in, ultimately dies to Cardi. He then also picks up the kill onto Casa, and Kratos by this stage has found his way back into the game. I mean, he was down by such a substantial margin, we question whether he was ever going to be relevant in the game again.
Yeah. I mean, in that fight as well, ultimately Betty had the opportunity to flash the wall to get back to where RJ was, chose to flash further away from his team. I think, obviously, Vikings capitalizing fantastically, but Talon should have just won this game. Even here, you didn't have to take the fight. You got the Baron, not everyone needed to then die. Even from this position, everyone pretty much could make a way out. There's no Cassante ult, everyone's pretty low, you can try and kite back and utilize the poke. Ultimately, committing everything in. Cardi just goes golden. Betty now getting taken out by Shogun. And now you just have no threat ever onto this Xayah, who is just completely able to walk forward. You can see in these team fights, it is actually not easy for Shogun to play.
No.
But it's Talon that just keep making mistakes, playing way too aggressively. And what is a poke comp through and through.
I think they're just baited out by low health bars. They think they're in a position where they can win it, but Shogun's just playing these fights so phenomenally. I mean, he's dancing out of damage. It's just so enticing for Talon to commit to this that they just can't help themselves, I think, in this situation. And you look at this call, there's fighting, brawling going here, and they say, you know what? We've got a Xayah who's extremely accelerated. There's already a wave here. Let's just go and end the thing rather than committing to a silly fight and potentially risking losing it here. And you see Casa coming in. There's only so much he can do against an accelerated Xayah of this caliber. Kratos jumps in to support. And it just, yeah, look, again, there's so many of these moments teetering on knives' edges for Talon that ultimately slip the way of Vikings because they just play it better.
Absolutely. Played it better they did in game number 2. We're now all evened up 1-1. As we go to a break, we'll see who is going to get their first or their second win on the board. We'll see you very shortly.
Với cái giải LCP thì thật sự rất là mới với mình. Tại trước giờ mình thi đấu ở PCS thôi.
Dạ, theo em nghĩ thì việc kết hợp giữa cả ba khu vực thì sẽ làm cho giải đấu thêm phần kịch tính cũng như hấp dẫn.
Nên tụi mình sẽ cố gắng để tích lũy thêm kinh nghiệm cũng như là trải nghiệm để trước khi ra đấu trường quốc tế.
Hiện tại đội tuyển Viking Esports là có 9 thành viên và nổi trội nhất đó là vị trí của KT, đội trưởng của đội tuyển Viking Esports.
Anh KT trong game rất là hot.
Đội trưởng team em là một người trong game thì luôn là điểm dựa cho mọi người.
Mình xin tự giới thiệu về team của mình. Team mình thì có một top, Kratos thì mình thấy khả năng đi lên rất là tốt. Team mình có vị trí 2 vị trí rừng. San thì là tài năng trẻ thì cần phải học hỏi nhiều thêm. Kuri thì mình cảm thấy rất là có kinh nghiệm trong game và khả năng macro.
Trong game cảm giác Côn rất là nhiệt huyết. Ngoài đời thì khá là nhây.
còn chia ca đi đường mid thì mình cảm thấy bạn ấy là tài năng trẻ thì điều đó để tiếp cho sự động lực của mình thì càng phải cố gắng nhiều hơn.
Dạ, cảm nhận đầu tiên của em khi mới vào team thì mọi người đều rất là thân thiện cũng như là tập luyện rất là chăm chỉ. Em rất là bất ngờ về điều đó nên là em cảm thấy bản thân em cũng cần phải cố gắng rất nhiều để có thể bắt kịp đồng đội.
Với team của mình thì có 2 vị trí AD, Shogun thì mình cảm thấy nếu mà Shogun chăm chỉ luyện tập thì còn phải tiến bộ hơn nữa.
Để nói về vai trò của em thì trong team thì em là người cũng có khá nhiều kinh nghiệm đi quốc tế và cũng như là đánh khá là nhiều mùa giải, thì em nghĩ là em có kinh nghiệm, em có thể truyền đạt cho support của em và cũng như team của em.
Cuộc style thì mình cảm thấy với những cái thứ mà ở trong game thì mình thấy rất là ok, còn chỉ có những cái tính thì mình nghĩ style suy nghĩ về điều đó thì còn phải tiến bộ hơn nữa. Còn hai support thì siêu long thì mình thấy khả năng chơi game thì mình thấy kỹ năng cao, còn hiểu biết về game thì mình thấy anh Di sẽ chỉ cho siêu long những vấn đề đó thì càng tỏa sáng hơn nữa. Còn Sword Art hả?
Thì với kỳ vọng của mình thì khi mà được đánh cùng với Sword Art thì em nghĩ là một người có khá nhiều kinh nghiệm và cũng như là từng đi quốc tế nhiều và từng áo quân chung kết thế giới, và em nghĩ là em rất là mong được Sword Art chỉ dạy. Em cảm thấy rất là vinh dự khi mà team em được đại diện cho khu vực VCS tham dự LCP.
Tại mình biết khi đi qua Đài Bắc thì tụi mình phải cần tập luyện rất là nhiều, vì đây là không phải khu vực VCS mà tụi mình đại diện cho khu vực VCS và fan của VCS luôn.
Em nghĩ là trách nhiệm của các đội VCS ở LCP rất là lớn.
Đội của em đã tập luyện rất là chăm chỉ cũng như là toàn bộ các thành viên đều hướng đến chức vô địch của LCP, nên em nghĩ đó là điều quan trọng nhất giúp cho đội của em chắc chắn sẽ giữ được cái slot này.
Thì em muốn gửi lời cảm ơn đến tất cả các bạn fan của Viking là hãy tin một mình nhé, một mình sẽ làm được.
关于 LCP 的话，因为聚集了原本赛区很强的队伍嘛，然后接下来的竞争肯定会更加激烈。
我觉得跟更强的队伍、跟更强的人对线的时候是会更进步的，而且对我来说是更有趣的一件事情。
就我个人来看的话，越南进攻性特别强，然后还有大洋洲可能套路比较多。
日本的话就是相对比较保守一点吧。
因为新的赛制是全局 BP 嘛，就是选过的英雄不能再选，那这一方面会需要蛮多的思考，比起过往的话。
现在的游戏版本跟整个游戏节奏都是要5个人团队合作，然后就大家都得做好自己的事情，所以我反而觉得这种局面下就是个人实力会比这些默契什么的更重要很多，就是有了实力，然后磨合什么就会很简单。
我们队伍是塔隆，基本上我们是无敌的存在，因为我们过往基本上都是冠军嘛。那当然，我们最后还是会依照我们的对手去调整我们的风格，因为我们算是比较全能一点的队伍。对，
就是我们选出什么样的阵容，就应该打出什么样子，就是该凶的时候就该凶，该稳的时候我们前面就稳。
中路 Fofo 的话，我觉得他是一个稳健的人。
他对线方面的话，就是基本上不会有什么问题，然后就是操作特别好的一个选手。
那下路的话，我觉得就是他们打得很好，然后只要训练上有任何问题，他们也会直接说，我们也能够很直观的去面对问题，然后解决。
不管是每一路，就是只要他看到觉得哪里觉得不好的地方，他就会跟我们讲。
我觉得我们现在队里比较搞笑担当应该是我们上路吧，阿志，对，他会有蛮多让我们觉得他蛮有趣的地方，对。
他很喜欢玩那些上路射手嘛，然后去选一些特别的英雄把人家打爆。
卡萨的话就是人挺好的吧，然后常常为队友着想，不管在游戏上啊，一直想着怎么帮助队友。
我们的辅助是无敌，其实辅助位在 今年这个赛制下面的话，我觉得辅助会冒出很多不一样的英雄。那刚好无敌会的蛮多的，那我觉得他可能会玩得更好一点。对。
我觉得今年塔隆会拿很多的冠军。
塔隆肯定是会参加所有的国际赛事，然后希望可以在国际赛事拿到好成绩。
然后不管任何的比赛，我们都是要突破，比以往成绩更好的。
我就希望是一步一步来，然后我们把每个基础都打好，然后我们就可以走到更高的地方。
今年的话，大家加油！
And we are back. Game number 2, an Astro banger, and you have to start to wonder, was the way that game played metaphoric of the continuation of this series? Because by God, it looked like Talon were going to run away with it, and then they did not.
Well, if we were to follow history and the way that sometimes it repeats itself, we look back against that match between CFO and Vikings. Game 1, CFO. Game 2, Vikings come back with a passion. Game 3, they draft Jin into Tuscana Scion, and ultimately that game is a complete and utter wash. Now, to be fair, they've already got their wash game out of the way with the first. It was definitely a much brutaler one-sided landslide than compared to that opening match against CFO. But the big problem, we've talked about this already, for both teams is the drafting has been a little bit concerning in that they maybe don't necessarily consider all the options when picking certain champs, and I'm a little bit concerned that Vikings have maybe gotten a bit too much confidence off the back of the Zyra Khan working, and then it potentially opens them up to other issues with drafting. But look, to be fair, it's a big swing in momentum that Vikings desperately needed at this stage.
For sure, another first time this series, Talon will have their choice of side selection, and to no one's surprise, they choose the blue side. Zyra, Udyr, and Ashe removed immediately. The Callista, the Rumble taken away. By the side of the Vikings, do they look towards the Israel, because Betty has been on one on that champion of late, and with, you know, this 80 carry pull slowly but surely all being taken out, you would have to imagine that's where he's going to look towards.
Nocturne, I mean, he's pretty much been a staple. He's had the third highest prio score in terms of being banned out more often than not, only falling behind Callista and Aurora, strangely enough. But Skana up and available, and Talon are going to pick that up and run with it in the hands of Kasa. I mean, for Kasa, it's not the be-all and end-all, but it does allow Vikings to take away the Israel for Shogun. I think that does all right, honestly. I think it's a pretty solid trade. There definitely are answers to the Skana, which hasn't exploded into the LCP in the way we expected it to.
Yeah, with the Israel going over, now Betty is going to be scrambling for an 80 carry. I mean, he has played the Jin to great effect, so I wouldn't be too surprised to just see him go back to it. For Wukong, for Guri to match up against the Skana should be mostly fine. Now, we're to Talon off towards in their side. I imagine that Jin is probably most likely what Betty's looking towards. There are still champions like the Jinx available that we saw Doggo and Artemis have great performances on yesterday.
We have seen teams try and force the Zeri as well, which, I mean, is open and available. It has not found a huge amount of success. Yes, it has had games where it steps up and does a lot of work.
And Talon aren't dumb. They pick the Lulu alongside it. The best lane pairing with the Zeri locked in immediately. We have done it. We've stopped picking Engage with the champion that really likes having enchanters, and now we have the formation of a good team fight. But it is going to be a rough lane.
It only took them till the second to last play day of the split to get it right.
Well, Talon's the first, this is their first Zeri game, so but it is going to be a tough lane. So we are probably steering down the barrel of what most likely will be a lane swap, and I mean, Vikings never really send their bot lane bot anyway, but I imagine that Talon want to try and avoid the 2v2. Zeri just not that strong early game, as well as the Lulu's okay, but certainly not going to match up that well into the Karma.
Mel banned out as well. I mean, solid, not as solid as it was when it first made its appearance in the LCP, but definitely something that Fofo found a huge amount of success on. He was 12-0 that game. He was an absolute menace, so denying that away, especially with an Israel Karma already on the board, that's a lot of abilities to then potentially rebuttal back into your own team. Yeah, Zeri Khan could be a problem. I mean, realistically, again, I have a lot of concerns out of the Vikings. I have a lot of faith that they have the potential in this series, but I have a lot of concerns that may fall into bad habits. My biggest concern in this game is, do they fall back into the mid lane swap? Because they didn't do it last game, they just did a pretty vanilla lane swap, just switching out bot and top.
It still went poor,
yeah,
is the problem, but...
It was always going to, though. I mean, the Xayah was always going to struggle a little bit,
yeah,
but they still make it work. Do they then just pivot straight back into it because it's where they found the most success? Is the concern? Because I don't think it's going to work
ultimately
again.
They want to 2v2. They should be looking to fight the 2v2 lane with Ezreal Karma, so it would be very preposterous to me that they would look for that, but we'll see. Galio remains open as one of those power picks in the mid lane. Talia much the same, so Cardi going to get his choice of the two, and we'll lock in the Talia. I imagine the Galio is probably going to follow here. Orianna, yeah, another good one. You can put the ball on the Skarner. You can ultimately just play Orianna without a ball delivery system as well. As, I mean, honestly, Skarner yoinks up 3 people, and, well, you've set yourself up a perfectly good shockwave.
I mean, there is also potentially the Gragas on the top side. I'm looking Gragas Jax one actually as well, not the worst option. There's a lot of lockdown from talent. I mean, come on, Shockwave, Call the Forge, God. It has been something that's made its way through previously in other regions, but Olaf, it would have been the first time. Aatrox we saw yesterday. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough, but in Sion as well. I mean, there are a lot of great top laners. That is where I'm now most concerned. I think of all the regions where Nah has been played, LCP has seen it at its worst.
Yeah, but I mean, I've watched RJ play this champion for 2 years. I have no concerns about his Nah. He's going to be going up against the Jack. It's not a great lane, but ultimately it's more likely than not that they are just looking to lane swap, in which case all RJ really has to do is try and manage that rage bar. I think ultimately, what else are you going to pick? You have to blind pick. You're most likely going to be into the Jacks. You're most likely going to be into a lane swap that your team is wanting to initiate, so I think the Nah does well here. You had the choice of the Gragas. Unfortunately, what the Gragas does is offer far too much AP, being that, you know, Skarner is about 33% magic damage, Orianna entirely, and even Zeri has a reasonable amount in her kit, so I think the Nah makes a lot of sense.
The big problem is that with the current state of the game and the focus on lane swaps, we are seeing top laners struggle that to manage that rage bar. I mean, I think the best fight we've seen out of a Nah so far, he had maybe a quarter of that bar left as he was coming in with a Mega Nah, so it definitely is a struggle for teams to find those openings. I mean, we've had games where Nah has had 0 effect. I think it was, I want to say it was potentially Garm. I think it might have been Evie, actually. It was, yeah, a 0-1 and 0 Nah by the end of that game. They just couldn't manage to keep pace and keep that champion in a position to be relevant.
I mean, there's no point in talking about Evie. I think RJ is probably
he's
the
definitely
best.
better, but I think with the current momentum lane swaps that we're seeing, it can be very, very hard to manage that rage bar is the ultimate point.
Yeah, no, I'm inclined to agree. I think, honestly, though, going into this, I have no concerns over RJ's Nah. I think he should be perfectly fine, and it's, again, you're having to blind pick, you're also having to lane swap. What do you have, really? The Gragas is an option. RJ does play the Gragas, but you're probably going to want to save that for a moment in time where you actually need a little bit more magic damage. And so this time, opting in to the Nah makes a lot of sense. He has the Grasp. At least for now, standard lanes are being suggested, but I don't think that should be for long. There is the potential that Betty and Woody just feel fine. Electrocute on the Lulu, so they are going to have a little bit more lane power in the trades that this Lulu can offer. Admittedly, probably still not the same as the Karma, who unlocks that Mantra Q at level 1.
Casa is going to be a little bit deep, cops a bit of punishment, but for the most part, I mean, he's not going to be suffering greatly.
Just recalls, he's fine. Okay, so I'm just going to spot out that the lane swap is going to be initiated here by Vikings, so there is going to be a lane swap. It wasn't Talon that initiated it. I think for some reason, like, this is a lane, and maybe the read from Vikings was that, okay, they're going to look to lane swap, so we will as well. Arjet, he's going to get found. He's going to lose a substantial amount of HP. He shouldn't be ever actually being taken out. And honestly, he's not even going to be able to participate in that first wave anyway. So this is, you know, not really going to amount to anything.
Yeah. I mean, the big struggle point for Vikings is definitely going to be Kratos. I think in this matchup, the Skarner tower dive set up with a Lulu, it just means that if Kratos is found with Caster on that side of the map, he's just dead. Yeah, the Counter-Strike's going to do a bit to help him out, but...
Zeri passive goes through dodge. Today I learned.
Well, it's technically in a... So it blocks auto attacks. So technically it's an ability.
Yeah, but it also blocks the auto like abilities that are also acting like auto attacks. Israel Q, for example, is dodged by Jaxi.
I don't know. Maybe it's whether it's intentional or not. If it's the case, it means that Kratos suddenly the lane isn't as comfortable as it could have been.
Yeah, weird. I mean, I play a lot of Zeri. I've never noticed that or known that. So there you go.
How frequently are you matching up into a Jax though?
Well, I mean in team fights, but
yeah,
I guess I'm not really focused on if my passive does do it. But here we go, 4-man lane.
We saw this. I believe it was in the LPL earlier.
All right, Kratos, show us what you got, pal. You are going to have to somehow try and navigate a 4-man dive. There we go. Waiting for the tower to lose its that damage. Woody, once again, ever the bloodthirsty support, does claim himself their first blood. And keep in mind, while not as harsh as the resistances that have been shown on the PvE, there are still considerable resistances on the top side in comparison to the bot lane. So with Arja staying down here, it is going to mean that this is getting focused down. And yeah, the teleport back is a little bit illegal, as he will soon realize that without the flash, he will have Counter-Strike available to himself. Woody tanking the tower and the shove there, but he will be going down eventually. They can just wait once again for the aggro to go, and now Betty will be looking to claim himself one, and will get it.
Fun fact, that's exactly how it played out in the LPL as well. They just kept their top laner down. It was just Sion for that one. And yeah, just a repeat 2 kills off the rip. And suddenly Kratos is in a pretty rough spot. I mean, again, it's a Jax, much like Kratos in that last game with the Cassante.
Not returning now.
yeah, 100%. Making that that way down to, way up now, I suppose, to the top side. To be fair, though, I mean, Arja, all he gets out of that is a couple of assists. Now he's collecting that wave, so it doesn't accelerate him hugely into that matchup.
Yeah, I mean, this is not a great matchup for Nara at the best of times, so it should be fine. More importantly, though, Betty and Woody, now, they're through the stage of the lane that would suck, and they are ahead because of those 2 tower dives. They also got themselves 2 plates. Obviously, shared 4 ways means it equates to what is essentially 1 between them, but either way, things for Talon starting off pretty well again. They're up 1k gold across the rift.
I mean,
majoritively on Betty.
Yeah, I mean, the big difference thing is Kratos still has the option to pivot into that tank Jax and just become a team fight, you know, setup tool rather than just an outright bully Jax. But I mean, Caster on the spot side, clearly there's a lot of focus of just abusing the fact that Skarner can go for those tower dives through terrain. A little bit harder to stick to than Shogun and Shulong, but I could imagine that there is likely going to be repeat ganks coming out of Caster, knowing full well that Kratos doesn't have the tools to really avoid it.
Yeah, Dragon spawning, and Vikings have been quick on the mark with that objective so far in this series. And Guri on that side of the map, I mean, suggests to me that he will look for it. There is going to be the Scuttle Crab there, as Arja pretty well gets himself a Demolish Proc as well for his trouble up on the top side. Yeah, and it is going to be the Dragon started up. Guri won't be spotted, but, I mean, ultimately it's going to go down. Castle will quickly realize that he has priority on the top side and should be able to start making things happen towards these Void Grubs.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, lanes aren't wildly out of control despite how things started. You look at it, Shogun had time up in that top lane, got some pretty free farm, got himself a couple of plates to boot as well. So realistically, that lead is negligible at best. I think, yeah, the biggest disparity obviously being between Woody and Shulong at the moment, but you can see Caster pathing up towards that top side. The difference being now that Kratos does have a little bit more mobility, he's looking to turn it around to Arja.
Yeah, unfortunately, no flash now on the Jax. He is going to be caught out, and no Counter-Strike either. He's just dead. Unfortunately, I mean, there is some basic things. You know, your jungler is on bot side. You have no idea where the Skarner is. You probably shouldn't use Counter-Strike, Leap Strike. Unfortunately, he does, and Caster there to punish. So Arja picks himself up his first kill. The Void Grub's being started. He's not going to be able to get all 3, but he, you know, getting the kill is, should be just happy with that, really.
Weaver's Wall is there to cut off Fofo, and that's going to get the flash out as well. And with Guri so close to 6, they could definitely look to abuse that. Arja, though, managed that Rage Bar coming in.
If they give him this Void Grub, he'll get level 6 as well. If Arja is allowed to take the Void Grub for the XP, they're not. They do get all 3, though, so they don't need to fight. Caster going to moonwalk out of there.
Solid start for Talon. Get themselves the feat of Warfare. And they've made at least some progress towards the feat of Monster Slaying. Unfortunately, it's all just punching down onto Kratos, who again I think still has a perfectly comfortable position to pivot into, that being a slightly more tanky build where he just plays for the team fight and looks to set up.
Too late now, he's got a longsword. So he is going to be going the more regular build. And honestly, we saw Tank Jax come out in the first couple of weeks and haven't seen it since, so...
I mean, to be fair, he found a great way back into that last game. He found a lot of farm in the side lanes. So it's not like he is just completely out of this game. Plus, there's just so much team fight setup that he can then just sort of exploit and lean into. That his lack of, I suppose, value in terms of money isn't going to be felt too greatly.
Absolutely. Still, as this game progresses, things are still fine for Vikings. Certainly not where you'd want them to be, but as you said, they're not out of this by any stretch of the imagination. Scaling, I guess, pretty even across the rift.
My one concern is that while Shogun is good, yes, he definitely isn't Betty. And I think the reason that Israel game went the way it did is because it was in the hands of Eddie. Look, I don't see Shogun being able to dance around and out of those situations the same way Betty does. So, look, to be fair, it's not as volatile a situation that he finds himself in terms of that dive potential. Nar is going to have to still at least get closer before he can jump straight on him. Same with the Skarner. So at least he's not as immediately under threat as he could have been.
Absolutely. Now, Arja, with the lead he's been given, is doing great up in this top side. Classic. Classic. Just annoying range top lane players. I have to deal with them too. Don't worry, Kratos. You're not alone. Hopefully he has some progress towards his Sheen. He has it. Okay, so now actually can trade fairly decently, but is going to be sent to the Shadow Realm in terms of he now is laning against Azeri, who there isn't any real conceivable way he kills him outside of Betty misstepping egregiously.
I mean, look, if Guri does head down, I think probably not going to be the situation we're looking at in the near future. But if he does, I think there probably might be a bit of setup that they could then employ to finish off Betty. But I mean, flash barrier, it's going to be a pretty narrow window of success. They're going to have to
skirting through a wall that you can't get over.
Yeah, well, I mean, it would require a perfect Cyclone setup into Counter-Strike, into the follow-up Cyclone. And even then, I think you're probably pushing it with barrier still up.
Yeah. No, I'm inclined to agree. But, I mean, ultimately, doesn't matter. They are going to just match the lane swap now. As Void Grubs, once again, as per usual, on the mind of both these teams. This time Guri is up in that top side to try and assist with getting that vision control established. Betty, nice sidestep of the Mantra Q. He's going to be able to dash over this wall, but the lightning crash, I believe. Oh, okay, he does hit it. He does manage to find the reset on it, but that's going to be a key ultimate now down. Admittedly, Xielong very, very low. So it wasn't all for nothing. This gives priority over these Void Grubs to them, but 30 seconds until they spawn, Guri has a real opportunity to just recall here, utilize the home guard, get back out onto the map, and try and contest at least one of them.
Unfortunately, Cardi on this roam is going to be spotted by a brilliant ward. So Arjet shouldn't realistically be in a situation where he goes down. Has taken a decent amount of damage from Kratos here, but Arjet as well on a ward. So a known quantity with Kasa rotating up was spotted. I don't know if Cardi necessarily saw, but clearly he's not far up enough that Kasa feels there's value on it.
Yeah, so this Void Grub fight would be a fight without Betty's ultimate, but at the moment, just the AD carries 1v1ing on the top side, meaning that down here isn't all that much. Teleport coming through. This is going to be Cardi. Here's the Weaver's Wall. Castle just pulling the trigger. Just pulling the trigger and pulling it well. But the Cyclone isn't going to get out. Yes, it will, just as Betty not going to be able to find his way onto Guri. He does flash over that wall. And so one Void Grub picked up. Kasa extremely decisive, but unfortunately the follow-up not quite there.
Kratos dies in the bot lane too.
Oh.
While that happens. Soloed out by Arjet.
Okay, he's under his tower.
Yeah, that's not great, unfortunately. And off the back of it,
replay.
Yeah, we should, but he was in the middle of teleporting because you could see it being channeled up. Then all of a sudden, yeah, it just didn't happen.
Oh, he just teleported back to the bot lane then, but I mean, what happens? Oh my.
Okay. Yeah, he just completely misplays, gets baited out by the jump and just slowly, inevitably dies.
Yeah, I mean, simple as can be. I mean, not that simple to be fair. That was extremely well played by Arja, but Still, Lightning Crash comes through. The barrier there for the Shogun, though, does keep him alive. Oh my god, he has to flash. Betty, deadly accurate. Even emoting on him there. And look, Zeri, also a skill shot champion, and for the time being at least, it's Betty that has more success on it.
Very rough spot again that they find themselves in. All those deaths so far have been onto Kratos. So he's definitely feeling like a little bit of a weak link in the same. The saving grace being that no one else on this Vikings roster is being forced off the rift. They're still remaining up and finding what they can round the map. The problem I'm seeing, though, for this roster of the Vikings, every time that Zeri has really struggled into a team has been off the back of just a pure tank top laner. Just been unable to shred through like the likes of an Udyr. Even, I think there was an Ornn in one of those matchups, Xante as well. Like just the three beefiest top laners that you're looking at. We don't have that same issue with with Kratos on the Jax. We've already seen that, well, Betty can just cut through him anyway.
Yeah. Especially currently. With how far behind Kratos has been set this game. And ultimately, I think also the shortcomings of Zeri for the most part in the LCP thus far has also been that they have just been losing from the get-go. To, you know, Zeri's fault or not, has just been behind. This time, that is not the same. Betty's going to be ahead. He also has the Lulu, which I cannot reiterate enough. This champion feels 100 times better to play when you have an Enchanter support.
Casa, look, I have to say, despite Guri's in a rough spot here. Despite the early pressure that we've seen out of this Talon roster, Casa really hasn't been able to find a heck of a lot on the backside of it. So far, it's just all been him punching down onto Kratos with various lane assistance.
For sure. I think, again, they do need to start looking towards these dragons. They get the 5 Void Grubs, and with how far ahead Archer ultimately is over Kratos, that can come into some huge effect later on. You also are seeing that for the entirety of this game, Fofo has been shoved towards Cardi's tower and, you know, bit by bit chipping away at them. We'll have a look now up at the top lane. Yeah, it's down to well below half HP. Although Archer in a peculiar position as Sealong coming on in from behind him. Does he have the jump available? Not seemingly. He looks to try and slow up Kratos. Won't be able to do it. He doesn't get the reset, but he does create enough distance that he is going to be able to get out of there. Very nearly Castle with the Impale up on the top side, but it is onto a clone. And Woody was forced to pop that Wild Growth on himself. So a bunch of fighting happening across the rift, but no deaths, no kills. All things will remain even in that regard.
I mean, disparity, a difference of finished boots for Aja being the difference between life and death ultimately from him there. The fact that Kratos didn't have his finished boots over, it was just the Browns. Wasn't able to follow up, wasn't able to connect that stun, and ultimately just walks himself out of what should have been a death sentence in any other situation.
Yeah, I'm surprised he got away. But he did.
And you can see it was literally a matter of pixels. And unfortunately, just Aja in that mini-nah is just too fast.
So once again, action will cease.
I only just realized this is going to be a triple Trinity Force game. It's the Triforce squad for the Vikings.
Oh, yeah. Do you get an extra hidden bonus, you reckon? You know, just the whole base of Trinity?
Well, yeah, 3 of them. You'd imagine so. Oh, Cardi.
Maybe there's a TFT augment for that.
Well, I'm certainly not getting it of our experience today. It's been a bleak day.
Bot tower might just go to... It's going to stay up. I think... I guess, you know, for Talon, if you do get it, that's the Noxian Blessing, but you would rather have a champion actually pick up that gold. It's a substantial amount. Now, dragons spawning soon, but it's Talon that are instead trying to make waves on this Rift Herald. Castle already on it. Once again, he's gone for the Zeke's convergence on this Skarner. Shogun and Betty battling it out, but at least for the time being, it's a pretty even trade. still, there is the bonus of this Wild Growth being there. Fofo now trying to protect his jungler. The Impale comes through, and Betty over the wall, but he goes straight into a Jax. He does flash away, but the leap strikes there, and so is the Wild Growth. It's Kratos under the pump. It's RJ pumping the other side of things as Cardi is going to flash away, but gets a boulder yeeted into his face. Down goes Kratos. Down goes the Vikings, and Talon, they will come out trumps here in this team fight.
Trust Arjit to be the first one to not only make the Jace top look good, but also make the null look good. He had the perfect rage bar to come into that fight. And, I mean, Kratos had the edge over the teleports. He was getting there a little bit quicker.
Betty ease onto his face.
Yeah, that was, look, unfortunately, the best of a bad situation in this game. And Vikings, oh my lord, Guri.
Okay, that was a lot more damage than I expected.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the teleport disparity. Kratos coming in a little bit earlier. Yeah, I mean, it's almost a full second and a half difference. Kratos comes in, looks to jump onto Betty, but Shogun ease forward. He arcane shifts right into the prime territory. Arji collects 2 with the Gnar, and Kratos just dies because he can't run away because he's only got tier 1 boots. That literally went about as bad as it could have for Vikings, other than Guri also dying there.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Betty, I was very scared when he eat over that wall, but did have both sums and again, the bailout that is known as Lulu.
Yeah. Definitely a very, very rough spot for Vikings to be in. To be fair, they were here in game 1. They then brought it back in game 2. So there is a potential that we do see our first game 5 series purely off the back of both teams just losing.
I think ultimately the concern for the Vikings is coming out of early game of all 3 games, they have been at a huge loss. Every game so far, all 3 of them, even game 2 that they eventually won, they've been very far behind coming out of early game. And Talon made enough mistakes for them to capitalize on that they were able to take that second. But I think now, you know, Talon generally a risk-averse team, and after what happened in that game number 2, I think it's just going to make them feel even more less likely to want to take risks. You're kind of seeing that in this game, where Casa, yeah, maybe he's the one that's in front taking the damage, but as soon as there's any angle where they can all but assure a teamfight win is when they pull the trigger, instead of taking these more risky looks. Now RJ has the Mega Gnar, he's going to be able to find his way in, but he does get stopped by the Cyclone. The Gnar ult can still come through, and he does manage to get it. Guri though, maybe able to turn the kill around, but the shield is there for Fofo, and RJ will make his way out.
And he ultimately just dies for nothing. Shulong is going to have to play for it.
Oh! Shogun finds the snipe, but it's going to be Shulong going down as well. So despite finding one back there and an important one, of course, onto Shogun, it is going to be traded yet again as Talon come out ahead.
This is just... I mean, this feels exactly the same way as game 1 where it's not even just a rough spot that you're in anymore. It's getting a bit hard to watch where these situations are getting progressively worse and worse for Vikings. Purely off the back that, I mean, Talon have forced them here. It's nothing really that Vikings have done to set themselves up for this. But I mean, Guri feels so desperate in the situation you're in. Any kill is a kill at this stage. And unfortunately for him, there was just so many tools to help Arja stay alive. Yeah, Shogun. Oh, beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. And money, that's going to be big for him to try and...
A massive shutdown.
Yeah, to be fair, I mean, this is also similarly how Betty got himself back into that game.
That's right.
Where he went 13-1, was it, on the Ezreal?
Yeah, no, it's essentially the exact same way. I mean, it wasn't off the back of a true shot barrage, but it was off the back of picking up a massive shutdown, and he found himself the biggest one there was on the map. So... certainly gold into his back pocket. He's got his 2-item power spike online. And, you know, as sure as any games may look, there is one objective in League of Legends. It's a new objective. It came in this split, in fact, that I cannot count how many times a game has been thrown at it. And Talon have now started it off.
I like to call it Gambakan because you are so more often than not just coin tossing going in, and sometimes the steal works out and you ultimately find yourself just denying it away from the other team, or ultimately you force it, stay too long and die. But right now Talon have such a commanding grasp over this part of the map. Vikings are never going to be able to get close enough to even threaten.
Yeah, it's just picked up. So Talon, they will get their Voracious Artican here. They weren't able to get it last game. Sealong's going to be taken out. Does heal. Fofo as well on the back side of things. Archer! What a dodge. He's going to get his Mega Gnar up. He does get the Gnar ult out as well, and the Wild Growth there to try and keep him up, but eventually will go down. Guru's going to follow, and so will the rest of the Vikings. Cardi and Shogun, they flash the way that is certainly anything but their fountain. Fofo picks himself up a killing spree. Cardi is going to get a boulder chucked at his face. Unfortunately, a theme of this game, whether it be the Skarner or whether it be the Gnar, these humongous boulders come flying in, and each time it results in a kill. 14-1 in favor of Talon now as this Rift Herald looks to crack open the base. Betty has to be a little bit careful. I mean, he can ultimately go down pretty quick to the likes of Kratos, but now that Woody's arrived, he's going to feel all the more safe. There's the shield going down, though.
He's got the withdrawal, so, I mean, ultimately it's...
Yeah, I mean, he's never getting killed, but you still ultimately, if you can keep that up, you're going to feel a little bit better. Arja, unfortunately, missing his... what is it called? Boomerang.
Well, I mean, if it doesn't come back, isn't it just technically a stick?
Yeah, true. Well, it did come back. He just didn't catch it.
Oh, so, I mean, Silong... Oh, okay. So he just hard gets griefed by Cardi. Look, to be fair, maybe it's a big bang strat, you know? Blood sacrifice is sometimes required to find success, and maybe Cardi is sacrificed Shulong so that game 4 goes their way.
Yeah, I mean, I think the point was they wanted to try and find a way out, and Sealong ultimately is probably going to go down anyway. It might not actually be true. I think if you keep your camera up, maybe the Mantra shield, the movement speed you get from it, could have helped them get away. But either way, whatever happened, happened. And Talon were in a position of this game that they're just going to win it anyway. I don't think there's any much point for the Vikings in particular to focus on their mistakes from this point onwards. It's time to start thinking about that game number 4 and try and figure out how to take us to Silver Scrapes.
I mean, it's crazy that unfortunately this series is also taking the exact same trajectory as Vikings won against CFO yesterday, where game 1, it was just pretty much a shutout. Game 2, they come back with a vengeance and Viking play some very, very good League of Legends. And then game 3...
they give over Skarner.
Yeah, some questionable drafting decisions puts them in a rough spot. And wow.
Oh, the Impale comes through. That's onto everyone. Keep in mind the withdrawals are still there. Betty is going to be taken out eventually. Does find a lot of damage for it, though, as Kratos does go cold in the middle of the team fight. Does have the flash and the leaves trying to get himself out. And now it's just going to be the tower that Talon look towards. Importantly, Betty, yes, he gets taken out. He gets taken out milliseconds before that Artican buff is lost. So he is going to be back on the map in a moment of seconds, as he is going to be able to march back towards his team. And it's still no foot on the brake here for Talon as they continue to march towards this base. Arja, he's getting his rage bar up. He's going to be able to look for an angle. It's a 4v5 as Cardi has been eliminated from the picture. Arja with flash available. Everyone from Vikings has to be scared. No flash on many of them. Sealong admittedly does have his, but Talon, they're going to take their prize, which is that inhibitor tower, and they're going to leave.
Yeah, I mean, this... I have to commend Vikings for their ability to come back in game 2, because they were in a very similar position as they are currently in this game. But again, they, to me, phenomenal flash impale out of Castle. He's been pretty on point with those. Betty just rides the rails into success. Does get withdrawn seconds before potentially ultimately dying there. But yeah, the Vikings have, I think, min-maxed the most in this tournament and going from the deepest gold deficit to coming back in game 2, now being down... Where are we at currently? Another nearly 10k. So this is, I mean, if you look at the overall gold graph of this series, we are going, look, just new heights and new lows.
This is an unfortunate position they find themselves in, as that Dragon was picked up by Talon. So 2 apiece now. I don't think we are reasonably going to go to any kind of Dragon Soul here in this game. As Talon ultimately can probably look towards and successfully take this Baron. Woody's going to take a massive chunk of damage though, so Sealong doing a good job to essentially deny the prospect of that for a little while.
Support on support violence. We don't encourage it, but we're not going to stop it. Let it happen. There's a lot of frustration that is constantly present in supports, and sometimes it's good for them to just be able to work that out on each other.
Sure. Fofo is sent... Oh... I mean, he would have been under threat if people from Vikings were there, but wasn't, so he was able to just walk on out. Does dodge the 2-shot barrage, and Casa, let's have a look how much damage he took. Ooh.
I mean, it's not nothing, and yeah, they definitely know that there's someone in that brush now. Unfortunately, Kasa can, again, just sort of shimmy through that wall and likely would just end up in the face of Shogun anyway.
Yeah, that is a full Talia combo and some more. And Kasa, who isn't building, you know, very tanky. He's not got the Heartsteel build, is still seemingly untouched, essentially.
Sphere of Shojin as well finished up for Shogun, but even he is barely taking. I mean, it's crazy to me that the mid lane is where the biggest disparity is. It's not like Cardi had a bad game, but Fofo's just found so many more opportunities. That Orianna is just such a menace in the game at the moment. Fofo, I mean, single-handedly zoning out Guri here, and Kasa is going to look to dive on into Cardi as well.
Pale does get flashed away from Cardi. While he does get out of at least that ultimate, will be just taken out. Another boulder comes flying on in. It is raining rocks here on the Rift. Talon, they do have to get off the Baron to look for that kill, but still, I mean, they can just turn towards it now, and they will be doing so. Putting Fofo not able to get into the pit, being that they don't have a dash, but will be able to come around, join their team. And in fact, Fofo rather going to be looking to just deny Guri entrance into the pit. Shockwave comes through, Artage goes forward, but it's a good Cyclone out of Guri to deny him that Gnar ultimate. He now goes into that Mega form. And so Guri, who is taking massive chunks of damage with Kratos leading, is going to be the Baron going over. What can they find though? Kratos turning around, he gets shoved straight into that wall, and Betty, keep an eye on him. He's got the lightning crash still, it's going to come down. Crash down comes the lightning. Betty's going to go forward. Oh my God, he's lost his mind, but he flashes away. And Betty and Woody make it happen. As Talon, they're that far ahead, he can go in 1v3 and succeed.
This Talon roster and making champions that have ultimately looked flat in the LCP look phenomenal. Betty does it here with the Zeri, and he's just gone and said, look, you can bring out the Israel all you want, buddy. I'm the clutch king in the LCP. I'm the one who's going to make miracles happen when I have no right to, and he just jumps in. They completely wash Vikings out. If game one was a domination by Talon over Vikings, they concede a single kill in game 3 while taking 21 for themselves.
Yeah, and now as things stand, there is a massive task for the coaching staff of Vikings to get the mental shift of Vikings back to bring us to a game number 5, because Talon have been dominant throughout the series. Every single early game, they have wiped the floor with this Vikings roster. They made a mistake in game number 2, but by God did they come out in this third one and just completely dominate. The PCS representatives, Talon, they won the last 4 splits straight, and they are not going to go silently into the night here, as they will claim their second of the series. Game number 3 goes to them, and boy, oh boy, did they look clinical.
My word, I mean, that was a dissection more than anything else. That was surgery out of Talon. They dismantled Viking step by step. It starts with Kratos dying twice under his own tower off repeat. I mean, it was off cooldown. It was on site from Gaza there. Comes back and says, well, buddy, that was a mistake, and I'm going to show you why. Jumps straight back under the tower. Kratos dies for a second time. Heads up top line. It doesn't get any better, because Aja into that range versus melee matchup. I mean, he died twice solo to Aja, I think, there in that game. And ultimately, I mean, he gets tower dove 3 times. It was just, it went from bad to nightmarish in a moment.
Yeah. Absolutely. The God of War, he was not that game. It was Talon who really stuck it to Vikings, and boy, oh boy, did they look good. Fofo doing the most damage in that game. I want to say, in my opinion, I think Kasa deserves the MVP for this game. I think, honestly, Fofo, he did a lot of damage. Guess who allowed for all that damage?
I mean, Kasa set so much in motion for that game. I mean, you just look at that goal graph, and it's almost indicative of those moments where he was impactful on the map, because it ultimately resulted in a huge spike, a huge injection of cash. Barring that last little spike there at the top, that was all Betty.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's just, I've been very critical of Kasa. Ultimately, you know, he's not performing how you'd want him to for this massive player. Honestly, a world-class jungler. He's been a bit quiet here in the Talon lineup, but I think in this game, he set up everything and more. Obviously, the solo kill here from Aja. Even this, you could attribute somewhat to the fact that the entirety of the early game, Kasa just came down, dove this guy again, and then dove him again. here even. He's getting very low. Yes, he's got the support of the team. Fofo able to keep him up just that much more. Woody as well, who does what he can for Casa, comes back in time to get Betty, and he's able to just chase down Kratos. And Blue Panda, you had concerns over the Gnar. Have those concerns been answered?
Yeah, I think, look, Aja definitely feels like the exception to the rule with those weak top laners. I mean, he's made the Jace look good. He's made the Gnar look very, very good. Everything that he touches, he makes look absolutely golden. So, look, when it comes to him, I have complete faith now that anything he picks is going to be doing pretty well into the game. And yeah, look, despite what was the only kill of the game for Vikings, by the way.
Yep.
Which I really don't think that you could have set that up any better. And yeah, poor Shilong just sacrificed to the wolves.
The Betty emote, I didn't notice that in the game. Woody was emoting this whole game too. From the start to finish, they knew they were winning. This, you know, on a technicality, could be their second kill. Unfortunately, you don't get it in the scoreboard, so...
Just there was like 6 flashes just thrown down.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, this is... It's just bizarre to see a top 3 team look this complete. The only word I can think to describe it is muted. Like they're non-factor in this game. It's almost like co-op versus AI, and it's not that they're bad players. They just got systematically shoved out of the game from moment 1, and unfortunately, there was just no way of them getting back in.
For sure, and this is the Talon I somewhat expected coming into the split. I think ultimately they've had a pretty quiet one. I mean, Betty here. Oh boy, does he get low. But oh boy, when he doesn't get taken out. It's one of those classic quotes. If you aim at the king, you better not miss. And at least for now in this series, it is Talon that are the kings. They now lead 2-1 Vikings. They brought it back after a, maybe less, but a similar defeat. We're going to go to a break, get the mentality aligned, and see if they can get game number 4.
关于 LCP 的话，因为聚集了原本赛区很强的队伍嘛，然后接下来的竞争肯定会更加激烈。
我觉得跟更强的队伍、跟更强的人对线的时候是会更进步的，而且对我来说是更有趣的一件事情。
就我个人来看的话，越南进攻性特别强，然后还有大洋洲可能套路比较多。
日本的话就是相对比较保守一点吧。
因为新的赛制是全局 BP 嘛，就是选过的英雄不能再选，那这一方面会需要蛮多的思考，比起过往的话。
现在的游戏版本跟整个游戏节奏都是要5个人团队合作，然后就大家都得做好自己的事情，所以我反而觉得这种局面下，就是个人实力会比这些默契什么的更重要很多。就是有了实力，然后磨合什么就会很简单。
我们队伍是塔隆，基本上我们是无敌的存在，因为我们过往基本上都是冠军嘛。那当然，我们最后还是会依照我们的对手去调整我们的风格，因为我们算是比较全能一点的队伍。对，
就是我们选出什么样的阵容，就应该打出什么样子。就是该凶的时候就该凶，该稳的时候我们前面就稳。
中路 Fofo 的话，我觉得他是一个稳健的人。
他对线方面的话，就是基本上不会有什么问题，然后就是操作特别好的一个选手。
那下路的话，我觉得就是他们打得很好，然后只要训练上有任何问题，他们也会直接说，我们也能够很直观的去面对问题，然后解决。
不管是每一路，就是只要他看到觉得哪里觉得不好的地方，他就会跟我们讲。
我觉得我们现在队里比较搞笑担当应该是我们上路吧，阿志，对，他会有蛮多让我们觉得他蛮有趣的地方，对。
他很喜欢玩那些上路射手嘛，然后去选一些特别的英雄把人家打爆。
卡萨的话就是人挺好的吧，然后常常为队友着想，不管在游戏上啊，一直想着怎么帮助队友。
我们的辅助是无敌。其实辅助位在今年这个赛制下面的话，我觉得辅助会冒出很多不一样的英雄。那刚好无敌会的蛮多的。那我觉得他可能会玩得更好一点，对。
我觉得今年塔隆会拿很多的冠军。
塔隆肯定是会参加所有的国际赛事，然后希望可以在国际赛事拿到好成绩。
然后不管任何的比赛，我们都是要突破，比以往成绩更好的。
我就希望是一步一步来，然后我们把每个基础都打好，然后我们就可以走到更高的地方。
今年的话，大家加油！
Với cái giải LCP thì thật sự rất là mới với mình, tại trước giờ mình thi đấu ở VCS thôi.
Dạ, theo em nghĩ thì việc kết hợp giữa cả ba khu vực thì sẽ làm cho giải đấu thêm phần kịch tính cũng như hấp dẫn.
Nên tụi mình sẽ cố gắng để tích lũy thêm kinh nghiệm cũng như là trải nghiệm để trước khi ra đấu trường quốc tế.
Hiện tại đội tuyển Viking Esports là có 9 thành viên và nổi trội nhất đó là vị trí của KT, đội trưởng của đội tuyển Viking Esports.
Anh KT trong game rất là hot.
Đội trưởng team em là một người trong game thì luôn là điểm dựa cho mọi người.
Mình xin tự giới thiệu về team của mình. Team mình thì có một top, Kratos thì mình thấy khả năng đi lên rất là tốt. Team mình có hai vị trí rừng. Sensan thì là tài năng trẻ thì cần phải học hỏi nhiều thêm. Kuri thì mình cảm thấy rất là có kinh nghiệm trong game và khả năng bắt rô.
Trong game cảm giác Côn rất là nhiệt huyết. Ngoài đời thì khá là nhây.
Còn Chika đi mid thì mình cảm thấy bạn ấy là tài năng trẻ, thì điều đó để tiếp cho sự động lực của mình thì càng phải cố gắng nhiều hơn.
Về cảm nhận đầu tiên của em khi mới vào team thì mọi người đều rất là thân thiện cũng như là tập luyện rất là chăm chỉ. Em rất là bất ngờ về điều đó nên là em cảm thấy bản thân em cũng cần phải cố gắng rất nhiều để có thể bắt kịp đồng đội.
Với team của mình thì có hai vị trí ED, Shogun thì mình cảm thấy nếu mà Shogun chăm chỉ luyện tập thì còn phải tiến bộ hơn nữa.
Để nói về vai trò của em thì trong team thì em là người cũng có khá nhiều kinh nghiệm đi quốc tế và cũng như là đánh khá là nhiều mùa giải, thì em nghĩ là em có kinh nghiệm, em có thể truyền đạt cho support của em và cũng như team của em.
Cuộc style thì mình cảm thấy với những cái thứ mà ở trong game thì mình thấy rất là ok, còn chỉ có những cái tính thì mình nghĩ style suy nghĩ về điều đó thì còn phải tiến bộ hơn nữa. Còn hai support thì siêu long thì mình thấy khả năng chơi game thì mình thấy kỹ năng cao, còn hiểu biết về game thì mình thấy anh Di sẽ chỉ cho siêu long những cái vấn đề đó thì càng tỏa sáng hơn nữa. Còn siêu quốc ạc hả?
Thì với kỳ vọng của mình thì khi mà được đánh cùng với siêu ạc thì em nghĩ là một người có khá nhiều kinh nghiệm và cũng như là từng đi quốc tế nhiều và từng áo quân chung kết thế giới, và em nghĩ là em rất là mong được siêu ạc chỉ dạy. Em cảm thấy rất là vinh dự khi mà team em được đại diện cho khu vực VCS tham dự LCP.
Tại mình biết khi đi qua Đài Bắc thì tụi mình phải cần tập luyện rất là nhiều, vì ở đây là không phải khu vực VCS mà tụi mình đại diện cho khu vực VCS và fan của VCS luôn.
Em nghĩ là trách nhiệm của các đội VCS ở LCP rất là lớn.
Đội của em đã tập luyện rất là chăm chỉ cũng như là toàn bộ các thành viên đều hướng đến chức vô địch của LCP, nên em nghĩ đó là điều quan trọng nhất giúp cho đội của em chắc chắn sẽ giữ được cái slot này.
Thì em muốn gửi lời cảm ơn đến tất cả các bạn fan của Viking là hãy tin một mình nhé, một mình sẽ làm được.
Backs up against the walls. Vikings, they are one loss away from being sent on their merry way back to Vietnam, but they found themselves in a similar position in game number 2 where they'd just come off the back of a almost humiliating defeat. They fought back, they looked good, they have to do it again, they have to take us to a game 5, because I would think that many fans around the world would be disappointed to not see a VCS PCS final.
Yeah, look, you've been introduced to the best of 5 format. You kind of want to see at least one. I think at this stage it's kind of crazy to me that the grand final is probably offering us the best chance at a BO5, and I'm still not 100% sold it would be, given what we're seeing out of both these teams. I think, yeah, look, Talon, if they keep this form up, then 100% we do see that go to a game 5, and I think ultimately there is a chance that Talon do win it. But at this stage, statistically, That has to be the worst loss we've seen this LCP so far, which is a brutal reality check for the Vikings.
Yeah, and I think the second might just have possibly been game number 1, ultimately. But yeah, they've been able to fight back in the past, and now they have to do it again. They are a team of very talented players. You know, Talon are going to be pushed to the limits in this draft, much the same as they are. You get to the point now in this best of 5, we have to start considering, okay, we've consistently banned Ashe, we've consistently banned Callista. AD carry pool is very low. I mean, ultimately you lost the Corki as well as the other 6 because of that mid lane pick. Do you just leave those 2 open, handshake them, and see who has what it takes to get this game number 4 across the line? It does not look like.
Yeah, with Callista gone, I think Talon all but definitely have to respond with an Ashe ban unless they've got something they're happy to play while also giving it over to Shogun. Which I think honestly would be a big mistake given the global pressure she offers to this team. And I mean, how much we've already seen Kasa impacting the map. But Jhin ultimately going to be taken away as well by Vikings, which puts the onus on Talon. They say, look,
they've been banning Udyr the whole series and it remains open.
Yeah.
So they get the choice, do they ban the Ashe or the Udyr now?
But then Talon obviously have the option to go, actually, we'll just ban something else entirely, force you onto one, we'll take the other.
This is true.
And I think realistically, for Ajit or Betty, realistically, those are both brilliant options, and it might just be the heads-up play for Talon. They're going to ban the Udyr, though, which does leave Ashe.
So Shogun gets Ashe. What's going to be the response, though? I mean, you could go something like the Jinx Renata. We saw Garm play it against Talon yesterday to great effect. Ultimately, you have to find something, and you know, when you go down that tier list of 80 carries, I think we're quickly arriving at Jinx being the most viable remaining option.
Yeah, I mean, Jinx, Smolder are the ones that come to mind immediately that you would conceivably at least approach. I think pretty much everything else is just a non-factor. Ajit going to be hovering that Lee Sin for Kasa, which we've talked about. We haven't seen much of it out of Kasa. He really has avoided it.
He played that one game and it was phenomenal.
But for the most part, yeah, it's been a non-existent factor for him this split. And we're both pretty grateful that the Pantheon is gone, and that was what I was thinking. Maybe we opt into the mage bot lane. It hasn't been seen a heck of a lot, and Ziggs, seemingly one of the most popular mages in the bot lane, and surely not.
I wish. It's unlikely, but I mean, if ever there a time, been hovering for a long time.
That's a deep pocket pick.
The timer is going down. It's Viego.
Yeah, look. Rise for Cardi.
He's played one game of Rise to great effect, so I don't hate to see him on this again.
I think the one issue potentially now, though, for Vikings is with that hover, or the Warwick, Cardi just having a bit of fun. Viego is going to be locked in there after the fact. I mean, interesting that you'd hover Viego, then lock in Rise, and then just go Viego anyway, but
I mean, it doesn't matter either way.
Yeah.
Ultimately, Fofo now has to find something with some mobility in the mid lane, because if he isn't a mobile champion, then the gank setup available between the Rise and the Viego is going to be fairly difficult to navigate. The Leona looking like it will be the pick for Woody, so one of those prime engaged supports that is still remaining open. Of course, there is still Rel, there is still Alistair, but they can ban those out now. So what are you left with if that happens? I mean, you might just want to ban the Renata because they do have the Ashe, and Ashe Renata is a little difficult to deal with.
I'm looking, so Braum, Alistair, Rel, Shen.
Yeah.
So the sort of the go-to supports I think that would have been likely picked up. Yeah, with Shen gone, that means that, I mean, look, Talon can conceivably get one more. I think potentially you look to prioritize the Rel, if I had to, just in terms of team fight openers and what it enables.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, the Renata's been so effective in this tournament. I only remember one loss really from it against CFO yesterday, and other than that, it's just been pretty winning from my memory.
Okay, so for Talon, you've got a mage bot lane, which opens up the potential for an AD mid.
Yep.
Yone's banned. You've got Lee Sin and Ziggs.
I think Fofo might be angling for a Tristana.
Yeah, Shulong still at this stage in the draft copying the respect ban of the Pike.
Yep.
I mean, look, there could be an argument made for Yasuo. I mean, they've got the potential to round it out with something in the top lane that enables it a little bit more. But yeah, I think safety-wise, Tristana's going to be the go-to. Akali going to be banned out, and the hands of Fofo was pretty scary.
Yeah, Galio maybe. Okay, well, I mean, a much safer pick. Rise is going to be able to scale up for free would be your concern, although it will struggle a little bit into the Galio if there's a good engage coming through from Woody. Still, it's not the easiest time for the Galio. There's not really that much setup. That is set up for the Galio. The Camille, for Argus, second time we're seeing it. He did lose the first time. Blind picking it though, but in saying that, he's blind picked it with Jax removed. So there isn't that many massive, scary top laners to peer into this Fiora. We might be really reaching into something a lot more fun. The Olaf. A lot more fun we will receive. It's going to be Kratos on the Olaf. T-Long, I mean, to no one's real surprise, I suppose, picking up this Elise, giving themselves a really scary bot lane for themselves. One thing I really, really, really need to see this game out of Vikings is no lane swap. The Ashe and the Elise will do fantastically into the Ziggs and this Leona. Plus, you cannot possibly give Ziggs a free lane to hit a tower.
What is Fofo going here? That's the question. There.
Or was it his Ziggs? It could.
It could be. As
No.
Victor was left through, we didn't even click onto that fact. That's crazy that at this stage of the draft, Fofo's been allowed to find the Victor in the mid lane.
Yeah, so gets himself a champ that he's had a lot of success on. It'll do perfectly fine. While earlier in the draft, you may be concerned about the damage in terms of where it's coming from, and majoritively being AP if you pick an AP mid laner. But with the Camille and the Lee Sin, you're going to round that around a little bit. I think ultimately both teams have put together a really solid draft. This Olaf is extremely dominant in that top lane. You can think of it in a similar sort of sense to the Renekton, where you just completely control your lane 9 times out of 10. It's going to be up to RJ to slow the pace of that lane. He's going to need some help. He needs to get to his items, and once he does get to those items, things start to feel a little better. The one concern I would have for the Olaf is he does run out of steam if he's not paired alongside enchanters. He really does succeed if you get the likes of, you know, the Lulu, the Karma.
He needs that speed injection.
Yeah.
Plus even just to bail it out as well. When the
shields go a very long distance on Olaf as well. He's not going to have that this game. So he's going to have to play pretty well to make this have a great effect in team fights. But, I mean, Vikings traditionally here in the LCP have made their fights look very good. They've put together what to me screams early action. While the Rise, you know, you typically think of him as a scaling champ, he actually
does offer a lot, yeah.
His gank setup is barely comparable. I mean, LeBlanc, Ari, the only 2 real champions that come into the conversation alongside him, but just the route that you get from level 2, if you so choose to have it, you know, the follow-up that comes through from Viego, isolated target damage, it's really, really scary to go up against. And Fofo, he's going to have to navigate this lane very well. I said he's going to need mobility. He's risking not taking it. Instead, he's going to have superior range. See how well he navigates it.
Yeah, I know this is definitely an interesting picture that both teams have painted us. The one concern I think I have, at least for Vikings, is this is not a particularly tanky lineup, so there isn't going to be an inherent path for magic resist build to get far. I think more than likely the Olaf with potentially a Spirit Visage coming through.
It's going to take a long time to get to because he's laning against the Camille, so...
So, yeah, I mean, effectively, you're not being as punished by the double AP matchup because they are... But to be fair, both teams are probably going to be lacking a little bit in the tanky side of the affair, but the only just, you know, change up from that is going to be the Leona and the hands of Woody, which just inherently tanky doesn't suffer as greatly. So there is a very real possibility that these team fights are very, very quick and very, very explosive because the health bars for both these teams are going to be pretty minimal.
Yeah. Absolutely. Hopefully get it onto the Rift soon. I mean, things are coming to a head. We are potentially 1 game away from having our 2 finalists, and it would be a rematch. It's been... Everyone talks about the Talon CFO rivalry. It's been the narrative of the PCS the past 2 years. It has been since spring of 2023, since Talon has gone up against CFO in a grand final. If they're able to get this one across the line, it will be a repeat. But it's Vikings with all the fans from Vietnam behind them, pushing them forward. They will have to come back from what was a devastating defeat to try and bring us to a Game 5, to keep their hopes alive. Vikings versus Talon. We're now on the Rift as Vikings looking for early action. It cannot be contested as they do have the Olaf.
Yeah, I mean, look, in terms of if this match came down to just pure fan energy alone, I think there's a very, very clean-cut argument that Vikings have that highly passionate, highly dedicated fan base. But unfortunately, it's not about the fans. They are definitely going to help, I think, in terms of keeping the spirits high, but it ultimately comes down to 5 men from Vietnam, and then, of course, the PCS representatives, TLN, their 5 going at it on the Rift to see who books a grand final berth.
Absolutely. So lane swap being opted into. Now the argument here that I can reasonably see is that Camille is going to struggle a lot more in the lane swap than the Olaf. Unfortunately, I don't necessarily like it, to be entirely honest. They actually, instead, they're doing the 2v2 mid thing again. And Fofo isn't going to struggle all that much. Admittedly, RJ will not have a good time against Ryze. He is going to require assistance against the mage. There's never any conceivable kill threat. Ultimately, Cardi will be able to utilize the phase rush if ever RJ looks aggressively onto him, which I'm sure he won't. But alas. Level 2 for Guri. He's going to quickly find that his bot lane has been taken out by Kasa. Could be a fight here. Kasa, unfortunately, after that red also will still be level 2, so we'll just head back to his jungle as Sealong and Shogun trying to find him out. Kasa, at least, he's going to be found by Sealong. Oh, he's going to be able to dodge out of that cocoon, but look at the damage. Lease is a champion within League of Legends on the Rift. Sealong takes a reasonably similar amount of damage on the back end, but still, this is now an angle for Guri to try and find a little bit more in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, definitely gives him freedom around the Rift to go and finish up those camps, knowing full well that his jungler is going to be a little bit under the pump. Though it does look like Woody's coming up to potentially offer him some support. And yeah, Kasa, he's going to be fine for the most part. Obviously, it's a Lee Sin. You've got some pretty decent sustain built into your kit.
Sure. And junglers also, with how the pet works, just end up healing up to full anyway. Now, the concern is, if Betty is allowed to continue to build up these waves and continue shoving them into the tower, with the Ziggs execute, with the amplified damage he gets from his passive, this can become very problematic. Oh, Cardi dodging out, does get the phase rush. RJ trying to run away, but here comes the Elise, and RJ with the flash does clear the distance, so will stay alive, and he's going to be able to teleport back to this tower if he so chooses. And maybe it's Kratos. Feeling the heat again, he got the ghost, the flash, and he doesn't have level 6, and he is just taken out. Clinical from Talon. They once again strike first. RJ completely unfazed up on that top side. This time, the teleport coming through will not be punished. It's going to be Cardi as well.
I mean, it's an interesting call. But, I mean, yeah, look, realistically, he was dead to rights. They were always going to play that. And Olaf, until he hits 6, is notoriously immobile. Yes, he's got great stick potential. Shulong, buddy, what are you doing?
Oh, Shulong just drops the ball. Shogun as well takes a massive amount of damage, and things are falling apart. Talon fans are rejoicing. It's a mechanical mistake. It's going to lead to Fofo getting, in his 2v1 lane, an absolute freebie.
Yeah, look, okay. They just can't make it easy for themselves, yeah.
Oh, Lord. I'm a little speechless.
They cannot make it easy for themselves, can they?
No. Well, unfortunately with that now, Talon do take the lead. Fofo gets himself a first. That's 20 extra stacks towards his upgrades. The 2v1 lane has certainly not found its mark, whereas Talon, they found the dive, they get the kill. Woody once again, actually. This might be the 3rd game in a row that he picked up first blood, if I'm not mistaken.
I mean, it offers him his boots as well. Means that he can roam a little bit more aggressively around the map. He's going to be outpacing Shulong just a little bit. But, I mean, again, we see priority once again over those grubs. They head themselves topside. Unfortunately, Talon just heavily accelerated towards the feet of warfare. Again, we're starting to see those early signals of a pretty rough downfall for Vikings in their future.
Yeah, absolutely. Arja, though, has to be very careful here. Long waiting in the wings, but Woody now going to be coming up, and they're going to spot out Elise. The repel's good. Is he able to get out, though? The Zenith plays even better. The Hexic ultimatum there, and Long, unfortunately, buddy, you're going to just be taken out. Caster's going to have to flash away from Kratos. As Kratos finds the snipe. He answers back. And just like that, there's hope for the Vikings. There's hope for the VCS.
And it opens up the grubs now for Guri, which means that they can look to play around these towers. They are definitely going to want to, if not need to, take all 6 grubs this game with the Ziggs on the board, who just has that execute built into his kit. And, well, Kratos off cooldown. He's back into it. Najit, he's going to cop an axe to the face and try and get what he can with the fadeaway. Jumps back to that tower for a little bit of safety. And to be fair, you could see what they were trying to do. For Xulong, unfortunately, that is about as good as it gets. He did have the flash, but it's, unfortunately he's caught out before he can even use it. Well, he does use it, but before it can go anywhere.
Yeah, and Casa, max range. From downtown, does manage to secure himself a kill back, so 1-1 now, even with Arja.
Enchanted Crystal Arrows being used here.
I think that's why we see Fofo so low on HP.
Cardi was there looking for something, but I mean, realistically, he just can't leave Betty on his own. Needs to be there to at least keep him from hyper accelerating into this game.
First upgrade now on the charts for Fofo. He's got that upgraded laser. Xulong once again looking aggressively on the top side, and once again Woody matching the remove. Hextech ultimatum still not up this time, but flash not there for Xulong either. He's going to repel in, and Arja going to walk on out, respecting the burst and waiting for Woody to get here, and now they can look to strike Kratos. He will have the Ragnarok up. He's going to be able to use it. CC immune now goes this Olaf, and he does get a lot of attack speed and extra stats for being low, but unfortunately, without the mana, he's not going to be able to commit forward, and it's just going to be an ult committed. Arja, unfortunately, not getting a kill, but still, for the Vikings and for the VCS fans, you're going to be pretty happy that Kratos does not get taken out.
Yeah, especially given how rough the last few games have been for him. You kind of want that reprieve. Shogun is going to be bounced back, and that is going to be the indicator to Caster. At least he's probably not going to find much looking for it, to be fair. I mean, Ash, Enchanted Crystal Arrow is not far off cooldown, so any further delay would have likely resulted in either a death under the tower or at least follow-up potential.
Yeah, and Cardi, once again on the rise, getting ahead. He was very ahead last time. And it was off the back of some really good roams from him that they did find a huge advantage in the game. So we'll have to look towards him to do that because, you know, they are even. Score is not even in terms of kills, but even in terms of gold, which is more important in general.
A lot of it's coming out of Guri as well, who very, very similarly to that Vi game has just been turbo farming through the jungle. He's not really had much of an impact around the map, and that translates into a 400 gold lead off the back of a 30 CS lead. And that will allow them to, again, take some control. They should be able to pressure up this dragon, potentially even bait out a fight if they get what they need to in position.
Yeah, with Levi on the, I mean, Casa rather on the top side, they shouldn't realistically contest this Talon. And wise to choose not to, ultimately. Casa, however, is looking on the top side. We saw Kratos, unfortunately, falter in a similar position last game where he knows he's the weak side, walks too far up and gets taken out, but
you can already see it.
Potentially learning his lesson this time is backing off, going to the tower, not trying to unnecessarily contest these minions.
Big benefit there, okay.
Oh, the Enchanted Crystal Arrow! Hextech ultimatum there for Arja. He is going to create the distance, and Caster's there. So a massive arrow out of Shogun, but unfortunately Arja just able to survive. The Camille passive, the hook shot, and the assistance from Casa. But still a massive look there.
And that's the threat of the Ash, especially when you just pivot it pretty early on into the mid lane. That's realistically all Shogun's going to be doing. It was from the base, actually, and that was criminally accurate.
Unfortunately,
like 9 times out of 10, Arja just runs the other way.
So close, but so far, as Arja does not concede another death, or a first death, at least in this game. So still, things are even in terms of the gold, but it is, at least from my purview, Vikings edging out a little bit. They have the 3 grubs, they have the dragon. The gold's slightly in their favor, despite 3 kills. I mean, Talon being saved by the fact they found them.
Casa is looking for it, and I mean, with Enchanted Crystal Arrow on cooldown for the moment, there is definitely more threat coming out of Talon. Shulong hit 6, much of a muchness on the Elise, but they could potentially look to set something up here.
Yeah,
Or
top
Shogun.
laners will be joining, but there's no ultimate here for Kratos, so he can be locked down. In comes the stun. Woody does flash away. He still will have that solar flare, and down it comes. Lands on the 3 of the resets there. The kick away from Caster. He's trying to deny it. Guru does eventually get to it, as Betty is just completely eliminated. Archer has no way in, and Vikings will be rewarded. They pick up 3, they pick up the grubs, and oh my god, they're shaping up for a Silver Scrapes.
I'm sorry. That is single-handedly the worst possible champion to give to Guri in that situation. There is nothing quite like resetting into a Leona to then jump onto the rest of Talon there. Oh, that's so rough for Woody. Tried to deny everything that he possibly could, but him going down ultimately transitions into yet another kill. And to be fair, you would have thought the zoning would have been quite good at it, Talon. They've got a Ziggs. Unfortunately, Shogun's allowed to walk up. He's bounced forward, but they just cannot collapse onto it with Kratos just sprinting down the river. Woody's forced to flash out. He's caught, and Guri gets kicked, but is going to jump straight into that soul. And then you look at it, Caster rooted, stunned. He was CC'd to death.
Yeah, unfortunately for Woody, I mean, just a little bit greedy there on the flash. If he flashes the cocoon, that looks completely different. Oh, I'll see along. Okay, he's got the support. It's always a little scary when the repel's used. You are ultimately, you know, under threat of just getting one shot no matter what happens.
Oh. Look at it, he's just dancing around Arja. This is such a rough lane now. And it's not because, I mean, Kratos is far from like hyper-accelerated into this game. He's just had a comfortable game for the first time in how long?
Yeah, definitely recovering after getting dove early on. And, Talon, I mean, it is unfortunate. I think Betty has been their standout player for the most part, and he's just going to be on a Zig, so you really cannot look to him to carry this one all that well. Sure, you know, the Ziggs will output damage, but
they've just been answering him so well. Like, the entire point of that Ziggs is he can clear waves quickly, he can threaten onto towers, but they've just always had someone there clearing those waves. So, well, yes, Betty is getting farm. Unfortunately, they're not going to be able to take towers. They're not going to be able to open the map, which is where Ziggs really shines.
Yeah, absolutely. Still, Fofo is doing a good job of scaling up here. He could be an avenue. We've seen, I mean, time and time again how strong Victor comes into the late game. And I think quickly realizing as Talon that this should probably be where the focus of your team now lies, making sure he has a comfortable pathway to get those upgrades. Ultimately, top should never really result in either side going down. It should just be trading of HP bit by bit.
The unfortunate reality is that Shogun is present on the map, so it isn't just a 1v1. You've also then got Cardi, who is the round warp. You can just suddenly pop up with even more friends if they so decide. But yeah, 20 seconds off second Drake of the game. Rift Herald's 2 minutes away. Vikings have already claimed the feat of monster slaying, but those objectives definitely would accelerate them even further into this game. They're going to clear out the ward in the river. You can see Fofo and Woody force back. Kratos immediately makes a call.
Coming out, he's not going to be able to get out of the Hextech ultimatum. He's locked up and he's going to be going down. Oh, Willie is going to take one more. There we are. Caster cleans it up. They're able to find the kill. They're always giving over this dragon, and so doing the best with what they can. Talon able to take down another. Chaos Storm available for Fofo here. See you long, and Shogun ultimately look for the dive. Woody going to back out of the situation. Fofo, he has to try and clear this wave before he's collapsed upon. Woody now coming back to the play. Fofo, is there any way for him to conceivably get out of this? No, there's absolutely not, but he will be able to mop up at least the minions. Oh my god. Always making it dicey, but will be taken out. And with the Void Grubs, this is a certain felling of a tower, and the Noxian Blessings claimed for the Vikings.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Talon, while Kratos definitely has felt like an easy avenue to kills in this game, Olaf is pretty self-sufficient for the most part. Yes, he's going to like to have items online, but Ragnarok allows him to nullify a lot of CC and still have effect in a team fight. And just the fact that he hits it very hard. He's got a lot of sustain. Caster is going to get that scuttle, but it's going to cost him a lot of HP.
Will ultimately be able to get out though, importantly. And yeah, I mean, Talon just struggling in this game to really find their way through. It's Vikings who are just quicker to the play. in the better position 9 times out of 10. Still, it's very hard for them to siege, admittedly, against the Victor and against the Ziggs. They're gonna require Baron.
For sure. I mean, look, to be fair, I mean, it wouldn't be the worst lethality Ashe build game for them, just because it allows you to have a lot of effect from range. But realistically, you want someone that is going to be able to contest these objectives a lot quicker, just because of the sheer burst potential in response from Talon. I mean, Ziggs, Fofo are just going to absolutely explode Shogun if they can find those abilities on top of him. So you want to shred these objectives, you want to get in, you want to get out, and transition into the next phase.
Absolutely. So Rift Herald claimed as well by Vikings. They're just getting every single objective on the map. Up 3k gold now. And looking extremely strong. I mean, so back and forward has their performances been in this series. And Talon certainly trailing in this one. It's going to be a long while until they conceivably will be stronger, if they ever even get to that point. Seraph's online for both the AP carries on the side of Talon. Keep in mind, again, on that note, that it is very easy to build against them.
Fofo and Woody are looking to try and bait something out here. Cardi will spot that ward going down, so realistically should know that there is something a brewing. Unfortunately, it's still Leona, and there's a decent amount of range in that setup.
Yeah, but realizing quickly that there isn't a realistic way to take down Cardi. They might get his flash at best.
Oh.
Shogun, unfortunately, in that ultimate will not connect.
I have to say, it has been going very well for Cardi this time around. On the rise, you look at him, he's got that Rod of the Ages finished up. His tier is fully stacked right now, so he's just a matter of time before he does get that Seraphs online. Guri with a cheeky little steal of the Raptor camp.
Absolutely. Arja, the strong point of the map at the moment for the side of Talon, is doing well into the Olaf and will, for the rest of this game, have a good time in that lane. He's building towards a Steerax second here, so he has a little bit more survivability in those fights, and it's important against this Viego that you try and deny those resets as best you can, particularly on the likes of Woody, as well as Arja on the Camille.
And Silong really just toys that line of disaster and success roaming around the map as a very, very squishy Elise, admittedly. Kratos might be the next target. He should spot Betty there.
Yeah, I think ultimately Talon just wanting to...
He should be able to clear the wave pretty quickly.
This tower, and teleport now coming through. In will come the ult from the Ziggs. They are able to claim him. Flash away from RJ, so it is just a kill. Realm Warp now coming through, but Cardi just flashes into him. RJ gets away, the Chakra Arrow does! Not find its mark, but Betty will be taken out eventually. The flash forward from Shogun. He's trying to kite around Caster. He does have that Dragon's Rage kick to get Shogun out of range. Caster, though, with so many leaps and jumps, is going to be able to create the distance to get on out of there. So does the kill. Still, I mean, it's Vikings winning. Ultimately, it has to be said, they're finding more.
Oh my lord, the absolute balls of steel of this man.
I'm interested to see what's going on top. Fofo and Guri ultimately fighting it, and the flash forward, Fofo trying to flash away and will narrowly get out of there. He's going to teleport, make sure there's no chance of going down. He's worried that Sealong was walking up there. Sealong, however, was not.
Another tower falls. Pretty quick succession. So top and bot cracked now successfully by Vikings, and a lot of very near misses in that situation. Yeah, Kratos, a bit of a rough gig there in this situation. Does his best he can, but it also ultimately buys time for Cardi to get down. And you can see Talon are just sprinting for their lives right now. Great slow onto Arj. Unfortunately doesn't get the kill, and that Enchanted Crystal Arrow could have allowed potentially that Cardi to rotate back into the fight. But you could just see the amount of pressure Shogun can already mount at this stage of the game alone into effectively 2 champions there of Caster and Woody is terrifying.
Dragon contest now on the cards. It's going to be a 5v5 with either teleports in, and the kick onto Guri! There's no resets this time, buddy! You're shut down, and Woody claims it! Vikings, though, it's still a 4v4. Keep eyes on Shogun. He's wailing away at these health bars. He's relatively untouched, but Archie finds the way in. Shogun is still kiting. There's shutdowns going everywhere. And Benny and Fofo stand and deliver. Disastrous fight. It looked for Talon, but they reign supreme.
Talon, the undoubted birds of prey here in the LCP, waiting, biding their time for the opportunity to strike and very, very, very narrowly avoided disaster there. And to be fair, that could have got a lot worse for Talon. They absolutely hold it together. Unfortunately, it's a lot of gold into the hands of Shogun, who was going to take a lot of time to get online. Positioning was a bit of an issue. I think Shogun, if he was standing a little bit further back, could have been in a much better spot. And I think he's very lucky that it wasn't him that was kicked into the team.
Absolutely, but killing that Viego off early, there's no resets that can come through. Cardi well out of position, but he's able to survive an exorbitant amount of pressure put out by him. RJ eventually getting onto him. Betty and Fofo, though, they're still up. Kratos stunned up, gets shut down, and Betty with that satchel charge just executing this Ashe. And just like that, gold now only 1k apart. Talon find the fight. It's off the back of Casa on his signature Lee Sin. What a play to do, what a play to find. Arjib recalling here, though, is going to have to answer Kratos, who has teleport. So this should, realistically, just be another dragon picked up by the side of Vikings. They're now starting it. Betty going to be answering that mid-wave. Cardi likewise, but Realm Warp available to himself. He can't do it in the face of the Ziggs because Satchel Charge will stop that. Sealong coming around the back. Fofo with a lot of damage. They have to keep eyes on this Victor. Casa just looking for the 50-50. He's been good for it recently. He could be good and he will! Oh, Talon, how do you keep getting away with it? The sidestep of the cocoon and out of there. Daylight robbery.
Yeah, oh look, it's Casa. When he is on point, he is the biggest threat on the Rift when it comes to those just heists around major objectives. For Vikings, it's not the end of the world. It's not like they're conceding a soul point. Yes, it would have given them soul point, which I think they would have very much appreciated, but for the most part, they are still in the driver's seat. The problem being is that hold is getting more and more tenuous by the moment.
And Talon now with the Ziggs will be able to claim themselves another tower. Sealong and Guri, they're trying to find a way in. This Atakan is joining the top lane.
Betty.
Betty, yeah, he's in a predicament. He's in a predicament, but the hallowed path allows the side of Talon to realize what's going on. The collapse is coming. Arja.
Please no. This cannot be another Atakan gamble that seals the fate of one team or the other, because I definitely don't believe the VCS fans could handle that by any stretch of the imagination.
I don't think I can handle it.
No. But I mean, to be fair, Vikings, I think if they just hold off for a little bit longer, will hit some of those massive power spikes, which should allow them to really steamroll fights. But yeah, what a swing back in terms of that gold.
I mean, Casa saving the day twice in a row. Dragonsteel, after he finds a phenomenal engage. And I mean, from the position they're in, he has to find more. They're not out of the waters yet. It is still Vikings with the lead. VCS fans can still sit there worried, but confident in a sense that they are still ahead. Shogun has been performing out of his mind.
Absolutely. And unfortunately, just lacking a little bit in space. So I think Kratos just melting a little bit quickly in the face of this Talon roster, which he was always going to. It's an Olaf. You are not necessarily a tank. You are definitely a bruiser in the grand scheme, but Aja stepping up. He's probably the safest of the champions on this Talon roster in these situations in the side lanes. And Cardi's just going to walk straight into the barrage.
But Betty's here, Betty's here, Betty's here. The Hextech ultimatum, and Cardi's taking a lot of damage. The Satchel there to cancel the Realm Warp. No, he's going to be able to get it off afterwards. And they make out. They're able to get out of that situation, but still a lot of tempo now lost for the side of the Vikings as this Camille is becoming a quick problem. Arja, he had a quiet one in his first appearance. This time making us realize that he is a real threat on this champ.
Kratos takes a Sonic Wave. Oh, Woody.
Uh-oh. Cardi has flash. Solar Flare comes out. Guri gets caught just by the slow, and he's going to be able to use that Heartbreaker to get on out of there.
Yeah, smart call. Vikings cannot afford to be overstaying, especially no Enchanted Crystal Arrow. No Realm Warp to conceivably get them back into position to contest that quickly. The biggest saving grace for this Vikings roster at the moment is if they find a decent fight, they could look to take Baron or even Atakan.
They're looking for the Atakan, the teleport here from Cardi. There's no Solar Flare available. There's no Hextech ultimatum. This is going to be a rough fight for Talon to try and navigate. Sealong finds a huge chunk onto Casa. And just like that, this will be the Atakan. Vikings, they play the map. They get back, they get the teleports off, and they now have 2.5 minutes of the Voracious Arakan as they look to now start up this Baron. Casa low on HP. There still is no Camille ult, there is still no Leona ult, and Vikings are poised to get this objective for themselves, but they're gonna back away.
Yeah, I mean, look, to be fair, I think that was the right call for Vikings for the most part. You've got the tools to shred it pretty quickly, which gives you a lot of threat and forces Talon to at least take some action. But the big problem now is Aja is going to get access to that mid-inner, and Camille are pretty solid at being able to take these towers, especially when paired with a Ziggs, means that off the back of that, they do lose a huge amount of priority in terms of map control. Look, it could have been a lot worse, though. It's crazy though that Talon now find themselves in the gold lead.
Yeah, but certainly this fight, if it were to break out around Dragon, should be detrimental for the side of Talon. I think realistically, you probably just give this one up. You know that they're not. Yeah, they're gonna. Oh, they don't find the ward. Teleport is available for Kratos if he is able to find any angle. Fofo doesn't realize. Okay, now no, that was Guru with the. Okay, well, that pink ward will be there. Kratos is with his team though, so not realistic that he utilizes the ward.
China Crystal Arrow is available. They might look to just turn on to Shulong.
Ooh, Arjun now knowing where Guri is, he's able to dodge out of the snare. Dragon now spawning. Talon, they won the last fight here off the back of some heroics from Caster this time. Not only do they have to win the fight, but they have to make sure they win it hard enough that teleports can't come back in. And China Crystal Arrow flashed away. Fofo not going to get caught up by that one as Kratos going forward, but he's going down. He's getting taken out, but he does have to flash though. And this might be the Ziggs. No, the withdrawal comes through, but it is going to be answered. It's a 1-for-1 as Cardi flashes forward and he finds Betty. Oh my lord, Vikings, they're on a knife's edge, but they do take the teamfight win. They're going to be able to utilize the power that they still have to take this Dragon. Fofo no flash, Betty no flash now. The next fight. Oh!
Take it, take it.
Looking for the Baron. There is no Ziggs. Ziggs does have teleport. Woody respawning. Fofo got a lot to do to try and deny this, but I think ultimately Talon don't really have any option. They're just going to have to concede this Baron, and Vikings with Baron with Soul Point are poised to now take game number 4. It would take a ridiculous play out of Talon to be able to pick this one up. Kratos is walking towards Fofo, but he does not have access to that ultimate as Azir finds his way onto him. 4k HP on the Baron, but Guri gets out of the pit. They're turning, they're trying to turn for it. But Kratos so low, Woody back to the fight. The solar flare's there. Down will go Sealong. Oh, and there comes Carson. He's on the back line. Can he find any more though? As Shogun is trying as he might, will not have what it takes. And an indecisive fight from Vikings. Unfortunately, the Baron was theirs for the taking. They take the fight, they fall. And Talon with Ziggs now march down the mid lane. Oh my god, it's just so hard to know what's going on. Sealong!
He's an absolute menace on the Rift. And Sulong, I think purely off the back of that, completely denies Talon from finding anything, and it was looking so good. Talon might have just been able to edge it out, but the damage from Viking is just too great. You see Cardi coming in, jumps in on the backside to finish off Betty, who was so close to just getting out. They do a huge amount of damage to Casa. I think realistically, you can see right there, the Arakan wears off. They should have just left. They should have zoned out Aja, got Guri out, and they should have just left. But no, unfortunately, the turn and burn is so strong because Woody gets back at the perfect time, gets the stun off, and it just all falls apart and gives Talon just a huge reprieve. It's very, very rough.
Oh, it's so hard to call. It is so hard to call. Tied up in terms of the kills. Gold essentially the same. Baron on the cards for either of these teams. If you do pick it up, what an absolute leap and bound forward for your chances in game number 4. For Talon, it would mean they do go to those grand finals. For Vikings, it gives them one last chance. It takes us to a game number 5.
Dragon Soul contestable in 2.5 minutes. This Baron, though, is just going to be a pressure point on the Rift until someone, or the one saving grace, it's Cardi. He's a rise. He's going to have a lot of mobility to allow Guri and him to get back into something if things do kick off. But you can just feel how tense this match is. It is on a knife's edge, one misstep, and we saw this, unfortunately, out of Kratos. That's how they ended up in the lower bracket to begin with. One misstep, one misplay can cost you the series.
Absolutely. Fofo, very strong now on the Victor as he works towards his Lich Bane. Lich Bane already picked up for Betty, and I mean, everyone just ultimately exceptionally strong now. Now, vision control afforded back to the side of Vikings around this Baron pit. They are objectively stronger. They have the 3 dragons. They have the choice between just giving over 1 dragon to take this Baron, between fighting for whatever Talon want.
Just the standoff. Shilong needs to be very careful. If he overextends and gets caught, I mean, that drastically weakens the standings that Vikings find themselves in. Shogun much the same. Positioning is going to have to be on point. Unfortunately, Talon, just playing as a death ball, have the ability to collapse and pivot into so much more than Vikings do currently, who are spread around the map trying to maintain waves. The big opening right now would be Aja, but he's already backed off. So Talon really are respecting that collapse threat in the state of the game we're in, because those death timers, again, can seal your fate in a matchup.
Absolutely. Kratos waiting there, seeing if Fofo will misstep, but he won't. Fofo's been in a position where the game swung back to them, and unfortunately it was him that got caught that led to their demise last time they were against Vikings. This time playing a little safer around what could be happening. He's level 16 now, the fully upgraded ultimate on this Victor. He's very, very strong, but looking opposing to him, it's honestly a level 18 rise that is arguably stronger.
Has the Seekers as well, so has a little bit of a bailout, but you look at it as it stands, Void Staffs both up for your primary carries and Talon. They're going to be shredding through anyone that they find damage onto. And Shogun.
Enchanted Crystal Arrow, but it's going to connect onto Caster. That's definitely not the target they necessarily want. The stun onto Woody as well, but he is going to be able to flash away. The round walk coming in. Cardi, though, he's going to cop a lot of damage off the back end. He does get out. The phase rush being so valuable here against this Leona. Now the Dragon is going to be started up. Keep in mind, no flash available for Sealong, so Caster, who does have it, might be able to find an angle, but this is going to be the soul going over. Talon not in a position to contest. They relinquish the soul. Massive gain for Vikings. They're looking good. Game number 4 has their name written all over it. Pressure now towards this Baron.
The biggest enemy of the VCS, though, so far this split has been hubris. Their own actions have ultimately swept them out of matches more often than their opponents. They're in a phenomenal spot. Dragon Soul secured. They've got the setup for team fight. They've got some great damage dealers, but one mistake could undo all of that. They are going to have to play this nigh flawlessly for the rest of the game, if not the series, if they want that rematch.
Absolutely. Still Baron on the cards. Talon really not the pressure over it. They have those 2 APs, no AD damage. No consistent AD damage means their Baron take is exceptionally slow without Arja being there. Now, starting up the Baron is the side of Vikings. They're going to force out this teleport away from the Camille. Casa and the rest of Talon are going to be aware to it, but a massive chunk of damage is about to come Casa's way. He is going to be able to get that shield away, but there goes all of his HP. Now, how are Talon ever conceivably fighting this? Maybe it's just going to come down to a 50-50, and Casa! How can you do it every single time they get the Baron, but the fight is not going the way of Talon? 4 members of Talon down. It's Arja. All that stands between the end of this game and a game number 5. He's looking for the recall. He's got to buy a lot of time. Talon, all they needed to do was not die. Casa has been so damn clean with it. Now 20 seconds on the spawn timers and Arja with it all left to do. He's not conceivably going to do it here. 4 members coming in. Arja, he commits the flash. He's got the Hextech ultimatum. He will take down that AD carry, but will go down there on after. His Nexus tower in shambles. His Nexus in shambles. Can they somehow hold on? No, they will not. And Vikings come back. Game number 5 and Silver Scrapes.
It's not over until it is over. There is still one last hope for the PCS faithful. They put in the hard yards. They force out a game 5. Going in to this is going to be the most hectic match of LCP so far this split.
Absolutely, and what a game that was. Ultimately, Casa finds 2 smite steals to save the day. He finds a heroic engage to save the day. But when it all comes down to it, if you all die after you get that Baron, then what was it really for? As Vikings march down top, they march into the base and make sure we get at least 1/5 game of our Fearless draft. And there are the stats. You can tell by the damage, it was a quiet one. Kills relatively high, action relatively low.
And it all comes down to one game. Everything from this point, going backwards in the playoffs, the regular season, none of it now matters. All they have is this last game to decide whether they stay in and get a shot at the title here in Split 1, or if they are swept out to irrelevance in the tournament. You could not set the stakes any higher.
You absolutely could not. And I mean, Vikings, the mental fortitude it takes to come back from not only one devastating defeat, but now a second and a back-to-back neck-and-neck one at that. They are poised. They have the momentum now going into this last game. Champions, I suspect, are going to be very wild. Not a lot remains. Obviously, 50 champions are going to be banned in this next champion select. You're going to have to dig deep. You're going to have to get it across the line.
This is the time. Yeah. Those pocket picks, those deep picks, the ones you'll be practicing that no one else knows about, this is where they come in. But you look at this. This game, from start to finish, was an all-out brawl. Both teams wrestling, vying, fighting to stay in control. And unfortunately for Talon, the threat coming out of this Vikings draft was just too great. Yes, you have a team that is great at dealing damage to structures and clearing objectives, but not the ones that ultimately mattered in the end. You look at the setup, the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, you had Kratos running rampant, Kati was just given so much free reign in through these team fights. And you can forgive Fury missing 2 of those smite battles because ultimately he helped set the team up to this point.
Yeah, able to win the game. Now, we talk about X Factors. In these 2 teams, both teams' X Factor lies in that bottom lane. Shogun, it comes down to game number 4. They're starting to relinquish some of the pressure. He holds sturdy. He's able to provide that damage, and they get it across the line. It's going to take one more game of that out of him, but steering across from him is the man that ultimately led us to this point where there's even a conceivable chance that Talon are even in the playoffs, is Betty. These are the 2 members that you have to make sure are comfortable, are fed, are strong. They're the 2 that can get it done. And I cannot wait to see what becomes of our game number 5, the first one here of the LCP.
I mean, it's insane. You look on one side, you've got Betty Gambane, truly the bane of the existence of Vietnamese teams in this playoffs bracket. Yes, he fell to Vikings once, but he ultimately takes Gum out of the competition off the back of a massive showing. And then the other, you've got Shogun, who just is this momentous force in the Vikings roster. He's not just out the gate making plays. He is a slow build. He is a just tidal wave waiting to happen if given the opportunity. And Vikings, they push it to this point, and yeah, they set the stage. Going in to that iconic tune of what could be the biggest opportunity the VCS has seen in a long time.
Absolutely. Now we are going to take one final break for the evening. Enjoy the Silver Scrapes, and we'll see you very shortly. It's all on here in the LCP. For the final time tonight, we're going to get Talon up against Vikings. It's 2 apiece. Talon will side selection. They go blue. I don't know what to expect. There are champions absolutely still available, but a lot of the heavy hitters are gone.
I don't think it matters what's available to the Vikings right now. The last hope, the last vestige, the last bastion of the VCS in the LCP, fighting for their right for the rematch against CFO in the grand final. They have something cooked up. They have to. They are a scrappy, tenacious part of our region, and there is just always something that they can make work for them. Unfortunately, the same can be said for Talon. These guys, look, they are coming off the back of a pretty rough loss there, but they are versatile, they're capable. The only thing I think we know for sure is, for the love of all that is League of Legends, do not put Betty back on a mage.
Yeah, let's get this guy who ultimately is the only reason that you are at this stage of the tournament onto something he can't viably 1v9 on. I think it's time to unleash the beast in that bot lane. He's done very well this series already. Casa, this is the series, the best series he's played by a long shot. As we now do head into our draft, the Zyra, the Pyke, the Nocturne gone. Udyr, Rumble, Callista, much the same.
For the first time, we have to scroll our champion bands through as the Fearless draft comes in. Aja, the Gragas, literally one of the few champions remaining out of that top lane that is viable currently, is going to be picked up immediately. And off the bat, that does put Kratos in a bit of a rough spot.
Yeah, not many champs that do answer well into the Gragas. And boy, oh boy, what a champion to leave it all on the line with here in game number 5. Other than the Nidalee, you're going to have to get scrappy. You're going to have to find your mark. And you want to know a 1v9 champion. Well, boy, oh boy, do I have a surprise from you. It is a champion from the hit animated series Arcane. It's Jinx.
Yeah, indeed it is. To be fair, I think any of the champions in this draft would make for a pretty entertaining animated series. Personally, for me, Gragas, I think would be incredibly entertaining. But yeah, look, coming into it, you are laying your hopes and dreams of a grand final berth on 2 very long-range threats in the Jhin and Nidalee. Vikings, I think, have a lot of work to do to round this comp out, but already you can see that it's going to be very, very hard for Talon to get up. And I think that Alistar was locked in, and Cardi says, bet, it's Silas time. But no, it's going to be the Aatrox for Kratos.
Okay.
He threw me under the bus there. I'm sorry.
I mean, now, honestly, Talon probably should ban the Silas, being that they did pick up the Alistar. You know, maybe you could argue Vikings are doing it to bait out the ban, but it is just objectively a good-looking Silas game. Any time an Alistar's pit against him.
I mean, Alistar, Super Mega Death Rocket, Explosive Cars, they're all pretty solid abilities that Silas could definitely utilize. Can you imagine, Talon, you find the overmatch, but unfortunately not 20 seconds earlier, Silas has stolen Super Mega Death Rocket, and off Fountain just rips it down mid lane to throw things into chaos. Silas is going to cop it immediately after Cardi does hover it, but look, there are still a couple options in the mid lane that, while definitely not at the forefront of the meta, are certainly finding themselves in a position to be viable, because there's nothing else better.
Yeah, look, Galio strikes me as just that. Mal taken away from Fofo. Are they going to go? I mean, there's a Kali still up that's been played a few times. There's the Galio. Tristana, honestly, isn't a bad pick. It's more likely to be picked by the side of Vikings, being that they do have that AP threat in the jungle. I mean, Gragas does offer AP damage as well, so viable for either side, really. Swain. Okay, so they want to pick, if you remember, there was a Galio picked in the LCP, and it was answered by a Swain by Honkyu, and it just decimated. So I think this is leading towards we want to pick Swain.
Well, you can't pick Swain.
I mean, sorry, Galio.
Yeah. Tristana Gonna be, yeah. I mean, look, into a Galio, that's a pretty decent response, honestly. It's gonna be a little bit oppressive, especially for Betty. He's gonna hover that Galio, but we saw the flash, the Akali, the Ari as well. Yone has been let through surprisingly deep into the Fearless draft. I mean, it's not a terrible pick, but you can already see there's a lot of focus on Poke, so I wouldn't be surprised if it's going to struggle a little bit here in this match, especially if we see Vikings do what they've done historically, which is rotate your bot lane into mid.
And Lilia to round out the comp here for the side of Talon. You do have to set up LeBlanc support is what Silong is currently hovering.
That would be insanely on brand, but Rel, I think, offers a little bit more. The one problem, obviously, Talon scales insanely.
They do.
Into the later stages of the game. To be fair, you do have a bit of an answer in Cardi on that Tristana, but for the most part, there's a pretty distinct lack of front line. You are predominantly a poke comp looking to do damage from range and then collapse ultimately in follow-up. So I think Talon have drafted this reasonably well. Unfortunately for them, Vikings have just proven time and time again that just because a draft looks good doesn't mean it doesn't evolve into absolute chaos and they walk away the victors. So Talon, it is not a clear-cut advantage, but on paper it is definitely an advantage.
Absolutely. And for the final time tonight, champions are locked in, team comps are secured. The coaches will walk together and fist bump one last time. And after that, it signifies all that is left on the Rift. For one of these teams, their split is going to take an untimely end. The other waiting or trying to progress to the waiting CFO. And honestly, what a showcase from either of these two teams. Ultimately, from what we've seen today, I can viably say that I think either one of them, given a good game, will be able to beat CFO. Maybe less consistent, but you don't need to be consistent. You just need to win 3 games.
3 of 5, 1-3-5. It's a legitimate strategy in the best of 5 format. Unfortunately, it does fall flat if you lose 1-2-4, because then it's over and you don't have a chance at bringing it back. So realistically, yeah, it is one of those situations. Anyone can show up on game day and take the victory. Vikings are here to try and prove that now. They've struggled with some of these unconventional drafts. They've thrived with some of these unconventional drafts. Last time they played Jin, it went very poorly.
Yeah, absolutely. This time, a lot less beef to try and get through, but certainly a lot of threat. You've got the Gragas.
What do you mean? They've got an ally star. All they've got to get through is beef.
Yeah, it's true. Oh, the tension is just... I cannot believe it. The things I'm feeling, I don't know who to favor coming into this, because if you ask me after game 3, who's winning the series?
We've got to pause, by the way, to start off.
Yeah.
There could be no other setup for a match like this. But yeah, look, definitely an interesting draft. I think if they find those opportunities, if they land the poke that they intend to land, this becomes a very uncomfortable situation for Talon. The unfortunate thing, though, for Vikings is that this is an excellent team fighting comp from Talon. They've got the setup out of Casa on the Lilia.
And for the final time tonight, we load onto the Rift. It's Talon back on the blue side against Vikings on the red side. It's time to leave it all here and truly show us what we're made of. Talon getting some early vision into the top side here of the Vikings jungle.
And to his credit, Betty has been an outstanding force in this tournament for Talon. Unfortunately, off the back of that last game, there is no doubt in my mind that it ultimately will come down to Casa and his impact on the game off the back of those phenomenal steals last game. If he can pull that out here on the Rift for game 5, Talon are all but a shoo-in.
Absolutely. Spear going wide, Guri low on mana, but howdy doodly, you're going to get it all back by playing in your jungle and a lane swap being opted into, not by Vikings for the first time this series, but by Talon.
I think it's smart. Gragas does just insanely well in the 2v1, whereas Aatrox definitely is going to struggle a little bit more. He doesn't have the same sort of sustain or just tanking is built into his kit. So Kratos is going to give out a good old smack to Woody. Takes a bit of punishment in return, but the same is much the true down on the bot side.
Yeah, both top laners will once again be suffering.
Shogun just wanted so badly to land that fourth shot onto Arjit. Unfortunately, just not given the opportunity. Cardi in this mid lane is going to be a pretty scary opponent for Fofo, but if there is anyone on this rift that can find openings to exploit against his opponent, it is the Don of the mid lane.
Yeah.
Big boss Fofo.
Arjit taking some damage under his tower. He's going to struggle to get that CS, but importantly is getting the experience and will never conceivably be diveable. Now out of Cardi, he's going to find a massive chunk of damage.
It was Cardi that suffered at the hands of a Tristana mid lane, if I remember correctly, earlier in the playoffs. He found himself just being absolutely...
Honk you,
yeah, honk you. I mean, I have to say that... Oh, okay. Yeah, look, Arjit. Luckily there's no damage on him, but yeah, Cardi has definitely reclaimed a lot for himself this playoffs, given how things have been so rough for him.
Yeah, he has to just stick it out one singular more game as Fofo's struggling to get any form of CS in the middle lane here, but we'll eventually be able to pick some of that up, and it's going to be Kratos taking a sizable chunk of damage.
Kratos though, yeah, look, I think to be fair, if he plays this smart, he shouldn't really be under threat. Lilia, not traditionally a champion you think of in terms of tower diving. Yes, there is potential that Woody can just tank a lot and allow that, but for the most part, no, it is just going to be pretty standard. You're looking for that lofting lullaby. Guri in the mid lane. Fofo's very far forward.
Yeah, Fofo going to take a sizable chunk of damage. The rocket jump used, but unfortunately with Casa being here, he's going to have to lose his flash, and Fofo does not meet the same fate. He might eventually though, as he tries to get back around to his lane. Woody now collapsing as well in the mid lane, but so will be See Long. Fofo, okay, he's able to get away from that spear, so he should be okay. Cardi unfortunately loses his flash here.
Woody turnaround could be a bit of a problem. There is a flash ignite combo that could land onto Cardi if he's not careful. And they are going to look for something.
Looks for the knock up, and they're going to be able to find their way onto it. That's the rocket jump now used, and that is all the pressure that Tristana usually has, unfortunately going away.
Brilliantly played out of Shulong there to keep his mid laner alive. Lands the 1-2 piece combo onto both Woody and Fofo to deny the follow-up engage. If not for that, I think Cardi all but dead in that situation. And good guy Shulong, going to catch the wave, keep it off the tower.
Oh, classic. You feel miserable as a mid laner when the opposing support does that. Arjit and Kratos battling it out, but unfortunately body slam from Arjit does miss, so Kratos going to get a massively favorable trade for himself.
Dragon, it's going to be nerfed to start. Don't think there's going to be a huge amount of priority around this. For the most part, to start the game off, it has just been all about the grubs at the end of the day. Cardi trying to avoid a lot of that damage, but I mean, you see Fofo's righted pretty well, honestly. It's not the biggest of gaps. It's honestly better than you'd expect for a melee versus range matchup.
Yeah, in general, doing pretty well. I think Cardi is also doing well, though, to have been able to even deny at all. Oh,
that close.
Yeah, unfortunately for Guri, that was on our screen. Typically, you wouldn't look at those sort of things like a jungler doing Karot, but in this instance, nothing else was happening, so...
That would be a very deep dive for Woody, who is looking to try and make it happen. They could, I mean, potentially could look to turn onto Shulong. Guri is here, but threading the needle is going to be a bit hard. Fate sealed up, available for Fofo, and off the back of this pressure in the mid lane, it will allow Casa to start up the grubs. Guri.
They went on to Guri. Keep in mind, as you said, Fate sealed there. They're not going to need to use it, though. They just find a massive chunk of damage. And now this is going to be Void Grub secured for Talon. They got 0 last game. Now they'll pick up 2. Guri, true to form, though. He's going to start up that Dragon, and he'll secure Vikings their first of the game, as he did in all of our games so far. Actually.
Okay. Okay, so it's just going to be a case of ward things up, try and get information, but in that time, it does allow Casa to rotate down to the mid lane, so realistically, oh, he's just hit 6 too, so the Lofting Lullaby is a real threat.
Woody, though, does unfortunately rather take a spear there, so he's quite low, and it's probably not worth the risk in a game number 5 where your tournament life is on the line and the possibility of being the first LCP representatives at an international tournament. Likely fall with it. Okay, Betty, he's gonna spot out that this is happening. Woody coming down to now assist his Jinx. Should mean that there is no real possibility of a dive. Back to the mid lane though, Fofo once again trading aggressively and trading well.
Jury here, again, just rotating around. Unfortunately, while this is going on, Carcer is making the most of the openings and sealing away what he can to replace what has ultimately been stolen away from him. Aja rotating down though, I mean, that's a brilliant call. Wants to enable that Carcer can get out as freely as possible, but this could be a big gank onto the mid lane.
Yeah, Seal Long very far up. Carcer with the Lufting Lullaby available. Drops out, but he's getting very low. There's no follow-up on him though. He's going to be able to stay alive. And the knock-up's there. And that should just be first blood. And Woody again claims it.
Massive discipline there out of Cardi though. I mean, there is definitely a world in which he dives on looking for that kill onto Carcer only to ultimately fall himself. But Vikings, they minimize the losses there. Only losing Xu Long, and ultimately they still hold the gold lead, and most of it is up in that top side. Narrowly avoided disaster, this Carcer, and I think realistically in this matchup, he's one of the few people that cannot afford it. And yeah, Lufting Lullaby lands, Aja with the setup, this fate sealed, just ultimately collapses on in. And there was no one really in position to finish that kill other than Woody and potentially Aja if he throws the barrel over the wall, but Xulong, if he gets out of that, has the flash available. So no one but Woody realistically could have confirmed that kill.
Absolutely. Well, very similar to last game. It's Talon with a kill lead, obviously picking up that first one just now, however, still trailing in gold. It is somewhat to be expected, based on, you know, the range versus melee mid lane, as well as the Jinx early versus Jhin early. So I think they're pretty comfortable with how the game is pacing out at the moment. No dragons taken either. Remember, the onus is on the Nidalee to find a lot in the early game. She will not scale as well as the Lily, and not even close to, oftentimes becoming not much more than a heal bot.
Problem being, Guri, well, he's trying to land as many spears as possible, has just been a little bit off the mark, and yet this dragon still has not been started up. Despite giving over those grubs early, Vikings, I mean, it is going to be the trigger that Guri ultimately pulls with Shogun rotating up. You could already see Talon, for the vast majority of the team, are positioned to place contest as they jump in onto Cardi, but Xulong rotating down is going to bail him out, applies that pressure to save him.
Talon ultimately not really in a position to contest this, being that their ultimate's still coming off cooldown. Now Fate Sealed going to be up available for himself, but Dragon too low, and you will not have Lufting Lullaby, so it's better to just make sure your Lily is getting these items online, getting the farm. This is the first time that, I believe, even in the LCP, we've seen Carcer on what can be truly called a carry jungle champ.
Even though the handful of times we have seen it, it hasn't been able to achieve that, unfortunately. For the most part, those big beefy frontliners, which we're so used to seeing in the LCP, do make it a bit hard for her, but now that we're that deep into the draft, they are few and far between as it stands.
Absolutely. That's going to be the Void Grubs. Will be where the fight happens. Woody level 6, Xulong only the level 5. That could very rarely be the difference maker between a won and a lost fight. Woody taking a chunk though from those spears. As Fofo got to get locked up, and maybe this could be where Vikings look to pull the trigger. Keep in mind that any of these grubs going down, as long as Betty has hit them, it would be a reset for him. But Woody continues to get chunked out, and with that, Talon are going to relinquish control. They're going to give over this Void Grubs, and it's going to be 4 for 2 as things stand.
Yeah, you definitely take that, especially Jhin. I mean, look, he's not the worst in terms of taking objectives, but he's far from the fastest. You do have at least Cardi on the Tristana to alleviate some of that, and does make up for it with a pretty natural attack speed steroid. But this gap in the top lane keeps growing as Kratos left for the most part just untouched to just do as he wants. Xulong still not 6, which is a bit of a problem. He's not too far off it, but he's definitely lagging a little bit behind Woody, and that Magnet Storm is going to be an invaluable setup tool for the following fights that do happen around the Rift.
Absolutely. Now up on this top side are Betty and Woody, Xulong as well as Kratos here to match them. Still, I mean, Betty, he's enjoying the pace of this game. No, he's a little bit behind the Jhin, but if you were to just 2v2 the whole time, it's going to be much worse.
I mean, he's got a cold, it's almost finished as well, so that slight disparity in favor of Shogun is about to just completely be nullified and in fact technically overtaken.
Yep. Fofo as well. I mean, he's Yone the champ that typically wants to get his Blade of the Ruin King online. Whereas Tristana, she feels pretty okay without items. Obviously, as the game progresses, you do need items, but...
For something, I mean, if nothing, yeah, pressure onto play. It's a little bit of extra gold injected, and explosive cast.
RJ! Oh, but Guri, very wise. Okay, that was scary. RJ played that out of his damn mind, but Guri, realizing what was happening, decides to tank up the tower. If it was Cardi that was taking tower shots there, that would have been hugely detrimental. Now RJ under the pump. He's got to dodge out of these spears. If he gets hit by one, that probably is just going to be Guri pulling the trigger, but he survives long enough now. Fofo down to join him. On the other side of things, though, Kratos, the Lufting Lullaby, and this is just going to be a kill over to Betty. And Seulong very pushed up and is getting looked at by Kasa. Look at the damage coming out, the slows. He might just be able to secure himself one as Seulong flashes, but he flashes too damn late, and Talon get the Noxian Blessing, or at least the
first of the half that they need. Well, first third that they need, I suppose. Technically, there are 3 different avenues, and they will get the tower to boot because it's, well, it's Jinx, of course. So Noxian Blessings summarily taken in kind. Not the end of the world, and cheeky little backstop there for Shogun, avenging his support. And unfortunately, yeah, it's just the power of an Alistar in a tower dive situation. Kasa as well has the setup from down range as well. Unfortunately for Kratos, he was always dead there.
Yeah. For Seulong, though, he didn't have to be.
Yeah.
It's kind of the problem. Ultimately, just so well played by Kasa.
He really is coming into his own this series.
Oh, it's by far the best he's played all split. Really impressed by how he's played this series. I said during the break to Panda here that this was probably the first series that I can truly look at Kasa and say he deserves to win.
That's a bit rough, but
no, but you know what I mean.
Yes,
like
no,
he has been the driving force behind this success.
He is ultimately, on a number of occasions, literally put his team on the shoulders and say, "Come on, guys, we've got something to do. Let's go do it." Which, to be fair, it's not like he doesn't show up on game day, but it's the first time he's definitely taken a leading role. It feels.
It's been incredible how he's played. That last game, he was robbed personally. It was Kasa getting robbed after robbing everything from Guri. In fairness.
Kratos does have to be a little bit respectful of the sticking power that Betty does possess. And this dragon going to be coming up as well means that there is a fighter brewing in Shogun.
Yeah, possibly, but no Lufting Lullaby again means that there is a very real reason for Talon not to look for it. Still, you are just stronger. Your Jinx has her item online. Those wild arrows are going to be invaluable. Woody, I mean, they're certainly angling for it, and Kasa's been so good at this all series long. This time it's going to be Shogun getting that one. The explosive cask and Woody. Oh, they pounce. Oh, do they pounce, and Woody's rewarded.
Shulong's being chased down again. That Lufting Lullaby is back up. Fofo
okay.
Just has to get out. Shulong does. Yeah, he's been jumped on Kasa. He's. How have they juggled the aggro?
No, Kasa. Oh, God. Oh, what's happening? Kasa does get taken out. Kratos answering back the shutdown for this Aatrox. So an answer back, and a good one at that, is Shogun be able to find some damage on Talon and Fofo's aggression. Still, they get the 2 kills down the bot lane. It was Dragon picked up for Vikings, so they are still staying in this game. Things aren't getting too out of hand just yet.
The problem is, for Shogun to really take over the game, it's going to take a while. And yeah, the fact that that came down to Shogun to secure was a bit rough for Guri. It has been for the last couple of games in terms of controlling objectives. Shulong again just finds himself on the rough end. Lufting Lullaby off cooldown. Kasa just dances in around the tower, and the Super Mega Death Rocket to help as well. Woody even gets involved for good measure. That will be a kill secured. Unfortunately, just a bit of an overstay allows Kratos to come in and gets 500 gold for his efforts.
Yeah, it's a bit of an error, I think, ultimately. Overcommitting there to kill Seulong and ultimately giving over that shutdown. But still, Talon, they're back on the map. They're looking now for this Rift Herald. Lufting Lullaby will still be down, as well as that Super Mega Death Rocket. And, in fact, the Fate's Course. So a lot of combat power actually missing here for Talon, but they do have complete control. Kasa He does let the spear hit, but it's not going to do 1200 damage, and so he is able to pick himself up that void creature there, Rift Herald.
The big struggle for Vikings is just those setups for team fights. I think they were looking for Lily Spear into the root out of Jhin, potentially the Flourish, but unfortunately they just struggle a little bit until Kratos can actually be that big beefy frontliner that Aatrox has tended to be a little bit. And with the Spear of Shojin start, it is going to take him a little bit longer. I would imagine probably Sterak's next-ish, depending on how confident he's feeling before he can really start frontlining as capably as an Aatrox can.
Ooh. Oh, hold up. Cardi, he does use the Buster Shot. He uses everything, honestly. Super Mega Death Rocket not going to find its mark, but Cardi is going to be cut down as Kasa and Arjet do claim that kill as well, and a little bit of an overstay on the bottom side. Kasa utilizing the movement speed that Lilia does gain so well in this one. 2-1-4 now on the Lilia.
It's going to be interesting. I mean, these opportunities ultimately would have cost Vikings opportunities later in the game, time and time again, losing out on those key players, just gold where it didn't need to be given over to those top and junglers that then transition into some pretty devastating items late game in an accelerated way, which they wouldn't have otherwise. Yeah, look, the one big saving grace is Cardi does scale very well into the later stages of the game as a Tristana. She is going to be hitting very hard. So does Shogun, and they do have a relative amount of security in those plays.
Yeah, but he getting some nice chip damage here onto the mid tower before the Rift Shield is placed. Shogun, I mean, he's doing his best. He is unfortunately butter Jhin.
Is that a new skin concept, is it?
It's going to be the mid tower going down now for Talon. Kasa, I've seen this before. Okay, he's drifting the other way. Oh boy.
That's not a, yeah, that's an Uber more than anything.
It's just PTSD at this point when I see a jungler get into a Rift Herald at that position.
Yeah.
Gotta feel a little sorry for Shogun. I mean, this guy has performed all split long, and he's given Jhin duty in the most important game of the series for them. Gonna find their way onto Cardi here, as he does have the rocket jump available to himself. Oh. Actually, no, he might not. He does get the reset now, but there comes another barrel roll and the slow that comes alongside it, but maybe Sulong now. The target is the flash forward, and Caster's gonna claim yet another one, and running away with it now, sprinting away with it if you are the Lilia, as Cardi once again found overextended on the side lane, as the explosive cask, and Caster finds his way on, rather. Kratos, I mean, yet to have any real impact in this game. He got the shutdown, and admittedly, this is how his Aatrox game looked yesterday. They did eventually win.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure where the rocket jump was.
We're pumping out the damage though, for sure.
But the problem is, Guri, if he stays there, he also dies. And this nearly needed a lot in the early game. While it did find a decent amount in terms of jungle farm, it's not had the impact it's had kill-wise that I think they've wanted. It's not allowed for the setup for Shogun either.
Ofo going aggressive. This dragon is... Oh, okay. The blue buff does go to Guri. Okay. Teleport coming in now. Arja going to join the bottom side of this fight. The dragon being looked at, down to 4k HP, and Kratos and Arja just battling it out on the top side. But it's going to be a lot of damage coming onto Sealong. There's the heal from Guri that keeps him nice and topped up, but ultimately a free dragon going over to Talon, nothing committed. Going to feel pretty happy about that as they stop the stacking and get themselves there first on the board.
And the problem now is there's a significant risk of stagnation for Vikings. They had a clear idea of what they wanted to do with this draft. They, for the most part, have just not been able to find it. And unfortunately, it seems it is a case of 1-3-5ing here for at least Talon, because Vikings have fallen off the pace much the same way they did in Game 1, same way they did in Game 3, and Talon have really exploited them for it.
They did it in Game 2 as well, keep in mind. They do have a good scaling comp. The Jhin will, while not offering a lot in terms of DPS, will have a lot of burst and a lot of range as safety that comes with it. Cardi, however, is going to scale very well into the late game. Gets a lot of, a lot of power through the items, but more so the attack range becomes very difficult to deal with. Same can be said for Betty, admittedly, as he's at his max range now, being that his Q will be fully upgraded.
The problem is there's just a significant lack of frontline for Vikings that just doesn't ultimately get melted by Casa.
If ever there's a way, it's Casa soloing the Arakan, although he's doing a very good job of it, admittedly.
He's got bodyguards as well, unfortunately. You just look at what he takes next to no damage
Yeah,
there.
that was with the bomb. And this, I mean, the Arakan, down to half HP, entirely done by Casa. There's no vision control, there's no conceivable way they enter this pit. And this should just be the Voracious Arakan picked up. Fofo even body blocking on the bottom side, but it's a nice definitely flourish. And Fofo might just have to commit that ultimate to try and get himself out of there. He flashes behind Woody, and it will be this Voracious Arakan now picked up. So now Fofo can turn around. Nice dodge from Kratos on the top side of the fight, though. It's going to be Sealong getting isolated. He's going to get put to sleep, and he's going to get pounced on, but he gets the flash away. Shogun losing his cleanse. Oh god, there's a lot of people in this pit, but they both are able to get out of there, and so nothing becomes of the fight. But it is the Voracious Arakan now on Talon. So we'll be able to now look very aggressively towards some towers.
Most definitely. Or Cardi on the top side. This should be a setup. No, never mind. Archer's there in support.
Oh, it's a disaster. Good in theory, bad in practice, as Archer, realizing what could be going on, he stays alongside his mid laner, and he capitalizes well.
Cardi again, just falling prey to a situation that looked good. Unfortunately, was just a lie. It was a falsehood.
Oh, and again, Archer just so good with these explosive casks. Oh, and as quick as Vikings made their mark, they look so good. Everything is coming crumbling down. Guri as well, just caught by a headbutt pulverized combo. Unfortunately for the Vikings, this game is getting quickly out of hand, and we are staring down what is essentially a repeat of game number 3 at this point. Talon, I mean, they've struggled to get this series done, but when they have won the game, it's been in ridiculously dominant fashion. A reset off this tower, and Betty charging towards Shogun, but Shogun far enough away to avoid any real harm. Sealong taking a lot of damage. He is going to be able to make his way out with that crash down. But the inhib, sure to fall. We're just 24 minutes in, and Talon are looking to crack open this base. Maybe even looking for an avenue to end it. They are still with this Voracious Arakan. It's certainly going to be 2 inhibs, if not more. Sealong, no flash. The engage is going to be difficult from him. Drowsy asleep. Cardi might just spawn and die as soon as he did. And Betty's going to get a reset. Guri trying to deal with this Jinx, but he's got no damage. He will make it out though. Guri, Betty's going to withdraw. And so they don't go for the inhib. Unfortunately, it is going to be for Talon. Another battle they're going to have to fight over. But still, the mid lane inhib down, and the base well and truly cracked open. Oh, and just the vision play.
Oh, they knew. That's crazy. They just 100% knew it was a bait from start to finish. And from there, ultimately, it transitions into not 1, but 2 lanes being broken wide open in the base. And this game just unfortunately feels like, again, hubris for the Vikings and the VCS as a whole. They get too ambitious with the draft into a meta that just does not favor it. And the poke comp, which, I mean, really is just Nidalee and Jhin, has not found anything. The one kill they have, again, is Kratos, who managed to capitalize on an egregious overextension.
Absolutely. It should be pretty straightforward here now for Talon, the dragon spawning, and Vikings. Maybe they want to look to contest it, but ultimately I think Talon, they're so far ahead, they should realistically just allow Vikings to take it. Have faith in their ability to close out this game. You see Cardi's going to start it. It's still going to be a contest. I don't know, Guri's just on the bot side. This is just a free Baron.
Yeah, and there's nothing in terms of steal threat whatsoever. This is going to ultimately be game. And
Sealong is all but definite to fall down. And there he goes. It was at least the dragon picked up. So they are on soul point. If somehow they're able to delay what feels like the inevitable end to not only the game, but the series.
And Shogun might just get caught here if he's not careful. I mean, realistically, this draft needed to be played better from Vikings. I'm sorry, Guri on this Nidalee has just been a non-factor. Shogun even more so, crazily enough.
Reset comes through now for Betty. Minions marching towards the base. They're all baroned up. There's not all that much wave clear to speak of. It's going to have to be a fight, and Kratos is going to have to be the one to find it. But down goes one Nexus Tower. He does use the World Ender, and Sealong does now respawn. He tries to find the way in, but Talon are just too damn far ahead. And as quick as things go well, they go terribly for Vikings. As Betty, Talon, and the PCS can arrive in elation. It's going to be the PCS head-to-head in our grand final. Talon, it took 5 games, but 3 of them were damn good. And if they can carry that on till tomorrow, you have to be confident.
Once again, it hurts to say, but the VCS are their own worst enemy. That draft just left so many gaps for Talon to maneuver, and to their credit, Talon, who have looked a bit dicey in the drafting, lock it down. They get themselves a very, very solid draft, a great champion in the hands of Fofo. Aja, arguably with the strongest top laner still remaining in the pool, and they just pair it with a hyper-scaling Jinx and a jungler who has that potential to just carry a game. And Casa, to his credit, I think, is just the factor for Talon in this series. If not for him playing the way that he did, this is Vikings walking away with it.
Absolutely, and honestly, as I said, particularly in game number 4, he single-handedly was robbed. I think the rest of Talon left a lot to be desired, but from the start of the series to the very end, Casa remains solid. This, for me, could very possibly be the jungle performance of the split so far. Yes, obviously, Junja has had much more consistent and great games out of him, but I think this series from Casa was near on perfection. Even in the games they lost, he was ultimately playing very well. And he was that X factor that they needed. They come into this game 5, he completely controls the pace of the game. And Talon, for the 5th straight split, will be going to the grand finals. They'll be going up against CFO, and they'll have their chance to once again state their glory and try and fight for that first spot for the LCP in any international tournament at the first strike.
I mean, Talon, I think, really answer the question of where they currently stand in this competition. We've had questions about them as they play well ahead. They do struggle a little bit from, well, you know, playing from behind. And we've just seen how much that ceiling has risen for them when they're playing from a position of power. So for CFO, it does mean that if they want a chance at conceivably taking down Talon, they have to put them under the pump, and they have to put them under the pump early, because otherwise the results will largely look like this.
Yeah, it was a well-fought battle, and I think Vikings, the VCS from Team Secret Wales, GARM, Vikings, you can look at all 3 of your squads and you can be pretty proud of how they performed, because ultimately, I think on any given day, any of those teams could have ultimately taken any series against the other. All 3 of the Vietnamese teams have performed so well this entire split long. You know, Team Secret Wales and GARM off to a slow start, truly ramping up throughout the regular season. Vikings started strong, finished strong. They took Talon to 5. They ultimately took down Talon in the last series, but unfortunately, there were just a few too many mistakes. I mean, the series started off with an absolute horror show coming out of them. They then fight back to a horror show of a beginning in game 2. Game 3, another horror show. But in game 4, it took everything out of them to be able to bring that one across the line. They played fantastically, but unfortunately, when push comes to shove, Talon, they're synonymous with grand finals. They're synonymous with winning their region, and they will once again rise to the occasion and get their chance to do just that again.
Yeah, I mean, Talon, pretty consistent across the board in the way that they do things. They play slow, they play methodical. If they spot an opportunity to ramp things up, they're going to do that. And Betty, better than any AD carrier, I think, in this competition, than capitalizing on those opportunities. I mean, we see it especially on his Zeri. In fact, it was just the fact that he was that confident, that he was playing that well, that he dives into 3, still narrowly avoids disaster, and Casa as well. I mean, every single member of this Talon roster really went above and beyond today to make this opportunity happen. And Aja, I mean, he was put into some rough spots throughout this series, but he still held firm. He held up against the pressure that Vikings put him under, and he really shone, as justifiably he is the player of the match.
Yeah, I think as well, alongside Casa, this is the other person.
To be fair, it's insanely hard to call, I think, off the back of that series because everyone on Talon really played out of their minds.
Yeah, 100%. I think ultimately the only thing I'd ever fault Arja for in this series was I think ultimately the Jace probably should have gone the full AD, but other than that, just flawless. 2v1ing as the Renekton, the Gnar ults were on point, the timings were on point. Even in the Camille game, he 1v4s at the end of it to almost somehow save his Nexus. And we'll get some of the highlights from that fifth and final game. I mean, Casa here, this was how it all really started off. He lives on such a small amount of HP for Woody to come in. And I want to rewatch the series. Just there's a chance that Woody got first blood in all 5 games. It was at least 4. It was at least 4.
I would not even be surprised. I mean, the guy's just so proactive around the map and justified. He does transition that gold into making sure that he can do more for the team, setting up. And Casa just literally got to the point where he put the team on his shoulders at certain moments. And to be fair, Woody, that was a brilliant catch on Viguri.
Yeah.
Yeah, as much as I hate to fault them in a situation where they were already down, it was just such a rough draft for Vikings to put themselves in a situation where this is do or die.
Yeah.
They did themselves no favors.
Yeah, look, it's the first 5th game in Fearless Draft. And it will be their first ever stage 5th game Fearless Draft, as it was for Talon. And so I think there should be some slack cut. It's not
absolutely.
easy.
They played out of their minds to get to this point, but they make it a bit hard to be a VCS fan sometimes on game day.
I think I would less fault the draft and say there were just some mistakes that were made pretty consistently throughout the game that led to this position. And Arja is just so clean.
But you look at it, so Arja knock up into explosive cast, and then Fofo catches the very tail end of the knock up. So it goes from bad to worse to bad to nightmarish.
Absolutely. As there you have today's results. It was Talon and an absolute banger of a 5-game series that will take it 3-2. They were ultimately definitely the better team on the day. They were much more clean in their wins. They were much more resistant in their losses. And they can, I think, go towards tomorrow's match and feel pretty confident because ultimately the things they struggled with here, I think, were not things you generally have to worry about against CFO. They were worried about, there was just certain timings where things were happening that was like, okay, this is a bit chaotic, and they'd get caught off guard, and that's where Vikings would ultimately find their ways back into the games. CFO, a little bit less like that. They're more likely to play to the same style as Talon.
It definitely feels weird to say that tomorrow in the grand finals will be the more comfortable of the matchups for Talon, I think, just because of how volatile and chaotic VCS like to play.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a more of a known quantity when you're going up against the CFO roster. They also have the added benefit where 4 of them or 3 of their members have played with Junja before, and he is truly the X factor for this team. You can say Doggo is as well now. Ultimately, he's been playing very well as well. But you go into this next series, you're going to be pretty comfortable because stylistically they're very similar. And it's going to come down to who plays better. And I think ultimately, if they play the way they did today, particularly Arja, Casa, and it has to be said Betty as well, they should feel pretty confident. I don't think it's going to be a quick series. I think we have another 5-gamer on our hand based on what today's result was. But certainly a lot more hope inspired in me looking at this Talon roster today than before earlier in the playoffs.
Oh, absolutely. I think they've definitely answered a lot of questions and put themselves into a pretty solid standing coming out of a lower bracket run. And they avenged themselves on top of it by taking down the team that ultimately thrust them down there. Going into this matchup, I think Talon realistically should be the favorite team. They definitely feel like they have a slightly higher skill ceiling. It's just, for me, CFO are the team that succeeds better from behind. They're never really as deeply under the pump as they appear. They have that ability to just bring things back, and largely I think it does come out of Junja. But the big matchup I'm most excited for, Honky versus Fofo. On one side, you've got the Don. You've got Fofo. This guy is he's a mafia king in the mid lane, and this new up-and-comer looking to strike for the throne in the mid lane. That is where I think the most explosive possibilities come out of.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Today's series was an absolute thriller, and that was the lower bracket finals. Tomorrow we get to see the grand finals, and ultimately we're going to get to crown the very first international representative from our region. I think that in and of itself is a very exciting concept. I'm running out of voice, I'm running out of energy, but boy oh boy, I need to get some rest for tomorrow because I cannot tell you how thrilled I am to be able to say that the grand finals of the first ever LCP is going to be between PCS and PCS. It's Junja and Castle against their old orgs. It's CFO up against TLN. We will see you all tomorrow.
Runs dry, ain't no stop.